Boys, good morning. How the heck are we? I went to go see a movie today at a theater for the first time in a long time. I won't lie, boys. I won't lie. It's a good ass movie. If you guys haven't gone to see the F1 movie, I'm not gonna drop spoilers. I can't. But my god, it was a banger. Actual fucking slapperoni, man. I cannot lie. There is zero cap in this yap whatsoever. That shit went hard. I would highly recommend if you guys have a few hours to spare. We saw it in IMAX and it went wild. It was unreal. So, did it have crashes? Yeah, more than your average day of Ashes. Yeah. But it also had a lot of time where there weren't crashes. So, it wasn't all crashes, which is good. It was a good mix of crashes and not crashes. I'd say the proportions were quite good, actually. It was enough to, keep you on your toes and wondering, but also enough for, you know, it not to be Final Destination. So, that was a cool part of it. I don't want to spoil it too much for you guys, because, if I tell you who dies and who doesn't, you'll never go see it. I just don't want to, I don't want to take out that big surprise at the end. Spoiler alert. It might just be you. Hey, yo, Sewer, what up, my boy? How you doing today? We need zinc, apparently. My cursor was literally sitting on the claim when my dogs decided they needed my attention. Yeah, so, Leon does that. He may or may not control the dogs as well. He's got ties everywhere. He tends to hedge his bets very, very, very safely. And he dispatches his favors when he needs them the most. So he probably, is this all epic? He probably sensed that you were about to snag first, Gravon, and said that it couldn't happen. Dark magic. Listen, I have seen some crazy responsive times to very unannounced random stream starts. At first, I was just like, okay, maybe he's just getting lucky, maybe the times are lining up. And then at a certain point, I was like, what the fuck is going on? How is he always here? There have been a couple of days where you didn't get first, where you came in directly after and you were like, oh fuck. It's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. It's uncanny. Now, I will say, we do have a lot of people that just kind of pull it up at 2 and they're like, fuck it, Dusty will be here at some point. And then stream pops up and it's like, woo, and then we're good. It's been a little sporadic lately, I will say. But I blame the readjustment process. Now, fortunately, I slept well last night and we're getting into the period of normalcy again. Tomorrow is cleaning and organizing day. So, we're up tremendous. Everything's looking great. Everything's improving. I feel as though, oh, rainbow, cute. I feel as though I should run down to Squall's End while I'm already halfway over here. And then bring some shit with me. What do I need to bring to Squall's End to get the most out of it? Just vibe and get some money made. Getting money made? What are you gonna do with your money? We're all going to fucking PTR tomorrow. Excuse me? And once we go to PTR, we're not coming back. Basalt and zinc. Okay, I just stopped to grab some zinc. So it's a drop in the pan, but on short notice, I have more than 0, which I think is great. I think that's a step in the right direction from me, boys. He has a bot that looks for the stream description change. Brother, if people went that far to support my channel, I'd be like, goddamn, okay. I'd be more impressed than anything else. That'd be a huge W. Summoner on the PTR? I actually don't know. Summoner has not been on the PTR so far. Braidwood chat. Right here. I'm just throwing that out there. Anyways. I don't think Summoner's on PTR yet, but there have been data mined kind of like abilities and stuff tied to the summoner. Now, of course, data mine stuff is always different levels of reliable and never guaranteed one-to-one to come across in actual implementation or changes. But I wouldn't be shocked to see it early July, simply just based on like how long it's been in, and Steven saying that it's a similar dev process to the Rogue deployment in terms of the timing of it. Now, timings can always change extremely quickly, and again, can always be, you know, faster, slower than expected, whatever you may have. But I wouldn't be shocked to see it early July to coincide with that, like, 24/7 PTR uptime. I think that'll be probably their best timing to get good feedback on things, and probably their high in players prior to Phase 3 ramp up. Now, it's just going to be a few weeks that separate it, but P3 ramp up will probably be the final week of P2.5, and then when P3 hits, I think a lot of people will come back for that. Leveling in an MMO is always extremely fun, even if it is a playtest. We'll have our second starting area, we'll have NA and EU servers again, so it won't just be that full clusterfuck of leveling where everything's unplayable. New player experience is better, early questing experience is much better. So, I think there's a lot of good that'll be coming around with this, this upcoming phase, and hopefully we see players back. But I don't necessarily think we'll see too much before the end of the month. The server will be done on the 14th when most world will PTR. Yeah, I mean, server's already dead to a certain extent, but I think when PTR comes out 24/7, a lot of people are going to be on PTR, myself included. Unless there are things that you physically cannot do on the PTR that you can easily do over here, which I don't really think there's going to be anything like that. I don't see a world where this server is able to hold any attention over PTR, nor do I think there would be any world where it would. They did say they want to do events for the normal server on weekends. Okay. I mean, that may be enough to incentivize. But at that point, you would be probably pulling primarily... Would a new player be more likely to get into PTR testing first or production environment first? Discuss. Dude didn't even peep we made epic Lumidon and Saf earrings. Wait, where do you guys post that? I was driving all day. The passenger princess didn't update me. She doesn't care about your progression. I care about your progression. Posted in media? Did he post it in trade? Wait, what the hell? Where'd you post it? I was pooping when I was typing in the Discord earlier. Professions? Where did you guys post it anywhere? I saw Zop posting in professions for it, but I didn't know if any of that got confirmed. If that is confirmed, then that's fat, I will say. Mr. Streg is going crazy with the JC. Guild chat. Like in-game guild chat? Or like guild chat, guild chat? I saw the Revidium sword. Discord. No, he posted his Revidium sword. And then Cyborgs posted a purple ring of invocation that he found in trade chat. Moin Corla. Zombie's trying to gaslight me. Don't let him gaslight me. A vote for Zombie is a vote for a gaslighter. He's trying to convince me that they were posting good shiny gear in the guild Discord. And they did not. And I've verified and called him out on his lies. You're just crazy. You're skinny and short. What's your point? I never claimed to be mentally stable. I've streamed over 2 years in a row. I'm not mentally stable at all. Zop got epic sapphire earrings. Well, Zop is an epic sapphire earring. So what about those Lumidon earrings? I'm assuming for that we need Lumidon and earring. What is it? Polished Lumidon, Weirdstone, and then Braidwood paper? I did drop the location on a Braidwood. I'm just saying, if anybody wants to spin the block, it's right on this corner. Bring an axe and bring a friend. What's new in PTR? So they haven't, like, announced what the next PTR test focus is going to be for the next 2 days, but essentially in the PTR is up into, it's up tomorrow for, I believe, a 2-day phase, and then starting on the 14th of August, it's up 24/7 until phase 3 servers launch. So, sorry, the 14th of July, I'm so fucking stupid. I was like, what month are we in? The 14th of July, it's up 24/7 until August when phase 3 starts. So, everyone will, for the most part, be kicking around over here on the production environment shoal for the next couple weeks-ish. But I say everybody very lightly because a lot of people have left already. This server is pretty dead ski just because it always had like a targeted end date with August 4th for phase 3. People kind of knew it was going to be a short form of progression. A lot of people didn't want to burn out, so they kind of like are taking breaks to chill. They're taking it a little bit less seriously this phase so they can hop in P3 and be ready for it. So PTR is going to have many more players in it probably than this environment did, or at least like currently does. Not obviously at peak. Peak was insane for this server, but I think PTR accessibility for every Alpha 2 key holder is going to bring back some of the people who are kind of chilling on a break right now and hopefully get them a glimpse of what's to come in this environment for P3 and like throughout P3. So we're going to see Summoner over there. We're going to see Dynamic Gridding over there. It's a lot easier to have Node Siege focus tests over there. We've seen quite a few of those. And I'm not a current PTR tester. Like, once it starts tomorrow, that'll be my first access to it. So, Anvil's on PTR? Yes. Anvil's on PTR so we can start parsing the new first-time user experience over there, the new leveling paths. We don't know if it's populated as, like, a leveling area yet or a starter zone. But if it is, we can start checking it out and seeing, like, pathing-wise where we would want to go, which levels will be distributed where. So a lot of good things are kind of like slated to come very quickly in PTR. Curious for the dynamic gridding, if they got it working properly. So it's been working on lower dev branches now for a little bit of time, and they're finally comfortable moving it up to PTR. Last dev stream, the one actually before this one, so a month ago, they mentioned that dynamic gridding was functioning the way that they want it to, with them basically having to step in and help a little bit. What they were trying to determine were the heat maps of, you know, what's deterministic of how many resources are being allocated where. How much of a strain does there need to be on the server before the dynamic gridding kicks in? When it kicks in, how many resources do you need to pull and allocate to that area? Ayo? Safest broodling in history? God damn. Nature's trying to take back the town, chat. Shoal really is just being reclaimed. This is like post-apocalyptic Athenar. The noblemen are hiding on top of the market. The scorpions are taking over. I'm coming in here like fucking Geralt. So moving on. Dynamic gridding is something that genuinely will change everything about how mass scale feels. Honestly, how most things feel in Ashes. It should, in theory, maintain a smooth, fluid flow, at least server side, without any intervention whatsoever and without us noticing that anything is going on. So it's pretty huge. And there are a lot of things in the PTR testing that's going to be like near, you know, near fruition or already in when we go over there, that are going to be things that this phase and this previous phase of testers were extremely excited for. Zen, how are you, my friend? Do you think it's worth to get the alpha now or just wait till August? Depends on your expectations. If your goal is to come in when everything feels a little more populated and have a true like MMO-like experience, right? Then that's very likely going to be August. but there's no price difference between entering now and entering in August, and no matter what time you do enter, you get a 90-day period with no hours limit where you can just refund your alpha pack if you're not happy with it. Like, if you do end up... What is up with this reflect animation going on? Oh, is that the shardling animation? I thought my reflect was tweaking. So, basically, if you want to come in and... Please get the broodling. I hate this fucking game. Alright. You win this one. I'm out. I'm out. The defense is capitalizing. So anyways, now that I'm not being fucking harassed. On August 4th for P3, you're going to have a lot more of a populace back on the server. This server right now has had a lot of people, like I mentioned before, that are kind of like on a break, trying not to burn out. I'm not mentally stable, so we don't really worry about burnout over here. We just build the community regardless. We still do guild PvP nights, community nights, pretty much everything. So it's business as usual over here. So I think for people who want to, on August 4th, have a baseline of knowledge, have a community all set up that they can play with, level with, so that way when the long phase 3 server starts, keep in mind their goal is to not wipe that for over a year. If you want to be in a spot where you have that baseline of knowledge, so you're not like dipping your toes, so to say, when that server starts up and you're not playing from behind, I think that hopping in now to get that little bit of a baseline is definitely worth it. It's going to be harder to find a community and harder to find people to level with right now. So, if you're willing to kind of like go through that and recognize, okay, I'm coming into kind of like a dead spot in the testing, you know, fewer play testers than there would be on peak, and you're okay with that, and you just want to check it out, explore, get out like the new player questions, feel everything out, and figure out what you actually want to play, what you want to do, and honestly, how things work, then I think it's a good time to hop in knowing everything's going to get wiped in a month anyways, and you get private test realm access when you pick up your pack as well. So, you're in for all the PTR testing. With that being said, August 4th, that'll be your phase 3 start. You'll have an NA and an EU server. Everyone in the game will be re-leveling on those servers. So if your goal was to hop in and have it feel like an MMO experience, where you've got a ton of level 1s running around, there's the race to level, there's like the race to get out of the populated areas and level in a smoother area. If that's your goal, then I would wait until August and have that new player experience when it's going to be more populated and a more lively server. Either way, there's no difference in price, whether you pay the $100 now or the $100 for August. Same price, no difference, and you get the 90-day period where you can get a refund with either entry point. So, everyone will re-level unless your character is named Planendorf GM. No, we're not letting Planendorf cheat. I've caught that motherfucker cheating in our civilian runs before. I'm not gonna do it again. You should try it. Listen, I think I've gone as close as you can to impersonating a GM without actually impersonating a GM. I made a test character named Planendorf's an op one time, and he came into chat and said something along the lines of, "What the fuck is that name?" I didn't feel safe for a few moments. This is why I want to play. I want to make a guild, so I'm looking to learn as much as I can so I can lead one. Yeah, absolutely. So, in terms of that experience, I came over from New World. I was a New World player from launch up until late December. And I played on 8 different servers on New World, and I was what a lot of people would try to call a warlogger until they realized that I played the game 10 hours a day, and then they just call me mentally unstable and some really mean names. So, basically, over there, I was in a lot of competitive guilds that didn't focus on new players at all. And towards the end of my tenure over there, I tried to bring back Cats with Abs, our community, and invite a lot of new players in, and essentially make it about, you know, like tenured experienced players, teaching new players how to get into the content that they want to get into, show them the ropes, and kind of like onboard people without the goal of just like winning by any means necessary. So we've been very fortunate to keep our progression going with that. I hopped in a few days after... Who's up here? Is that just something in the water? The fuck? I hopped in a few days after the start of phase 2, and that was December 26th for me hopping in. Those are plants. I thought those were players. And in P2 I came in, like, I had my access since January 2024, and it took me a little over 11 months to actually be convinced to come play. And I'd followed development for a couple of years, but I was waiting to hop in until I was ready, until I was excited, and until New World was dead. And I still had a hard time declaring it dead in my mind, and then I came over here and I was like, why the fuck did I not do this sooner? So, I came in with zero knowledge at the start of P2, and essentially our entire phase was spent on recruiting people and trying to solidify ourselves in any way, shape, or form. And realistically, we were playing from behind at all points. And in a PvX game like Ashes, if you are playing from behind, you're going to struggle to PvE, which means you're going to struggle to PvP, which means you're going to struggle to PvE. And like everything just impacts everything, right? So you can't contest the best gathering areas, the best gathering loops. You can't contest the best spawn points to get the best gear. So then you fall behind, which means that you can't PvP to take over those areas. And the ones that can PvP are winning the PvE, and it's facilitating that power. So we were very lucky to have a lot of people that were very committed to not just trying to immediately win, but trying to win in the long term. And we always told people, we have a lot of people that are learning right now, if we stick it out and we stay committed, by the time this game launches and it matters, we will have a very good structure of people who know what they're doing, and we will have so many people who are bought into the community and ready to play their role. And that's what we did. As Merc said, we did pretty well for what we had. We got a lot of respect during Phase 2, simply because we came in and we were willing to PvP, lose because we had less gear, less experience, and fewer people, and be like, yo, GG's, how can we get better? And as a result, we had a lot of communities reach out to us and want to help us. Then our approach to valuing new players, we don't have like a guild application where we deny people. You just join. And we'll get you access to as much content as you want to get access to. If you're someone who wants to PvP, we'll get you PvP. If you're someone who wants to PvP, we'll get you everything. Like, this entire game is about having a ton of people in every single role that are bought in to the totality of the community progression. And in between now and launch, if we keep our current structure and we keep people excited for the future, we're going to be in such a good spot. So I definitely think from a leadership perspective, it is always a great time to hop in and start building. And there are also a lot of communities who are looking to add in leadership themselves and bring more people in along the way. We had earlier this phase 3 guilds that were set up. We had Cats with Abs, we had Cats, which Zombie over here is the GM of, that's our second guild. And then we had our third guild, which was a casual leveling guild, and as the population died out, so did that one. But we just keep expanding, we keep adding guilds, adding players, and that's with a lot of people from phase 2 that were on a break for this shorter phase. So phase 3 hits, and our goal is to bring back as many of the people as we can that kind of like took a break and sat out this phase. And hopefully just get our numbers up. And in the meantime, just keep teaching more and more people, so that way the people that do come back are surrounded by people who now know what they're doing. Hiya. But my $120 key an hour before they were available because I spammed the refresh button on the shop page. Wait, that seems like cheating. Yo, Doink. How you doing, my boy? Hope you're having a great day. You getting anything done after you get to Squall's End? I need to become a citizen here. I'm not a citizen yet. Because I think I have to vote for the big Zom. Because he's been cooking the node. And like, I'll probably just run again in P3. And I don't just want to come back and then be here for a day and be like, alright, Zombie, your time's up. Thanks for all your hard work. Oh no. Wait, am I voting for Carla? Oh shit, did I spoil the plan? Fuck. Oh, my bad. My bad. Well, Zom, bad news, buddy. You're out. Carla's in. New mayor time. When does the vote due? Like 7 hours? Is it going right now? Oh, yeah, it is. Let's see. Oh, wait, no. This is to register as a candidate. Voting doesn't start until tomorrow. So this is to register as a candidate in the election. And then this is opening the vote from there. And then you're up tremendous. Anyway, for someone that's been gone a month. If we said in the guild to do so, the guild would do so. The guild does as the guild's told. But, like I mentioned, I'm not gonna be running until P3, and then once P3's back and we're in the swing of things, then we'll be back. We'll be back. And Carla will be on top. Wait. Carla will be mayor. Not on top. She'll get mad at me. I'm not allowed to be a power bottom anymore. If we want Carla, we'll get Carla. If we want... Who would be the biggest meme that we could put in? Other than me. Other than me. Who would be the biggest meme? Zombie? You stop that. Zombie's been a great mayor. I will say, Zombie, part of the reason why I was like, you know what? Zombies keep his squal's end. Is A, it doesn't have a flyer. I'm kidding. But B, he's been running around doing what I did on a flyer, on foot. And I don't envy that shit. He's been cooking. And I respect that. And he'll be a great addition to the unpaid help team to my mayoral cabinets. I'm honored to offer him a free unpaid position where he has to throw in as well. We'll tax him double since he gets to hang out with all of us. Zine? I'm convinced Zine's dead. Like, oh, you can't say no. Yeah, you're conscripted now. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You have no choice. Skirt. Excuse me. Pardon me. My step scorp. What are you doing? Okay. I should probably check buy orders. Excuse me. I should check buy orders now that I'm a citizen. But hear me out, Zom. If we got you in a management position in the distribution chain, then you could conscript people underneath you, right? And then with all of the conscripts under you, that would lower the amount of work that you have to do, right? I think we're cooking. I think we're onto something big here. Yeah, I'm not gonna use heroic zinc. Like a pyramid. Yes. And instead of like one of the pyramids that people have to opt into, they don't really get a choice. Right. Yes. Yes, indeed. You're picking up what I'm putting down here. And through that, the fuck are you gonna use heroic zinc for? I don't know. What if I need it one day? What if somebody needs a heroic excavation kit? You know? Like, what if? It's the things that you don't consider that matter the most, if I'm being honest. I could also probably just do 8. Ain't nobody mapping. Ain't nobody got big purple maps like this, bitch. What now? Heroic bronze. Heroic bronze pourquoi? I thought it was zinc and ash for X-Kids. You have a legendary? Wait, you have a legendary map? Bronze is copper. Wait a second. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Brain is still not braining. It's been a long day. I watched a whole movie without taking a nap at all, chat. You should be proud of me. Yo, PJ, how you doing, my boy? Any new updates on when this game possibly coming out? They don't have a target release date. Essentially, the closest date that we have for, like, the next development step is August 4th will be the launch of Phase 3. So we'll get new servers at that point, and that is the phase that will be the last, like, long-term phase. That server is going to be up at least a year. Hopefully with minimal wipes. And then by the time that server ends, the game will be near feature complete, according to Intrepid. So when they go into the betas, they want those to last for a few weeks each instead of like months. But I have to repeat because as soon as you started replying, I got an ad break. The ad break wouldn't happen if the Twitch Prime wasn't available. But anyways, so they haven't, like, they're not gonna announce like a full launch date for a while. But the next date that we have is the launch of the Phase 3 servers on August 4th. And with those servers, that's going to be 24/7 uptime on the production environment, which is the environment that we're on over here. And that server is going to last at least a year. So that's going to be our longest phase of testing, hopefully with minimal wipes, ideally with none during that year plus time. By the time that server is done, again, that has no end date, the game is going to be near feature complete. So their goal is 2 short betas. Short being measured in weeks, not like months or years. And then the game launches after the betas. So, they estimated a year after P3 launch, but I think it'll be 3 years. Yeah, it's gonna be at least a year. And that's why my estimate for launch is always late 2027. I think that we will probably be like a good part of 2 years in P3. And that's to make sure that everything is coming in well, you know, being implemented in a way that's not going to result in more problems down the road with it because it's poorly iterated, and really following the structure that we've seen so far where they're willing to take time on something to make sure that it's done correctly. Now, with 2 years in that phase, you may see points of retention that aren't great. You may see a natural ebb and flow of a content cycle simulated, especially since it'll be a mock live service environment. But the accessibility for the player base, I think, will be a very good point of player entry. So, ad finished. You've been in the ad the whole time? Jesus Christ, that Twitch Prime would have been huge value. Oh my god. We're saying late 2026 to 2023. I personally think that if I could wager a bet on it, I would say late 2027 into early 2028 would be my bet. But they haven't given a target date, and they won't for launch because, like, Phase 3, our next phase, is going to be until it's finished type beat. By the time P3 is done, it'll be feature complete, which means that the 2 betas, they want to measure those in weeks, not months or years. And those 2 short betas, they just want to use for like a final coat of paint, final coat of polish on everything. And then the game launches subsequent to those 2 short betas. So from there, hopefully, if everything goes well, we're out of it, like I said, late 2027. I personally think anything earlier than that would probably, at this current pace, rush things a bit more than a lot of people would want. But anything's possible. Like, once they get the 5.6 transition done fully, that could give them more tools at their disposal, increase the cadence of things even more, and before we know it, we could have a second continent going up. There's no real way to tell, like, long term what development cadence will be because it's been speeding up this entire time. Intrepid's been hiring more and more people to work on the project. They've been getting more used to the tools at their disposal. They've been increasing the tools at their disposal. So it's kind of like hard to extrapolate and see what stuff will be in another 12 months from now. Because even in the 6 months plus that I've been playing every day, I've seen things ramp up and their capabilities increase a lot. So anything's possible, but I'm still leaning very heavily late 2027 just for my guess. Should hug Mother of Pain on the way out. Does she have a loot table that's worth hugging for? P3, it's over when it's over. Stop asking. Just bite the pillow and play it. Wait. Anyways. Get me on the marketing team. We could be cooking. Toast. Do you think we should, like, get together a Prestige Worldwide-esque presentation? Because we might have a couple potential bangers on our hands. They could post that shit anywhere and boom, instant player base. Going from 11 nodes to 26 nodes is the best thing for 2.5. Otherwise, it was without a question a dumpster fire phase. Yes, it would have been cooked if everybody was supposed to coordinate in the same way that they were supposed to on Vyra and Lyneth. I absolutely agree. I also do think having 5 tiers of nodes instead of 6, with an emphasis on each node tier mattering and playing a larger role in totality, will be very cool because it will lessen some of the internode dependency early on for functionality. I look forward to that a lot, when people don't necessarily have to have like fucking ironclad coordination just to make one singular item. Making early tier nodes able to have even just like one more journeyman building at T3 would increase what you can do in each node exponentially, in each region exponentially. So there will absolutely be a balance to things, but I'm excited to see how the development feels with them cutting out city. During that, I can say that too, for a big high tempo character set up this game, looks like late 2027. Yeah, I could definitely see it around there. That's been what I've thought really since I've been here. And in terms of content cadence, a lot of people will say, for whatever reason, the content cadence over here is slow in terms of bug fixes, in terms of like implementation of new things. I can promise you, after playing a lot of different games, they're fast over here. Responding to bugs, fixing bugs, especially major things that go past bugs, like true exploiting, cheating, whatever it may be. They're very communicative. They're very responsive to community pain points. And I also feel like the things that take longer than normal, so to say, are things that they give us such an in-depth fix to that the community is like, oh damn, we didn't even think of that. Well, no shit, that's why we're playing it and they're getting paid to make it. So, for instance, the gathering crowd that was saying gathering and crafting is cooked and it's being completely ignored, blah, 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 hody ho, har, har. And then Intrepid comes out in the last dev stream and talks about, as part of the econ change, they're absolutely beefing the crafting system. A better implementation on early accessible weapons and armor being crafted with 3 different tiers within each item level tier to make sure that the earliest set of gear is acquired with an emphasis through crafting. Taking the low tier materials and making them useful all the way up through the crafting chain, all the way up to the highest tier goods using low tier mats and high tier mats. Everything is being cooked in a very good way. People just have to trust that the people that have been making this title for years now are still capable of doing it. And I think they're becoming more capable as it goes. I think people are just so accustomed to how fast our content cadence typically is, and being like, anything that's over a 3-week fix is bullshit. And brother, we waited months in New World for the most basic of things. Devs took an entire combat system which takes a lot of time to make, listen to the community say it's garbage, and deleted all of it to start again. I believe in folks willing to do that. We just gotta wait. I absolutely agree, Hemi. I absolutely fucking agree. The rework of the combat system was very likely the largest contributor to me staying. The combat system in the showcases that I had seen prior to me actually playing was kind of like, okay, I could see it being cool, but also at the same time, kind of not. And then with the rework, I started seeing dev streams and showcases where I was just like, the fuck is going on here? And then I started checking out as much content as I could. And then with New World just down, 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 and Ashes looking like they were making substantial progress on things, I was like, well, I guess I'm taking a shot on it. Came in, movement and combat were the 2 things that just hooked me immediately. The movement being insanely snappy, allowing for like B-hops, allowing for the dodge jumps, just everything that the movement system provided, mixed with the combat system, the way that it's done, it was huge for me. I love it. Last time, first time I was here, when you showed me the professions, looks a lot more fun and time consuming compared to 2 MMOs and RPGs I played for a while. Oh yeah, the profession system is going to be a fucking grind. If you are somebody who wants to put in the time and effort to get professions up, it is massively beneficial. And since the population has been in a bit of a lull, we have been trying to, well, I say we, I was gone for 2 weeks. They've been trying to get all of our like crafters shored up and in a good spot. So when phase 3 hits, we've got the experience in getting them up very quickly, and they can be putting out the highest quality stuff faster than other people, so they're profiting the most. So we're trying to just get all of that in place because professions truly are and will be the most important thing to have in a community. You can have an omega rich community that's just a crafting community. And guess what? A crafting community that makes stuff for a very well-known PvP guild will also be a protected community. Everyone needs crafters. They fix the ability of some players to give themselves GM powers. That's what the speed hacking vans were using. Wait, really? People got into the GM console? Hold on. /GM console. /console. /Planendorf. Seems fixed to me. I wasn't able to crack the code.
Apes together.
Hey, au pair. Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Much love. Here's so many more, dude. Yeah, I wasn't able to crack the code there, and I watched at least 3 Pirate Software clips in the last week and read a couple of his tweets. So if I can't hack it, nobody can. You guys feel free to try on your end as well. Hold on. /duck. Nope. Tragic. You said everyone's gonna be on PTR while you're streaming Normie Alpha. What makes you think I'm not gonna be streaming the PTR? Are you sad to have a normie brain and not realizing that I am the Giga Chad Omega Brain Alpha Wolf Gamer howling at the moon? Ow! I'll be running a muted VOD on my second PC screen, hiding the visuals on my gaming PC and not having that feed through active, right? So there are no visuals because it's a visual NDA. So you'll hear the PTR, you won't see the PTR, you'll see a production environment VOD from my other PC. And that'll be muted. So I'll talk about what I'm doing and you'll hear what I'm doing. You'll just see something that isn't synced up in terms of the audio because it'll be a different VOD. Very simply put. There's been talk about AOC in the Supple Discord today. Mikro and I told people to come here if they have questions. Yes, join us. Join us. I mean, honestly, I don't know how New World players would do over here. I'll keep it a buck. So many New World players had very short mental tolerances and also didn't want to do any of the legwork to make anything happen in their guilds. And in Ashes, if you're not willing to do the legwork to make stuff happen, then you just get kicked out of the guild because there are only 50 spots in a guild and everybody has to be active. So like, there aren't room for social slot warloggers in Ashes. Genuinely. And I think a lot of people would come in expecting to, because they were good at New World, A, instantly be good at Ashes, and B, get the same, like, Warlog Superstar treatment that they did in New World. And I feel like a lot of people would get some rude awakenings very quickly, that it's two completely different environments. But I'm happy to answer any questions people have. I know how New World players were, and I also know that a lot of those companies over there only got wars because of the bar pushers who were specifically recruited to run hundreds of PvP missions. And they did it because they're fucking legends. Is that Ember Spring in the ground? Huh. Little Eagle. So the PvE POV of this game is like vanilla WoW, you gotta run to the dungeons or raids you want to do, or is there like an instance finder? You run everywhere. And the map only continues to get larger. So there's no like Griffin Master or anything like that. There's no fast travel. There are 90 spots in Polar Main. Oh yeah, guild leveling is absolutely possible. I mean, we had someone fuck around with like 2 caravans and got 166k XP for the guild. So like guild leveling is possible, and they're revamping the guild levels themselves. But genuinely, I don't think that there's really, especially as more people continue to get in, 90 spots when the population is even a consistent, you know, 7k concurrent on an NA server is going to be fucking nothing for your main guild. If your main guild doesn't have people that are on 10 plus hours a day, those slots are going to somebody that is. Like, it's gonna be crazy competitive with the current numbers that we have, even if leveling is a little bit earlier. But with that being said, there's currently no instance content. There are a mix of like open world mobs that are just randomly distributed. There are normal points of interest, like these, Korlock, the small blue diamonds. There are elite points of interest, like Citadel of the Steel Bloom, Wreckage of Carfin, and then there are dungeons like the Fallen Forge and Tower of Carfin. Now, the dungeons are currently open world dungeons with their own build-outs. So, in points of interest, you'll typically find trash mobs of various elite levels, and then you'll also find named mobs in some of those points of interest. Trash mobs have just kind of like general loot tables, humanoids typically having the best loot tables, and then named mobs will have a loot table that features specific named items. For instance, the Hawkbow comes from Lady Acelyn the Hawk in a pocket dungeon right up here in the Junedark. So, you kill the named mob, they have a chance to drop the recipe of the weapon or the crafting component to make that weapon that they drop or item that they drop. So, you do still have, like, blanket farms, we call them, areas like Citadel of the Steel Bloom, where you can pull a lot of elite trash mobs and, like, trash farm and get that broad loot table of good but not bis for most people. And then you have your target farming, where you farm specific pieces off of named mobs. It gets a lot slower in the target farming phase. But as the world continues to expand, also skis to the east to thou Drewski. As the world continues to expand, everything becomes like a cognizant decision of how do I want to spend my time as a player. Do I want to run around place to place aimlessly? Do I want to go somewhere with a plan, right? And once the world is fully implemented, you'll have a lot of self-sufficient regions that people will play out of 1 to max level in this area, farm up a lot of your gear in this area, and then once you have a lot of your baseline pieces, you'll be very likely to be like, okay, who needs to go across the map to this place, right? And you'll get a group together, your group will head over, and then you'll play over there for a few days, get what you need to, and then come back. Aimless running like a headless chicken and then complain I'm not full bis in a week, obviously. That is the best way to go about it, and it's also Intrepid's fault that you're not full bis. Absolutely. Absolutely. I 1000% agree. Everything is Intrepid's fault. I played Chrono for 2 hours and went back to Ashes. Yeah, I wasn't able to play because I was in Iceland, right? But I did get to watch some Chrono, and that shit didn't even look good to watch. It looked like a mobile Souls game whenever people were like in combat. Got invited to watch Idle play for 5 minutes and decided to never touch it. Yeah, if Idle can't make it look fun, it's not fun. I'll keep it a Buckington there. Also, Drewski, have you heard the news? Every playtester gets access to the private test realm starting tomorrow. So, Summoner, not having to level up, because you'll probably be able to level and gear with whatever you want for your gear right through there. There'll be focus tests, and on July 14th, it goes up to 24/7 accessibility until the start of P3. So, maybe a good time to update and hop back in for the testing. Now, just keep in mind, it's visually NDA'd, so we can talk about what we're doing, we can discuss it, but we can't share any visuals from it. So for my POV, I'm going to be playing it, showing a different visual, like, I'm going to show a muted VOD on this PC, like the streaming PC, cut the feed from my gaming PC visually, you'll still get audio from the PTR, and you'll get the yaps real time from the PTR. So, we'll be over on PTR doing a lot of shit, but I'll have to hide my screen for a ton of it. So it'll be a little bit weird to stream, but we'll make it happen. We'll try our best. Pretty cool you got a chance to get the weapon itself where you can make it. That's what'll make me, that's what'll make me enjoy this game then a lot. Oh yeah, they did just announce as well that early on, they're going to basically, within each tier of gear, so like level 0 gear, level 10 gear, level 20 gear, there will be 3 different sub-tiers of gear available. So your lowest tier, which will be like your baseline gear set, that's going to be made with really easily accessible materials, and that's going to be how most players are incentivized to get their first gear set and kind of like those baseline sets as they continue. There will always be an incentivization on crafting and player-to-player acquisition of gear. Why is Weeping Willow in the Junedark? It's not anymore, I'm solving the problem. You ever have just a random hair grow like on your shoulder or something, and you're like, I don't have shoulder hair, what the fuck's going on here? For Biscuit, you actually want to craft it instead of dropping it, so the mats have, oh yeah, absolutely. And in terms of like drops versus crafting for best in slot, like hard best in slot gear, if I go and I can farm up a blue hawk bow from a drop, that's already going to be a low percentage chance. Then, if I wanted to farm up like an epic, the chances of me seeing that as a drop, I could sit there for the entire phase and not see a single epic drop from that mob. So, you can get the recipe, give it to one of your crafters, and then you can farm up high rarity materials. You'll notice I got blue weeping willow from that. So, with that, like, the rarity of the materials that you put into your crafts actually impact what comes out on the crafting side of things. So that's always something cool to keep in mind too. Your crafters are genuinely your most important people the entire way. There is no way around it. There's no way to avoid it. If you don't have an emphasis on getting your crafters set up, you're cooked. Rare Adult 2. Were you here for the cluster that I hit where I got 50 epic willow? Because, like, personally, I need to sell that shit ASAP. I have no money. And I also only need a couple pieces of gear until I can stop farming gear. And that'll make me so very happy. Because then I can just fuck around and run around PvP flagged and tell people to get on and duel. Speaking of which, who wants to come smack? Why do Mo and Krills keep targeting me? Does your positioning suck? That was typically what I went for. If I saw somebody that looked like they had no idea what they were doing positionally, I would pop up underneath them, I'd lick their taint a little bit, just and then I would grab them and start punching them all Chris Brown style. And then someone else come along and we'd hit the doomsday device on them and send them back to respawn. This is essentially the evolution of Mo and Krillington. Keep in mind, I was playing the Spirit Mo and Krill build before people were playing the Spirit Mo and Krill build. Truly an innovator at the 65% win rate. And then I cooked the 65% win rate and then I quit. It's not bad. I mean, depending on what people are building now, Mo and Krill just had a lot of like fuck you levels of initiate. I'm not even gonna lie. If a good Mo and Krill wants to grief you, you just kind of get griefed. I don't think there's really much of a choice there. Krill still like the building and health. Yeah, just like spirit and health. I wouldn't be shocked. Just the big beefy frontline initiate. Yeah, and then when I was playing, there was also like a blink that you could pop, right? Like you could buy and pop a blink or some bullshit. So you would be underneath, and then, yeah, warpstone. Warpstone, yes. So you'd be burrowed, and then you'd warpstone, you'd pop. Yep, it was real fucking good. It was real good. And there are even more like movement items in now that can just completely destroy tempo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I say just accept that it's cooked. Come play Ranger. The world needs more Rangers. They're so useful. Like, unbelievably useful. If we had 100 Rangers, we'd have 100 wins in PvP. Chad, I need 0.5 physical power. We're so close. Got 20 Heroic Willow from the Node War Friday? Wait. How? Someone had it on them? No more Ranger. No, we need more Rangers. We need all of the Rangers. Rangers, mages, we need the bzzz, we need the vines, we need it all. Honestly, we don't even need more supports at this point. We got one cleric, that's enough. They can heal. Who needs more healers when you already have heals? It just doesn't make sense. Why would you need more? That's greedy. You have a healer already, just get more damage. I think that's what we might start doing. We need clerics. We don't need clerics. Rangers, mages only. Fighters, well, there are other communities recruiting. Just putting that out there. 20 clerics in a rate of 20. See, I think an entire team of bards, like a 40-man bard raid, would be absolutely insane. Because you could just each pick a target for your marionette, CC every simultaneous target, and then you could pick one to hit like a 40-person finisher on. Like, all res dump on a same target, like on the same target with 40 bards would be impossible to heal through. You just roll in, you Harry Potter the shit out of someone, and then they die. You might not even need all 40 at that point. Like, you get maybe a 20-20 split on 2 targets, you Harry Potter their shit, Avada Kedavra, and they die. You move on to the next one. All the sustain that you have, it might be scary. It may unironically be viable. I don't really want to know what would happen if that were put together. I don't know 40 bards. I don't think there are 40 people online right now. But we pray. We pray. I ran a caravan with 8 clerics. Was this pre or post, like, rogue mana drain nerf? So for the summoner, if I want to play it once this does release, I'm a normal summoner to like 25 or whatever level it is, just like Necro if I wanted to, for example. Yeah, so if you do exclamation classes, that'll bring up the, like, eventual class grid. Right now, we only have the primaries. So Summoner will be the final primary archetype that comes out. And then you'll have your secondaries that are added after Summoner comes in. So we'll start out with every primary having access to Tank and Cleric secondaries. So in the class list, exclamation classes, you'd be able to find what your first 2 choices would be. And then they'll add in more of the secondary options until every primary can be crossed with every secondary, like all of the archetypes together. So, with that, at level 25, you would in theory be able to take your primary class. So, I'm a tank. So, I will always have my tank ability tree, my tank skill tree, and I will always be like a primary tank. And you can see this in the UI as well. Your secondary, which will go here, is basically a small augment to your total class. So, you'll take these abilities that you get from your primary, and some of them you'll be able to augment with some elements of your second class. So if I were a tank cleric, something like Intimidating Aura, which every second pulses around me and does like magic damage and a little bit of threat gen, that could also put out like a healing pulse in addition to everything else. So it'll take your abilities and kind of make a little bit of a unique play on them, so to say. And will add a little bit of an element of flavor to fighting the same primary archetype with different secondaries handled by different people. Adds a lot of build variance and adds a lot of specialization. When it comes online for the first time, we'll only have Tank and Cleric. Yes. Yeah. We'll start out with Tank and Cleric secondaries available for everyone. And then you will be able to switch freely as they add more in. So they did say for like playtesting, you'll be able to switch freely, respec freely, so everyone can test whatever they want to test. And then long term, you will be able to respec abilities and change your secondaries, but it's not going to be free. Secondaries will probably be pretty tough to change. We don't exactly know what the full process will be, but we've been told it'll be a respec with friction being available. And friction is typically not a good thing. Just ask your mother. I wonder how many clerics you would need for just like an unkillable setup. I figure the sustain boss would probably be the worst part of that. Because eventually you just go no matter how many clerics you... Would you? I'm gonna go for the Summoner or the Archer for my first tune once it's released. Ranger is really fucking strong, I will say. Now, we don't know how strong Summoner will be in PvP, if it'll be more of a support class, if it'll be something capable of like the hard carry role. But Ranger is fucking insane right now. So, Ranger, if you are working in conjunction with another Ranger, you can just delete people off the face of the earth. Now, keep in mind, Ranger already has, because of its Vine Field, which is a circle that you just cast on the ground and it roots enemies caught in it, the best initiate. That is what so many people are relying on for their big initiate, their big jump in the, you know, the start to the fights. And with that, Ranger also has an insane single target burst combo that's predicated by an attack speed breakpoint. So once you have 100% or more attack speed, you can target somebody, you can turn away from them while you're casting your Thundering Shot, or Thunder Arrow, or whatever the fuck that ability is called. You turn away from them, you cast your Thundering Arrow, and it kind of like loops up. You turn to the target, you cast a snipe, and then a headshot directly after the snipe, and all three of those things will hit at the same exact time if you're 100% attack speed. And then from there, that is just insane burst if you're focusing it up with your team, if you're going on a target call, if you are doing it with another ranger. So say we like mark this otter and we're going on green cross in 3, 2, 1. You get the timing up with your combo and send it in with everything that we're sending in, and it just results in targets dying. People sleep on rangers solo because in solo they're very easy to pressure, they're very easy to chase down. But if you can protect a ranger in a group and keep them safe and allow them to cook, allow them to initiate and burst, they are S tier. Personally, I think mage is best in class. Well, my opinion is heavily biased. How does blinking into the enemy backline feel whenever you get CC'd facing the wrong way? Does it make you feel happy? Ranger Summoner, is it for me? Ranger Summoner could be fucking crazy. Because I feel like that's gonna summon like hawks and shit, right? Like little burbs. Fucking awesome. Out of movement, out of CC break, but at least I'm surrounded by all these friends. We have to deal with ammo like Vanilla Hunter from WoW. Nah, no ammo. There is no ammo pouch or anything like that. You just shoot arrows of awesome at the enemies. I was wondering why you were saying to turn away with the thundering shot the other day. That makes sense now. Yeah, think of it as like Bard Discordance, the music notes that float up, but for rangers. And the 100% attack speed basically sets your cast bars properly, so all of the burst correlates at the same time. So, couple small things that we learned from the PvP tourney. Gradewood. The correct term is Franz. If we say it too many times, Fupo's gonna show up and make me eat cookies, and I've already had Panda Express today. I'm feeling quite full. Some would say too full at this point. But there's always room for more. Yo, what up, Captain Caliber? How you doing, man? Looking to play another MMO aside from WoW. Is this a game you'd recommend? And what in the game is the best you've seen compared to other MMOs? What's the worst you've seen? So, I think the important thing if you're coming from an MMO that's currently like in the production environment, which is an MMO that's finished like WoW. WoW's been out for 20 years. Ashes is not out yet. So you would be getting into a playtesting environment, not an MMO environment. Right now, level cap is 25, not level 50. So a lot of people will be like, oh, there's not an endgame loop. That's because we're not in the endgame. And a lot of what we're doing right now is trying to find bugs with systems as they come in and build towards the launch of Ashes, which is when it will give that MMO feel. Right now, it can be very grindy with, if you don't have a community that you enjoy playing with or you're trying to go about it solo, very little direction and very little content that's handed to you on a silver platter. There aren't instance dungeons, there aren't dungeon finders. If you want to find something to do, you find a group to play with by either looking in your community or posting in global chat. There aren't fast travels, so it's a time commitment of where you want to go and what you want to do every single time that you move. It is intended to have a lot of those things that are like social elements. It's a very old-fashioned MMO that is getting back to the roots of, you know, what social MMOs were about, the massive multiplayer aspect. So it all depends on kind of like what you're expecting from the game environment that you hop into. If you're looking to come in and just never lose the progress on your character and play it like it's a truly launched MMO, where your only goal is to grind out your bis and then, you know, complete the raids and then you're done, that's not going to be the current state of Ashes. But if the prospect of having something that is playable, I put in a lot of hours weekly. I usually stream about 8 to 10 hours a day of Ashes daily, and I always find stuff to do, whether that's currently I'm running up through the tropics. I'm gonna go check on a couple spawns here and then see if people want to come out and farm a couple named items, and then hopefully later tonight get into some PvP if I don't find any out here. And I tend to find a lot of content to do because a lot of content is kind of like user generated shit too. So it really all depends on what you're looking for. Ads hit. Chat, someone hit him with the exclamation Prime. No Jake Paul energy drink, but Prime is the greatest value on the market right now. It's expected to be 80-20 Instance, Dungeons Raids, instance. Hey, Captain Caliber with the Prime.
Together.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. 30 days from now. I want that back. So, with the instance content, Steven said in a stream about, I believe it was 2 months ago, dev stream, your instance content is not going to be for progression. Your instance content is going to be for narrative building and story building. You will not get best in slot gear from instance content, and it will not be what you're grinding to try to get your endgame gear. Everything that is best in slot or anything close to best in slot will always be in the open world and will be incentivized crafting. Instance content also is not meant to be spammable. So I don't think that it'll be the instance content that you may be looking for with that. And I don't necessarily think that game will be dead on arrival because there is a lack of instance content. I think modern MMOs feel dead on arrival because of instance content a lot of the time. If you go into an MMO in a town and you want to see a bunch of players and it's your first time logging in and everyone's in instances, that game instantly feels unalive. In Ashes, you're going to have players that are emphasized to be in the open world, outside of instances, actively taking part in the outward economy, the outward world, everything associated with that. If mob competition is done in a friendly, not a friendly manner, but like a fun manner, where people can flag up, people can PvP if they want to, people can compete for the mob tags if they want to, they can go about it how they deem they want to. I don't know what that guy's doing up there, but there's Red Bull in this water. Then I think it'll be very good. But it's the opposite of WoW. Yes, it is extremely opposite of WoW. It's also going to be a very non-linear approach to things. So in the long term, the map will be absolutely massive. For instance, since we've been talking, I've run from about here to here. This is 4 of the 18 areas that we're going to have. Well, yeah, 4 of the 18. I believe it's like right around 18 biomes. This is the 5th, the Anvils. So you've got the Anvils, the Tropics, the Riverlands, the Desert, and the June Dark. You'll have the Crucible here, which is a volcano-y area. And there's going to be a lot of map. Now, crafting is intended to be pretty much all of the game. Crafters are the most incentivized thing to have in a community because they are intentionally making drop rates from mobs very low. They want completed item drops to be a very rare thing that feels great when it does happen. But they don't want that to be the main form of people chasing gear. So they are emphasizing crafting for gear, crafting for the things to make the gear, crafting for the things to make the consumables, crafting to get your baseline food. The only things you can buy from vendor food-wise are rations. So Captain Caliber, thank you for the follow. Everything is incentivized through crafting, even down to mount acquisitions. So animal husbandry is one of the deepest, when it's fully in, will be one of the deepest like lifestyle systems that are in any MMO. It's going to be a constantly evolving ceiling. It's going to be a ton of things that are under player control, and it just continues getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Yo, Paffy, back home. Fuck did you go? Welcome back, dude. I'm also back home. We playing the actual game now? Yes. Yeah. We've fortunately been back for a few days. Now, my sleep schedule has been kind of cooked because the jet lag hit me like after I was home for a couple of days, and now I'm feeling a bit better. But we've been back to actual gaming the past few days. Right now, we're out in an area called the Tropics, and out here, it is a force flag lawless PvP zone whenever you're not in towns, or like right on the town islands. So anytime you're in the water or on these islands that are out here, you're flagged up for PvP. So right now, I'm going around and I'm checking out some of the named mob spawns here to try to get some of the gear that they drop. So I need a couple pieces from out this way. We're going to see if we find any players out here. We're going to see what goes on. So, do a little bit of research, maybe find some PvP, maybe get some other people out here to pop in and farm up some gear as well, and hopefully find my last big piece that I need with my brine breeches. So these are going to be pants that give me more HP, make me a little bit tankier. And other than that, that's like the last major piece of gear that I need. You think 8K to 10K players online will be enough for the 2 continents? I think 8 to 10K, you also have to remember, it's not going to be an even spread of players. So Bosun said we had 8K just in the Riverlands alone at one time. You had 8K, 8,100 concurrent players, and the Riverlands was unplayable. Progression was locked up, and it couldn't support that many people. Now, with that being said, it's also important to remember that there will be hot spots and cold spots throughout the map. It's not like you just take 4K here, 4K here, 4K here, 4K here, 4K here, and just like divide it up evenly in different pockets. There will be areas that are player hubs where there will be more people. There will be areas that are more dead areas. And the functionality of those areas will be unique to each of those areas. And there will be multiple reasons for someone to participate in either one of those area types, but they will vary substantially server to server, like how many players, where the players are distributed, the reasons that they're distributed, those will all change. Now, I do think with dynamic gridding, if that does successfully come in, hopefully that would bring us up past the estimated 10K that we were going to be at. Personally, I think 20K would be very nice for a peak, because with the Riverlands having 8,100, the level of competition that was constantly there did feel quite nice. What is going on here? Like, the level of comp that was everywhere was nice. Sometimes it was too much and the servers most definitely couldn't handle it, but it was fun to have so many people around. Toast, do you want to come out here? I don't need them, I need lungs. Let's do it. I don't know how close you are, but... So, with that being said, I think 4 to 5K would be a good mix of, like, very busy and very populated from each of the 4 starting areas, while also allowing people to disperse and kind of, like, have room to play. Wind and Sea? Okay, pull up. Pull up. DM me if you guys want to come. It looks like they have maybe one group. Maybe slightly more. Let's see. Next level mage. They only have one cleric, and it's that mem person. So low key, I feel like we would be able to drop down on the table once they're all waiting on the spawn and wipe them. I really feel like we would. If the cleric jumps up on the table, we could cook it easy. Chat, does anybody else want to come out? Because it might be time. Might be time already. Sounds like the coolest profession, especially if you like collecting mounts like Pokemon. And selling those mounts. Yes, it's massive. It's massive. Do we know how advanced and difficult the crafting system will be? Let's compare with WoW again. Some legendary quest chains or grinding will take weeks, if not months to complete. How would Ashes compare to that in terms of endgame and Bisgear? Endgame and Bisgear is locked by not only your own progression, but also server progression. So when a town is first controlled by players, it has different tiers to it. Every town starts out as tier 0, has to be leveled by player like activity in the area. Once it hits tier 3, that's when the elections start. And when a town is first made tier 3, it has empty plots. So you have to raise node funds and node resources to be able to build the actual buildings in your towns. And then you have to upgrade those buildings as well. So we still can't craft on this server, even with it being almost 2 months old, level 20 gear yet for most level 20 slots. Some of them are starting to open up, but a lot of them are still like waiting on the actual progression of the server itself and of the towns themselves. So there's more than just like, okay, I'm at, you know, the 300 blacksmithing. I've done all of my chains. I've done this, done that. Like, I'm good to go. I'm just going to be pumping stuff out in Stormwind or whatever, right? You will have to, as a crafter, wait for node progression to hit that point. Wait for your, keep in mind, that's for gatherables as well. You can't chop Weeping Willow until you get apprentice lumberjacking axes, which is T2. You can't chop Braidwood until you get your T3, which is your journeyman. So a lot of that is barring not only your progression, but also the node progression as a whole. Then through there, you as a crafter will also have to complete the content that you want to craft the gear from. And the reason for that is when a loot table is activated, you have a chance to either get the drop itself, the recipe for the drop, or if it comes from a named mob, the special crafting component for that name drop. So like the hawk bow drops from a named mob in the June Dark, you have a chance to get the bow, the recipe, or the crafting component for that. Then you still have to farm up the rest of the crafting mats, have the recipe, get the recipe to a crafter. That crafter has to go to the town that has the right buildings, once those buildings are up, and then you have to craft it. It goes deep. It goes very deep, and everything is about competition. So it's very fun. How were the last couple days of the trip? Last couple days were dope. We went back into the Reykjavik area, and it was a blast. Carla and I ended up going to Skal while we were out there as well. And I don't know if you've ever eaten at Skal, dude, but holy shit. It's so fucking good. I would highly recommend it. If you, like, the next time you go to Reykjavik, just go to Skal and tell me how good it is. Dude, it was fucking awesome. Also, is my bestie Hoofsy here? Hoofsy is always here somewhere. He's probably just, like, working and, like, with his head down. Is this your music, or does the game actually have covers of Pumped Up Kicks? This is my music. Usually when I'm home, we listen to bardcore as the background music. So bardcore is basically like bard period instruments that remix like popular songs, right? And a lot of the time people are like, wait, is this the game sound or nah? And when it hits that they recognize the song, they're like, oh shit. They're not coming out, are they? Toast. If we can catch them up here, they're so cooked. I think we would actually be able to burst the cleric down and then win it. Fuck me. Oh, God. This is gonna be like a fucking 2v8. Yo, Daz, what up, goat? Alzito, hello, welcome back. The Death of Shoal? Yes, Hersky. Yes, Hersky. Sewer, pull up whenever, because this is gonna be a blast today, I think. Will the PTR servers be open 7 days a week, or is it still gonna be closed on certain days? So, PTR access starts July 1st, so tomorrow, for every Alpha 2 key holder. If you can play the game, you get into the PTR. On July 14th, it goes 24/7 until August 4th, when when Phase 3 starts. So I don't really know the accessibility plan for PTR past August 4th, but up until August 4th, in that kind of like 2-ish week period, it'll be 24/7 accessibility on the PTR. Just keep in mind, PTR is visually NDA'd. So if you are planning to play that, don't share any screenshots or anything, or you will get cooked by Intrepid. Where are they going? What the fuck? Do they know? What do you mean? Nah, somebody told them. That's crazy. Somebody had to have told them. There's no way they saw. There's no shot, right? Can they get out that way? Nah, there's no shot. Maybe they're just killing something? Who snitched? Somebody snitched. Snipping and spraying bagworms. Yeah, Hoofsy's neighbor might have cooked him. Apparently, like, those are very bad for plants, and Hoofsy has some plants that he doesn't want them on. So Hoofsy's got to take matters into his own hands. Are they watching stream? Nobody watches my stream. Don't be delusional. Don't be delusional. Will it be endgame/bis without the patch coming next week? Will make your gear worthless, have fun grinding again. Yeah, Ash, this is meant to be a long-term grind. Estimated time to max level is like 300 plus hours. Just throwing that out there. It'll take most players 1 to 25. I'd say at this current point in time, probably like 125, 150 hours. And that's for like most of your new players that are kind of like figuring stuff out still, looking for groups, trying to find that shit. Okay, this is good. I think they might be getting comfortable again. They're always Swanton bombable. Always. We have the entries on them, we just gotta hit it. So, we're up tremendous. If they were on Gravekeeper, they went over to Tavra. Okay, so you think they'll come back over to the table? We'll give them a sec to come back over to the table. Reed, do you guys know if there's region locked? So, right now, for like now until August 4th, there will only be one server. On August 4th, you'll have an NA and an EU server, and then long term, there will be different regional servers, and for servers like Brazil, there will be like a localized currency with the region locked servers. So if you want to pay a localized server price, you can play on a region locked server. Otherwise, you can kind of like play on whatever region you want to. So we have EU players, OCE players, players from pretty much every region that are over on this one server right now. Where the fuck are they? Bruh. I feel like they know. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, you scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit, I was just about to be like, I feel like they know where I am. Oh my fucking god. Alright, they're not on the table. Bruh, where did they go? I'm so confused. They're not through this one anymore. They're not down there. What's going on here? Where the is there a summoner or minion based class? Yes, there will be. So summoner is the last class to be added. So basically like it's primaries that you cross with a secondary. So if you do exclamation classes, I can break it down real quick, but like I play a tank, so you'll see the little shield icon here. There will be 8 primaries. It'll be tank, fighter, rogue, ranger, and then you'll have cleric, bard. They're outside. You'll have cleric, bard, summoner, and mage as your 8 primaries. And then you'll select a secondary to kind of like augment your primary with some new elements of that secondary class. This is weird. None of them saw us up here. This is so strange. Just stay tucked, stay tucked. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know. They know. They most definitely know. Alright, fuck it. Let's go. Toast, it's not looking great out here. They might have got the jump on us. They may have. They most definitely got the jump from somewhere, man. Somebody fucking told them that we were there. That's so tragic. They went from not seeing us at all, bitching out of staying down there, and running outside on the beach waiting for us. Somebody snitched and told them we were there. They didn't see shit and then ran completely out of the cave. That's so tragic. More people will counter stream snipe me than stream snipe me. It's so sad. They use my stream to avoid me instead of fight me. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Yeah, same, it's okay. Now we just call in more people. Alright. Well, Strag, you're being conscripted. Please. We need all 7 of our people that are online between all 3 of our guilds to come through. We need the Zombler, we need the Strag. Boys, if anybody wants to pull up, I think we've got a full group to fight against, so we'll probably need like 2 more people at this point. On van? Okay, word. Finish your van and then pull up if you want to. Because now it's going to be a little tough because something tells me they're going to know exactly when we're coming. It's a little unfortunate. But it's the web we weave. It's the road we take. We need a cleric. Where are my degens at? I wonder if I could conscript Carla right now. I wonder what she's doing. Toast, how many are on in Polar? You guys have fucking 90. Surely you have a couple people on. Be there ASAP. Word. How did this person die? Wait. If they go in the water... Okay. Okay. 4 people I asked. Word. I mean, we've got a pretty good opportunity here. I won't lie. Hold on. Hold on, we're almost in grapple range. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're cooking him now. You're in here with me, baby. Yeet. Oh, I'm so close. Come on. Come on. Oh, we got him. Okay. Okay. I mean, they don't have their cleric now, Toast. Let's start to walk them down, I think. Unless that cleric was, like, outside of their group, but... Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We might be slightly up now. I still like kill? That's fine. Fuck it, as long as they died. If they're dead, they're dead. That's all that matters. What are the benefits of taking a single class in both tables? So, essentially, your primary class determines your active abilities. And then, yo, bystander, Blight. Good day, boys. How my YouTubers doing today? So, like, I'm a tank primary. So, I will always have my tank skill tree. So, then I will have a secondary. Mine will eventually be rogue. But say, hypothetically, I go cleric to keep it simple. I will have my tank tree, but I'll have abilities that I can augment with elements of my second class option, like my secondary option. So if I were a tank primary, I'd have these abilities, but a cleric secondary would allow me to change some of those abilities up a little bit and maybe have like healing elements. So intimidating aura here, yo Bradley, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Intimidating aura here is an 8-second uptime. It pulses once every second and does AoE damage and then has a chance to stagger nearby enemies. So basically with that, I would essentially have, you know, we don't know what the augments will be, but just canonically, I may have the option to augment that and make it also have a healing aura that goes out once a second and heals nearby targets or myself. So it'll be a way to kind of like customize what your class as a whole specializes in or does a little bit more than just having the primary option, right? So right now a tank is a tank. Long term, a tank will be much different than a tank rogue or a tank fighter, which will be like, you know, more of the melee bursty DPS-y type tanks. So I hope that helped and didn't sound too complicated. But is the game worth 100 right now? Do you have a community or guild to join if I do? The 100 gets you access until the full launch of the title, and it comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you're not happy with it. New servers go up on August 4th, and at that point, everyone will be re-rolling for those new servers. So I would say if you are getting into it now, get into it with the idea that you're not going to have like long-term progression right now because it is playtesting. It's not a full like polished, published MMO by any means. It is, oh god. Toast. It's that burst. The melee burst was a little melee bursty. I'm confident that we'll be fine once we get them a little pulled out. Not my fault? No, you're good, you're good. We ball. We're also like 2v fucking 8. So I definitely think there's only so much that we can reasonably do to control that one. But that's okay. We'll just go back out there with half of their people. Yeah, I mean, they have 6 in the water right now. And there's also a rogue or 2. So we're 2v7 minimum. So we're taking some daring initiates right now, but we'll keep doing it. Oh, we got generic coming in as well. Okay, that's huge. Now we have the roots. We'll be up tremendous. We just need to kind of like bait them to follow us off the shore a little bit. And then we can burst them one by one. Because I don't think that they have any sustain left. I think that cleric was healing them. If you win the 3v7, I'll get 5. We do have 4 coming out total, but we'll do what we can. It just depends if they have a cleric. Like, clerics are such a difference maker in these. If it's all DPS, we can try to stagger it a little bit. And, like, I won a 1v3 that I pulled up on yesterday on an island twice. Like, one time they were fighting the mobs, the second time they came back, and I killed all 3 of them again. So it's like, it's possible you just have to, like, stagger the kills properly and not get Omega Bursted. It's all just a matter of positioning in these. And Toast is our big damage, so I gotta protect him a little more. And we got kind of like caught with our pants down a little bit on that last push in. So we got Kiefer coming over as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're up tremendous, boys. We got all the Rangers. all of the Rangers. You do truly love to see it. I almost feel like I should rush of, not rush of courage, but protect instead of rush of courage, and then instead of Aegis. But I want to get used to Aegis instead of protect for more group play. But I feel like protect is just so ungodly good. Such high value. The thing with protect is you need to drop something off of this tree, and that's not exactly something that I want to do. And the close range on protect is a little less than ideal. Alright. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Bradley, but on the second part of your question as well. Yes, I do have a community and guild to join. So we, earlier this phase, had 3 guilds all going. We have an emphasis on PvP and hopefully someday high-end gameplay in our first, our like higher-end guilds. And then we also have our leveling casual side of the community. So you can do exclamation guild to get the guild Discord. If you haven't made your account yet, you can do exclamation ashes as well to support the stream. But we're more than happy to take in any players. We have a lot of people that are degenning even during like the population downtime of Ashes before phase 3 when a lot of people are taking their breaks. We also, like every other community, have many people that are on breaks that are still waiting to figure it out and not burn out. So it all depends on kind of like what your goals are, but we support every type of player here, and the best type of player for us is someone that wants to learn every aspect of the game because there genuinely is so much to learn. Haffy, thank you for the hydrate. I choose half and half in your honor. Not cream, by the way. Like a tea lemonade. Like the old Arnold Palmer's. Doing it, you convince me? Just remember, if you hate it, you can't sue. And you get a 90-day period where you get all your money back. So, I enjoy my time a lot. And a lot of the reason why I'm happy, like, getting others into it, even though it is, an alpha, I tell them that, is that you do get that refund period. Even if it's your first alpha, your first MMO, whatever, you don't know that you're going to like it. You just check it out, and if you don't like it, your money's back. If you do like it, you're here. All right, what do we have? It looked like they were down there, yeah? We can probably get over here to the good drop. Saw them below? Okay. We should be able to go up here. And then we're over on the other side. Where the fuck? Okay, they're down here. Mem is the cleric. So, if we get this drop, we could get right on their head very, very, very quickly. We just gotta go down and we gotta burst the shit out of that. Once we get toast over here, we can go. Let's see. They're on Malross. Where's Mem right now? Mem's underneath. I'm gonna pull Mem into the middle of the table. Alright. Toast, you good? We're going on Mem first. We're just gonna try to delete the fuck out of that. Where is Mem? I don't know where the fuck they rotated to, dog. Okay, I see him. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Mem's super weak. I can tank a lot of their damage. Why do they have so many out here? Brother. They have so many! Fuck me. Alright. It's gonna be tough to drop on a full fucking group. God fucking damn it, boys. We're not stopping. We're not stopping. We still don't have any supports or a cleric in our group. My fucking god. We just need a cleric. Chat, where are my clerics? Where are my healers? Surely there's one in existence somewhere in the world. So we can even this up just a little bit. Fuck. Mem LOS me? Yeah. Yeah. Mem dropped down directly after I got the grab on them and hit the meanest LOS. We would have had the pop as well. Super unfortunate. Maybe maybe we just burst their damage next time if we can't get a clean on Mem. We can go into Cat's Public too. Let's go into Cat's Pub. Cause without a cleric, this may actually be near impossible. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Dude, I even hit a mean wall on Mem too. Fuck, it was close. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec. Meet up on me. Pull up. Okay. Is it obvious we need fighters there? Nobody needs fighters anywhere, but speaking of fighters, invite Busty.
Hey.
Good
Yeah,
day.
that song.
God, I almost got copyright strikes.
I got his stream on at the same time.
Oh, I don't have a stream.
I've
up right
arrived. It's okay, I'm
now.
here.
Open it.
Wait, not having my stream up? What the fuck is wrong with you? How dare you? Alright, we got 5 now at least. So I'm liking it. Oh my god, we got Stride coming out too. Well,
What's the name of this song?
if every single one of my
Aha,
groups looked like this,
yo.
we'd have enough Rangers. But we're so close.
I'm not seeing them over here now.
Weird. Maybe they rotated elsewhere. I'm coming in from the northeast side. They might be
I
like
just
out
went
on
around
the
the
beach.
entire
Interesting.
island.
We'll give it a look. They might have gone up to
Hopefully I
like
just,
brine breaches or
looked
something.
in the
too.
wrong hole when they rotated or something.
We've all done that before.
I mean, Brine and back would be too long, and they wouldn't make it back in time.
Right. Well, they haven't left the entire time we've been here, but
Right.
the first time that we were gonna drop down on them, they may or may not have also, as soon as we were getting ready to drop, moved to a part of the cave that was much harder to drop on, and then won out to the shore, and then ran around the shore exactly to where Toast and I were at. So we may not have the element of surprise on our hand.
Oh, they found me.
Where?
They're inside. Or they're outside.
What a
Outside which
shocker.
direction?
Straight middle.
Okay. I think we have people coming in from north. Go to the north shore if you can.
North Shore.
I dropped inside to get away from them.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see
we
you,
can
Zom.
meet on North Shore.
Entrance
Okay.
goes out northwest.
Okay, we're on northeast side right now. Strug's coming in.
On the beach.
I'm coming out southeast side.
Are they
moving
following?
northeast. No.
Okay. And then we still don't
up top.
have. Yeah, we should
right
meet up top.
Right up top. Dusty right in front of me.
Yeah, I see
West,
that.
West. On top of the rock.
Mem is their one cleric. Other than that, it's just a bunch of DPS.
They're coming. They're
Yep.
coming. They're coming. They're coming this way.
So if a
Coming this way.
DPS pushes too far forward, we're
I'm
fine.
coming. Let's shoot your range. Back up to the beach.
We should be able to bait them a bit up here. I'll see if I can get them to jump.
Just come down the beach. Don't. You're too far up a little bit. We're way back.
Yep. I can get down. They might have a rogue following. They're already pushed up a little bit. One vine's down.
Yep.
Two vines down.
Get out of it. Use your range. Use your range. Look at boom on the right. Boom on the right. Boom on the right.
I'm gonna pull this mage next level. I got him pulled.
Rogue on the left side. Rogue on the left side. Rogue on the left side. Rogue behind us. Rogue behind us. Rogue behind us. Rogue
From
behind
behind.
us.
I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get their back line a little bit. We gotta get to the cleric. We don't have any heals out here.
We don't have anybody here.
Yeah. The miss is so sad there, man. Like, when we had two people out here, we had their cleric at one hit, and I think just nuking the cleric is the safest bet. Because they don't really do much damage or anything. It's
We're
just,
also split up as well.
we have no sustain on us. Yeah, we're very split up, but if we just pick target, kill target, they should die. Also, was that their tank wall? On the mage pulling? I would assume then, yes. If not yours. You do recognize Generic's voice? Yeah, that's Generic. Yeah, he's trying to lobby for mounts for Nelly. If you get a bard, I'll come on my cleric. Can I be guilty getting farmed on stream? Listen. Being farmed by the situation, not by the players. That's why comps are important in 8v8. That's why an emphasis is placed on having somebody in your group that can heal a little bit.
Relog real quick.
You die a lot faster without healers in the group. And we don't have a single support. So we're doing what we can. But the pure brute force will work if we go in together. The regroup is happening here, and we finally have the group in place.
Yeah.
I think the
I'm
best
fine
we've
over
taken
here
so
for
far
now.
was...
Just
I think
fine.
that one was, what, 5?
Secret
So
fun.
5v8 without a healer on our
Phone's stuck in
side?
my head all day.
So we'll get it.
Just
We'll
watch
get
the
it.
backline.
We're up tremendous.
Their rogue goes backline every time. Just use range to fucking kite him out.
I don't know if we have a bard on. Where's Wood and Hoofs?
Yeah, if they're,
Hoofs is fighting back for his yard.
I'm just looking if they come out.
Spence. Who's Spence? Is Spence one of them?
No, he's delirium.
Oh, he's just chilling.
You can invite him.
I mean, honestly,
He's a cleric.
yo, come heal us real quick. Fight.
Like, yeah.
Huge. We got a cleric. South of you. If he comes this way, we're good. Oh, we got cover logging in as well? Oh, we're up tremendous. Conch Shell Island. He's running the wrong way. Alright, we got another on the way, though.
He probably has the depot.
Oh, fair.
He's coming all this way. He's probably got a depot shit. Yeah. 'Cause
That's
he was
fair.
just in the desert with me, so.
Got her up. Yep, you knew it. You're a smart man. Cover's coming out, too. So, now we may have too many numbers. I heard there's blood. There is blood, but I don't need another fucking tank. I need a cleric. We just invited Spence, who was swimming by, a level 19 cleric. Just yoinked him up and we were like, turn and fight, brother.
Oh, he is line 19. Interesting.
If we pull up with too many, we're gonna get allegations. And we must avoid the allegations. This is just a situation of us not having a fucking support in the group until now. But now the turntables. Hank, how you doing, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful night.
Oh, there they are. Strike right in front of us to the left. They got a rogue coming this way. Careful.
Yeah.
I mean, if they watch.
Something tells me they know where we are. They have me targeted.
Moon on their cleric.
The Rangers are coming up as well.
Yeah, they have me targeted right now, but we're chilling.
Where's the rest of us?
Spence is on the way. So worst case, we can drag them over to the,
You can just use your longbows. Just use range.
Yeah.
Get them low. There's a rogue on the right side. Two invis on the right side.
One of them's Ranger.
Two invis coming towards strike. Two invis coming towards strike.
Yeah, they're dropping on the right side right now. We should back.
They're gonna go back.
Vine's down.
Wait for their backline push. Wait for the backline push and turn on their backline.
Green cross on one of the Rangers.
Okay.
It's
This
fine.
one.
Strike, I got protect on you.
Vines.
Alright, so they all went on you and I may or may not have walled you off in the process. It's fine though.
Oh, that
Let's
was
go on
your
next
wall.
level, go on the mage.
Level silenced.
Yeah, I went to go back for you. And I thought that you were gonna get back just a little bit faster. I'm with you. Pulling that and then
Boom on right side. Boom on right side.
tripping.
Boom on right side. One.
Nice.
Dead.
Get on Mem.
Mem.
I'm gonna stick this.
Pulling him in.
Weak.
Dead. CC.
Stun dead.
Mem's dead. CC as well.
Circa.
Generic, I can protect on you.
Circa. Tomahawk on Circa.
Nike's weak. One Nike with you. Pulling Nike out of the smoke. Green cross, Nike, Rogue, weak.
Yep. Down. Use your longbows. They're just targeting Toasty.
Yep, just stay on him. I got a trip on Rogue. Rogue is weak. Rogue very weak. Rogue 1. Rogue tripped again. Stun, dead.
Circa.
Circa, King Circa with you. I got protect on Spence.
Circa down.
Dead.
Look at Merc on the left. You
Merc,
goes
I'm on Merc.
only 23. You goes only 23. Helmet.
Okay, on it. Just make sure we're pulling him out of his smoke if he gets into it. He's tripped. I got big burst. One hit. Dead, nice. We got Merc next.
Mo.
Okay. Protect on you.
Yep. I'm out of CC. That's all you. Get Mo then it's the one.
Yeah, we're fine.
Mem's almost back.
Then almost back hurt.
Never lost a tank
Already
1v.
back.
You're out of room. Or your room.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, we'll bring them down now.
He
Silent.
needs to run. GG, boys, good fight. Wee.
Keep return right. Mem's about to hit land.
Yellow. The special guest referee. What in the Sam hell is this?
Something.
I gotta protect on you. Mem's back. Mem's dead.
Mem's dead.
Look at yellow.
Yellow just full diving me. What a stand.
Don't marionette me, butthole. Don't mez me! Why do you have so much CC? God fucking damn you, yellow! When I'm out of the CC in a million years, I'll get you. Hold on, I'll be with you in a second.
Well, we lost our healer, so don't chase.
Yellow!
Back.
Why are bards so fast?
They're coming in behind. I got.
Okay, we got cover coming in as well.
Mem is just leaving Ember Spring now.
Fucking
The
yellow.
Rangers on me right now.
Yellow with the special guest referee of the year. Let me get my food off, you fucking rat. I know you hear me.
You just start hitting this guy from fucking.
He's not
Came out of
taking that
nowhere with the
siege
steel
well.
chair.
I'm pulling a guy to you guys.
Word.
Oh, I guess he decided to fuck off.
Alright, where's cover at?
Come towards the shore on me, on zombie. Very northwest, northeast. Invite Sib as well. Sib, CYB.
Gotta have him DM me. Oh wait, is it just Sib?
I got Sib, CYB.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got all three of them on me.
Whoops.
Over
I can type.
Coming zombie.
here.
Vertical keyboard is awesome for typing. I love it.
Yeah, I need.
All right, no cleric this time, but we have a bard.
I'm gonna root them.
Road for minutes. I'm not with you guys yet. Oh shit.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, they wasted a root.
I'm coming up. You guys on northeast side, right? Okay, I see you.
Yeah, northeast.
Yeah.
On the shore. Watch the shore.
I'm on far left. I can probably get a push on one of them.
Tank has tank's half mana. Tank's half mana. Push tank. Tank's half mana.
A cover.
They're going for the kill. Looks like.
Okay.
They want to drop down. For the kill, maybe.
And then we have Lusty, you're going in one by yourself. Cool. We're gonna go now. I see a tank outside.
Yep, we're chasing tank still. Stay on him if you can. He's half mana.
Bruh, I love grapple.
There you go. Stay together.
Ability that works 100% of the time, every time.
Invisible wall. Okay.
That's fine. We love the walls here.
Keep chasing. I'm about to mount up and chase. Fuck.
Go for it. Rogue's up here to the right. I might be able to. That's the rogue is sprinting to the right. Oh wait, that's a ranger. That's a ranger. Yeah, just kill this, bruh. My tab just didn't want to go to him.
Silence.
Ayo.
Dead.
Did he just get like yossed into the air on your guys' screen as well?
Yeah.
Brother went over my my shield assault.
I get tripped
Jesus
in the reflect.
Christ.
KO left side.
Where are the rest of them? Down?
Right on strike.
Yeah, I
on strike
see.
left.
Hey,
Going down the beach.
tank on me, tank on me. Yep.
Got one
He
more.
is fucking dipping.
Fuck
Get
him.
mounts and chase.
Yeah, I'm trying not. My mount is.
And if he summons, just kill his mount.
I need a little.
I don't think
bit.
he's gonna summon. We're fine.
He's going out.
Roots don't work.
We're
here.
good. I got him.
Nope.
Going back to short.
Fortnite. The entirely necessary double grapple, double wall. He's not allowed to enjoy the
frozen
rest of his
too.
day. All right, we're good.
Double grapple, double walled, and froze.
It's command Asnap. What? Exclamation AI.
Stay together so people don't get jumped. Just head back towards.
I'm getting in there real quick.
Will they continue to come out?
I mean, surely. I think they were just trying to regroup. I think that's what they were trying to do, but we kept.
I feel great now that we have supports in the group. It's a wonderful day when the sides are even.
Boss. I'm checking boss.
Yeah. Outside is clear. We're chilling at the moment.
Boss.
Inside looks clear.
I'm checking in the swing side.
All right, I'm a yap. Yell if you see him. Happy, did that cook the answer for you? Did that satisfy the needs? That's Keith. Okay. We're good there. Those are our guys. They'd probably be regrouping at the harbor if I had to guess, yeah? I feel like that's likely. Which way was the tank running? Wait, are you using my AI chatbot to cheat on your homework? Happy, I don't condone that. I think that's technically evil. But I mean, I guess that's not a me thing. That's an AI thing. I guess the AI's got to feel guilty about that. I guess you should ask the AI how it feels about you cheating on your homework using AI. That might be the deciding factor. I guess kind of like I'm using it to calculate a Belatro build. I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Although, Ashes is gonna have a lot of theory crafting in builds. Also commit terrorism. The best commitment.
Got yellow, northwest.
It's the worst commitment. Yellow, okay.
Beach.
Well, that's just a solo special guest referee. I think
On the way. That was south.
that's just It's just one.
Yeah, he's more west.
As far as I know. Yellow axe alone.
Bard,
Also, Happy, you're gonna get like a Twitch cares message or something. Yo, Drewski, this is the closest thing to DJ Khaled jet ski that we have. I won't even lie. The Scorps are currently bugged as well, so they go the same speed like in water as they do on land, so they're super fucking zoomy. Like this is it. This is the DJ Khaled jet ski equivalent. If it got dark right now and then I was just surrounded by people like I was on a black couch, I'd be cooked. I can't believe he was like fucking crying out on the jet ski, bro. That genuinely was one of the happiest moments of my life when that entire video dropped. Zooming. This is the best time to be alive. It's also a known bug, so I don't feel bad using it because it's gonna get fixed at some point. It's not like I'm exploiting it, I'm just enjoying it. I don't have any other mounts. I was just about to ask if the Scorps are still waterbugged. Yes. Yes. They recently attended swimming lessons. Some shoal skippers dropped out of the class, and a couple of the Scorp mamas were able to get their broodlings into the advanced class, and as a result, they are fucking zooming now. What about the black casting couch? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Kind of like when the Verdants were bugged. The Verdants were the like actual single largest meta to hit since the fucking iPhone. DeBunny exists. DeBunny exists. It's just the Scorp is so much zoomier than the bunny. It's just it's a huge difference.
Gravekeeper's up. Boss.
Word. Since I have my lungs, it's gonna guarantee a drop.
Oh, they're one inside cave. Right with you, zombie.
Looking for a bear trap.
Which one is it?
That's their tank, half dead already.
Okay, is it just one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, I'm out on top still. I'm gonna see if they're like lurking around out here.
They're dead.
Yeah, we got 4 giants on us.
Put just two.
Zombie's a giant, he'll handle it. He's like 5'8" at least. I thought I was gonna fucking body pull more there.
Here, so.
I don't think they're out here at all. To subscribe to Mr. Dusty, go to his Twitch channel, click the subscribe button, and choose a subscription length: 1 month, 3 month, or 6 months. Select your payment method and complete the process. Enjoy the content. Nightbot, you are so real for that. That wasn't even like paid promo. Do you want +1? Yeah, fuck it. Do you need drops from out here? Because we can just turn this into like a rotation. I feel like that's the best thing to happen from it. I mean, I still need brine breeches, but is it breeches or is it breeches? I don't really know, but breeches sounds fancier. So I'm gonna say it like that, but I'm pretty sure it might be breeches. Just like kind of the normal pronunciation. We'll figure it out at some point. Haffy, you should also ask what happens when a streamer doesn't have to apply for real jobs, because the community keeps asking AI how more people can use their Twitch Primes every 30 days to not even have to select a length, but to sub completely for free to the channel. They don't even have to pay. They don't even have to select a time. If you have Amazon Prime, or you know somebody that does, you link up your Twitch with their Amazon account or your Amazon account. You get a free Prime every single month. And those Primes keep me from begging for money on the street and allow me to beg for money on the internet. Hi, Yellow. Who out here with the yellow? Is that just yellow? Oh. Wait. Delirious. Who dis? Yellow has replicated. There's now yellow, and then there's Delirious R. I believe it's a ranger and a bard out here now from Aura.
Okay. We can go up in front then. We don't have to fight this.
I think it's just the two.
Jump at this
I'm currently on northwest side, out the north, like right out that entrance, and then they're on the north side. I didn't see the other group though.
Well,
So I'm gonna make sure
Just, mount
there
up,
aren't
mount up
more.
Here. Mount up here. Oh fuck, rip.
Dusty, you're getting banned. I will never get banned. I'm so family friendly. We're up tremendous. Why can't I filter who doesn't have a subscription? Well, sometimes you have to use primitive methods. But chat, who doesn't have a sub in the channel right now? We have had a few new people coming in that have said they got nuked by ads when they were trying to ask questions. And I do feel bad for those lads. It's just, it's tough for them out here. So we did remind one person of their primer, and Captain Caliber came through with that clutch primer and then the follow after the primer. Chat, this kind of looks like a peen. Bones. Anyways. Affy, why would I ever get banned? This is a family-friendly stream. I don't even say fuck. Like, it's basically a Nick A30 stream, but actually palatable to the masses. I'm kidding. I love Nick A30. I think he would beat me up in a boxing match. So I have to be careful. What happens when a streamer tricks his AI to do free advertising for him? Oh yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. I'm not tricking the AI. The AI knows. I accidentally used my primer on a hot tub stream. I don't think that's an accident. I think that's an investment. Have you taken them on a date yet? Oh, fuck. Well, RIP the bunny. Unfortunate for it, not me. Be careful of full PSU. Listen, man. Listen. I'll put a lot of motherfuckers in a box here. Drewski, someone was saying in chat the other day, why don't you go back and play Fortnite for a little bit, like as a fun thing? And I'm like, Fortnite is not fun for me anymore. The last time I played Fortnite, you know what happened. Drewski was there. We were running zone wars and box fights. And like, my arm felt like it was gonna fall off because I'm a low sense player. And I was starting low ground in the boxies. So like, in the zone wars. And I was taking like the build up in the contest. And Drewski was starting height so he could contest height. And I was cranking so hard that by the end of the zonies, my arm literally felt like I had just rubbed out 6 rounds. And then we did some box fights. And I may or may not have accidentally full boxed Drewski, my own teammate, at the start of one of the box fight rounds. I think he still has the clip somewhere. We won that fight. But I may or may not have, like, actually just full boxed my own teammate. In some sporadic placement of everything. Wait. Hoofsy, how do you know of the same hot tub stream? What in Sam hell is going on here? What is happening? Is there a hot tub stream that I've missed out on? Oh shit, the B-hops. Oh my god. There's a hot tub stream right here. Holy shit. Is that what the sub goal must be to be worthwhile? Because I think I can fit a small pool in here. Clip is so goated. Fortnite, unfortunately, gave us some very good and some simultaneously very fucking terrible clips. Some clips that were the highest of the highs, and some clips that were like, why are you playing the game that you're playing right now? And honestly, you get a lot of that in a lot of scenarios. I hit some walls in Ashes where it's like, oh my god, I just walled off 15 people and we got 15 kills because of it. And then I'm like, oh my god, I walled off 15 people and 15 people in my group died from it. So there's a little bit of a balance to all things, I will say. What are the repercussions of a streamer coming to a country, kidnapping a 16-year-old, hiding him in the basement, and forcing him to give subs? In all fairness, you showed us the basement and the gun cabinet. I feel like at that point, I feel like that's your fault. Also, I'll have you know, my butt cheeks touch your toilet seat. There's nothing you can do about it. Although, you could also potentially sell that toilet seat to somebody in my chat for way more than you think you'd be able to. I don't know why, but I feel like somebody would give you some moolah for it. I don't want to call anybody out because I don't want to go down that route, but... Excuse me. Pardon me. Okay, his basement was comfy, in all fairness. I slept on the kitchen floor. I didn't get one of the good spots. It was rough for me out there. Yo, shop. You've only seen the Riverlands? Oh, dude. Welcome to the tropics. So the tropics and the open ocean, like all of these islands and the open ocean all around the map. Anytime you're in the water, anytime you're in an island in the water, it's like an unincorporated area. You'll notice we're all flagged up for PvP. These are lawless zones. So, basically, all of this water is navigatable. Now, it doesn't have the full, like, water dressing yet with, like, life in the water and stuff like that, but that's coming. There will even be open water raid bosses. So, Odaboa? Something like Adobe? The boss's name is like Udabua or something. I'm not having a stroke. I'm trying to remember the boss's proper name. I promise, if you've never played Ashes, I'm okay. Like, I'm pretty sure the boss's name is like Udabua or something like that. Either way, their lair, according to Codex, is right out here. And it's going to be a kraken that swims around in the open ocean, and that'll be a world boss. So, there's going to be a lot that's happening past just ships, past caravans, and past players swimming in the water to navigate it. Keep in mind, there are aquatic mounts, there are boats that you make through wood and gold. Boats are going to develop and have more types of boats, more sizes, more speeds, more armament attachments associated with them as well. So, boats will be a system in and of themselves. The water is meant to be like a completely functional area of playability. All the way down through, if you look at your paper doll, let me just press every other bind. You can go to the artisanship tab, and then that'll show you that you have actually multiple trade skill tools for each trade skill. So these are your logging tools. You get your axe, your saw, and then your tap. For fishing, you have your fishing pole, your net, and then your harpoon. So those will be more of like a sport fishing type. So there's going to be so much that... Oh. What's going on out here? Tim, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Yellow, but that's, Oh my god. Hey, hi Rick. Nice to see you. Good day, sir. Sorry, I was kind of caught off guard at the start. I saw a couple aura, and then I saw the rest. Alrighty. Sounds fun. We caught Yellow with a pretty mean tank off the top ropes. Wasn't the worst by any means. What percentage of the time do you think you'll play PTR versus Perm Alpha server? It's a good question. PTR won't be full 24/7 accessibility until the 14th of July. So, like, I do still have a little bit of time before PTR is, like, the main thing and pretty much the only thing, right? But I do think that when PTR is up, I will most definitely be focused on the PTR. I think there will be more players, more options to test in a non, like, punished manner, right? You can basically just, unless they end up changing it, get your character all set up, get your gear that you want, and then just be set to test things, try different builds, go to different places, check shit out. So I definitely think that I'll be pretty heavily over on PTR side. My plan is to still stream everything. Well, not everything, because not the visuals. Don't have a heart attack if you work for Intrepid. Sorry. I'll be showing a muted VOD from my stream PC, and then my game PC, like, video won't be fed through, so there will be no chance that it leaks out. But you'll still get the audio from PTR, and then I'll be able to yap about PTR as well. So that's the plan when PTR does go live, and like PTR testing tomorrow, since we have access to it now, I'll be doing the PTR tests tomorrow, seeing what's up over there. Like, now that Ashes for me is accessible each day, each week, like, I'm set. I don't really have anything else on the schedule other than Ashes. So I'm just happy for the opportunity to get over there and see the things that are in development and, you know, kind of provide the limited feedback that I can. And hopefully we find some things that could improve systems before they even hit over here. I've been wondering what percentage of new players will choose PTR over production. And I'm hoping that new players that get into it very clearly understand that they can play on the private test realm as well. Like if there's an update to the key acquisition process or something like that, it's like something along the lines of some wording, you know, congratulations on your access. Remember, if you want to see things before they're finished or before they're deployed on live or something like that, join us on the private test realm, and then like a fucking clickable hyperlink where it takes you to the NDA part where it's like, don't show any visuals from this, blah, blah, blah. Here's how you like play the PTR. I think making sure that new players that are coming in know that that's a thing outside of word of mouth and where the majority of players will probably be, will be huge for like people not coming in and being like, oh shit, this server's dead, refund. Because we do want more players to still get access to all the testing, all the information that goes out. It's just going to be in a little bit more of an unclear area, so to say. I keep thinking the Gremjaws are other players. They look very like human movement-y for a little bit. Basically just killed goblins and fish. My fishing is like 15. Yo, AFK fishing commitment goes crazy. There's a pop-up that you have to accept for the PTR saying that you understand the rules for it. Right, and that's like once you switch to the PTR environment, right? I was more so thinking the process of like letting new players know, hey, this PTR testing is accessible to you as well, and then kind of like directing them there so they're like, oh, I wonder where everyone's at, and then they know that they should check the private test realm or the live realm, like the production realm, just so they're able to kind of like, hey yo, Haffy, brother, thank you for the 5, boys. One time for the one time. I need you guys to click on your emotes and select Dusty W Booty, the single greatest emote on all of Twitch. And I need you guys to spam that shit in chat one time for the one time. We haven't done it in a while, and I'm gonna make you do it now. If enough of you do it together, you guys can summon in a 6.9 Faptitude Girthquake on the Dichter scale. That Girthquake can trigger an off-coast Punami that will wash across the shore and wipe out all life everywhere nearby. It smothers it, it bounces it up and down. Boys, whether you've been subbed, whether you're a new sub that just got one of the 5 gifties going out from Haffy himself, spam that shit one time for the one time. Work together a little bit and make it happen for me. You gotta get it out of the camera. I'm just being surrounded by this shit. I'm being drowned in my own booties, chat. We need more. We need more people. We need more booty. Oh my god, it's happening. Oh my fucking god, it's gushing. Oh my god, it's everywhere. Jesus Christ, chat. I hope that was as good for you as it was for me. Holy shit, I'm actually sweating. Oh, another one. Oh god. Oh my fuck. Jesus Christ. Guys, you're wiping out generations right now. Bloodlines ending by your very thumbs, your very index fingers, whatever the fuck you're typing with. I don't want to make any assumptions. Some of you guys might be just humping your phone at this point. I don't really know. Boys, I appreciate you. Haffy, thank you for the 5, brother. We got a whole lot of booty up in this bitch off the 5 gifties. Much love. Chat, thank you. Thank you. It's good to know we still have it. It's a little rusty, but we still got it in us. And we can get it out of you too, if we need to. There's always a way. All right, what's the play? Does everybody need lungs? Because I know I have mine, but I don't mind hanging around and farming. We could also take a group up to Brine Breaches if this has been locked down, and we could check over there for people. Because I know a lot of people need brine still too. Skrrr. I need lungs. Yeah, I know a lot of people are gonna need lungs. So I'm perfectly okay with hanging out and just staying here. Because we've had a good amount of PvP here already. And if more people keep coming out, then that just means it's even better. Dude, it's so hot today. It's 86 in the stream room. It's down to 85. Hoof, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, water's so fucking good. Like, why do I not just have
self-heals.
Please help me! I don't need them. I don't need them. Why don't I just have like a full IV drip at all times? Who's this? Oh, that's zombie. Word. Word. All right, I think this island's pretty locked down. What else drops here? It's just lungs, right? I don't think there's much else. We could almost, we could like swim around a little bit and see where people are at. I might go on like a covert mission. PTR access is free or need to play? Need to pay. If you are a wave 2, or sorry, a phase 2 key holder, not even phase 2, I'm so sorry, an alpha 2 key holder. Like if you can play the game, you have PTR access. It's included with your access bundle that you get. There are so many fucking terminologies for all the different phases and fucking alphas and betas and charlies and sigmas. Awoo. But yes, if you have access and you can log in and you can play, then you get the PTR access in with that. They expanded it to all of the like key holders that can play the game. So anytime that the game is down, I believe in between now and July 14th, we'll have PTR access up at bare minimum. And then in between July 14th and August 4th, they'll have 24/7 PTR accessibility. And then August 4th, phase 3 servers start. You also keep PTR access going forward. It will not be taken away at the end of the month. Yes. So you get permanent PTR access now included with that. So I got my pack in January 2024, for instance. I didn't have PTR access until this announcement went out. Every person that gets a pack now has the same PTR access that I didn't have for the last like year and a half. So you're up tremendous. It'll sell out drown protection. Yeah, I can only breathe for so long. PTRs until launch. Yeah, and they said something along the lines of like this production environment will eventually merge into the PTR. I believe that's for betas, right? Yeah, of course, Lulu. Let me know if you have any other questions. I played too much Ashes. So either myself or someone in the community can always answer it. We got the Twitch chat over on the other side too. So we got a lot of people that are very passionate about the game and love it. So just let us know if you have any questions. No extradition in Iceland. I know some things. We got some dirt. We got some dirt. I know the stash spot hoofs. I'm just saying. Halfy's not immune out there. He can't drown me. Because as soon as I get close, as soon as I start seeing stars, I'm like, hey, yo. Smell the front right burner of your stove. And they're like, fuck? The fuck is going on here? Spam that shit. How would they get him off of Iceland? I don't think they would. What are they gonna do? Send a whole ass boat out? No. No, I'm not that important. Like, maybe for Kai Cenat, but like, not me. Either beta or full game, the alpha duel will be PTR even when the game is done. Yeah, so even when the game is launched, PTR is not gonna close down on launch, or is it? I'm assuming they would still have some form of like forward external testing post-launch, right? Although maybe make it like a select PTR again. That's gonna be intriguing long term. I wonder what their plans are with that. Whether there will be like a group of people that get like access to future content, so to say. Or if it's just like a vertical splice basically, where they focus test exclusively there and then don't drop like new content as a whole. This motherfucker lit a joint on my gas stove. Yeah, because you brought me a fucking lighter that didn't work. In all fairness, you turn the fume hood off directly after I started to walk out, like the fan above the stove. You turn that off and you go, I want to smell like weed. And I'm like, brother, did you turn the fan off? Yep. Fucking Iceland. What a majestic place. What a majestic place, man. Absolutely beautiful area. PTR will be a thing after launch for anyone who is in A2 for future testing with the game being launched so that patches hopefully don't add new bugs. Fair. What's going on over here? Oh god, poor Kristen. Are there more over here? Oh, there are. Wait, hold on. I'm back.
There's just 3 hunter there.
But Ranger just got the most unfortunate tomahawk of their life. Rat bastard.
Nice.
Okay, that one didn't go well for them.
Yeah, they
Nope.
killed some other random that was on the island, so I was like,
Oh. That's
Buff should
unfortunate.
be up now.
I was just like rolling around, and then I saw the rogue jumping around, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on over
go
here?
boss, I'll stay up top.
There was one on top of... Is that one of us? On top of the bones?
Just
Oh.
top down.
Someone was like fucking head peeking our shit.
I'll let you know if they drop, or I'll try to at least, if they're here.
Hold on. Oh, Strek.
Go, be
I
quick on boss.
said it was me.
Oh,
Quick on boss.
whoops.
Go.
I got scared. I got very scared. PTR is Alpha 2.6 and Shoal is Beta. I think Shoal's cooked, personally. Squatting in a child's house. Listen, I didn't stay long enough to activate the full squatter's rights. We stayed just long enough to air out our stinky shoes. And then we graciously left. How long do you need to squat to get squatter's rights in Iceland? I don't even know what it is in NA. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate you. If you want to remember, the current alpha servers will become the PTR servers for life. I'm so excited for PTR. I'm hoping that it gives people like a near frictionless experience to get to the point that they want to be at for testing their character. That would make me very, 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 very happy for a lot of our community who's like, okay, like, I love Ashes, but I don't currently have all the time to dedicate, like, to keeping up with the par of everything and will be naturally behind. What are my options? And now we'll be able to be like, oh, we're doing, you know, guild PvP night on the PTR this night. Make sure that you guys are on. Make sure you have your character all set up. And hopefully, PTR offers the accessibility of, like, fucking Guy Gieti, the gear guy that you get. So we can get some gear sets up. Hopefully we can get quick levels up. And if they do need, like, a focus testing on first-time user experience or leveling prog systems, then obviously just wipe the leveled characters and shit and go in with a fresh PTR run. But hopefully the mix of focus testing and a little bit more of just like exploring on a frictionless character will be enough to bring some of the people back in that are kind of like burnt right now on the grind. Movement and fall damage plus some interesting aspect of mob levels fighting is going to be interesting tomorrow. Wait. Movement and fall damage. What are they changing about fall damage and movement? What is different, or what did they change over there? Is it a different movement system? I assumed it would feel like main playing the alpha server, then quick request to test on PTR for a couple hours, then back to playing alpha server until next request, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, so they did say that starting on July 14th, it'll go to 24/7 PTR access until the P3 launch. And then we don't really know what the plan is for accessibility past that, to my knowledge, but I think definitely those last couple of weeks of P2.5 over here on Shoal will be very PTR based for a lot of players. In the PTR news, is momentum and fall damage is going to be tested in some way tomorrow. No further info on that till tomorrow. I need to get set up in the PTR part of the Discord. Wait. Do they just give it in the Discord when you get the email? Oh, yep. Okay. NDA PTR. Word. Instantly leaked. Just kidding. That would be so sad if I'm just like, guys, check this out. That's scary hours. We're gonna hide that so we don't accidentally click on it at any point. There we go. We're safe. All right, so momentum and fall damage is going to be tested tomorrow. Hi, Kevin. Wait, are we beating Kevin up? I guess. Uh-oh. Can Kevin survive? Tommy Hawk goes out. The pursuit of Kevin is happening. Rick is out there with the protect on Big Kev himself. Did Kev get a swap or was that a full heal? Oh my god. Oh my god. Rick and Kev against the world out here, boys. Rick's still half HP as well. Do they switch targets? Do they divert from the big Kevaroo? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Toast is on the other shore. Just when Kevin thinks he's out. He's never out. Rick is tanking so much right now. The beefcake. Alright. Well, I'd say we found 2 of them. Poor guys. Rick tried so hard to save him. Once 24/7 hits, I think it may well be econ testing. Ooh. Yeah, new econ testing would be nice. I think the best thing about having people ushered into the PTR as well for testing the econ is that if something feels janky at all, they can just wipe it. They can just, like, full wipe and then tell people, like, hey, we're running it back with this or with that. And then just go from there. Yep. Sorry about that. He didn't like that combo. At a certain point, if you get the tomahawk into the grapple, it's just not good. Don't make me bring Kevin out there. I didn't participate in the anti-Kevin man. I was an innocent bystander. I'm not Kevinist at all. Not in the slightest. Actually, when I was in Iceland, I met a Kevin. Now, I don't want to say you're like all alike. I don't want to assume or anything like that. But my Kevin was from New Zealand. And he was our guide on like a glacial lagoon kayaking tour. And it was extremely cool. He was a great guy, a great sense of humor. So like a really good representative of Kevin's everywhere. So you guys do have something to be proud of. That's 1+ to all the Kevins globally in my mind, simply because of him. We also had some businessman that refused to like get out of the meeting that he was in on his phone. And he also didn't know how to paddle a kayak. Now we're in a 1,000-foot deep lake that has fucking icebergs in it. And sometimes icebergs are fucking. We also saw a seal. But Mr. Businessman, who refused to get out of the meeting on his phone, ended up getting idiot roped by Kevin and kind of like fucking bracketed onto and pulled around. He like clips him on and he's like, just don't paddle anymore. And just hauled his dumb ass around the entire trip because he didn't know how to paddle a kayak and missed the how-to on how to paddle a kayak. It was absolutely insane. I spent a decent amount of time in kayaks in my life. I knew enough to power Carla and myself while Carla got some awesome fucking pictures. So that was cool. They were either like solo or duo kayaks. So, you know, we had the support and we had the carry. Carla got the pictures and the videos. I got a solid upper body workout and neither of us fell in. So I consider that a W all across the board. We got some cool ass pictures too. We also scooped out like glacial ice from the water itself. And we were like crunching on that shit. It was some good ass ice. I will say. I will say. I see why they call it Iceland. A lot of people think it's all about Greenland for the ice. It's a debate. They want you to think because Greenland's covered in ice that the ice is better in Greenland, but Iceland, while it may not have more ice, has that higher quality ice. High quality H2O. Dude, the water there was fucking insanely good. The only bad thing about the water is that in areas that were heated by geothermal heat, if you turn the hot water on, it smells like rotten eggs. Like, I think the meta in Iceland is to turn the shower on and then shit immediately after turning the shower on in the shower to release the fragrance of your shit to make it smell better during the shower. Like, it is really, really stanky out there when you turn hot water on. But it's because during the geothermal heating process, a little bit of like sulfur is added that's like harmless to people and doesn't stick on you, make you smell or anything like that. And it gives them like infinite hot water essentially. Their cold water has none of that added because it doesn't go through the heating process, and their cold water is fucking insane. Insano style. So, I will say, NA water like makes my mouth more dry a little bit. It's weird. Comparatively to Iceland water, it feels less watery back here. Their cold water was fucking insane. We were drinking out of like rivers and shit too. As long as it's fast moving water, you're chilling. What's the death of Shoal? Sir Alwyn. Hello, my boy. The death of Shoal is, well, the existence of this server being mostly a memory. Private test realm access for every player starts tomorrow. And then on the 14th of July, PTR goes to 24/7 until August 4th, when Phase 3 launches. So, a lot of people will be emphasizing the private test realm because that's going to be a future build of the game, and you'll be able to get more information there in a more frictionless environment than you will here. You'll be able to see future-looking changes, and I don't necessarily think people will main the PTR 1000% of the time, but I do think that a lot of people will go over to the PTR. And I think this server will definitely be even lower pop than it currently is. Boss respawns at 54. Okay, word. So like 10 minutes on boss. We're up tremendous. FYI for the PTR tomorrow as well, there's also going to be enemy level scaling, which is enemies above your level now deal more damage and take less from you. This is just for PvE and not PvP. Oh, fucking really? Wow, they are really leaning into like high-level elite mobs feeling like high-level elite mobs. Imagine the impact that that's going to have on like world bosses or bosses that are technically level 50.
Apes together.
Hey, oh, Black Blood coming in with the 4 months. I appreciate you, brother. Much love, much love. Hope you've been well. What are we running at? God damn you, Yellow. How many are you? Where's Rick? He's the slowest one. You get back here, Rick. Hi, guys. I'm just bing-billing on my borp. Hi. Ow! Fuck! Not the scorp! Hold on. I only have 1 scorp in my inventory. Fuck off. As long as they're not hitting the scorp, we're fine. I only have 1 of these. They're testing momentum too. I will cry about it. Ah! Not the scorp! You hooligans! The scorp is off limits. I actually think I slowed him down enough. Wait, that's so funny. I distracted them successfully. Hold on. Yeet. Yeet. The big Trippington. And then... Yeet. They got a swap on the back line. I'm looking forward to that. Hi, Rick. We're gonna get you. We're so close. And a yeet. And a yas. And a yacht. Yeah. Oh, we're... Alright. We got the double grab in the water. That's pretty detrimental. That's typically more of a death sentence than anything else. And I got another one. Poor guy. That is so many grapples. Poor Rick. No shot. Poor guy was just like perma fucking grappled. Oh no, I've been in those situations where I'm just like, please, for the love of God. Also, I love our spring water in Florida so much that we get it delivered to us every 2 weeks in 5-gallon jugs. Couldn't you just like find a spring and get it yourself, like on the side of the road? The cool thing about Iceland water was apparently it's all filtered through like the volcanic rock and shit. So it's just, dude, it's so good. You can just scoop your water bottle into fast moving water there and then you're good to go. You don't even have to have like a fucking life straw or whatever the hell it is. Testing moment. Hey, dude, I do wonder what the momentum tests are going to be. Yes, but still have to filter it for safety. In Florida? Yeah, I would assume y'all got like Fent in your water and stuff. That's probably a relatively big risk indeed. It's always good to be safe. Iceland, oh, they kind of have a drug problem over there, I think. I don't think it's as bad as ours is, though. I wouldn't trust Florida water without filtering, though, that's for sure. Def, do not do that with the springs in Florida. Great way to get eaten by an alligator, too. Yeah, but what if you conquer the alligator, and then you have an alligator stew, and you have water? I feel like in a survival game, that would be a plus, and Florida does definitely seem like a survival game. In and of itself. What's on the island over here? Swamp puppies don't like spring water. Do they like dirty water? Is spring water like too clean for them? Boil the water. Yeah, I mean, if you want warm ass water. Low key, if I get super duper rich off like anything in my life, it probably won't be streaming. I'll have to like win the lottery or get hit by a car or something. Plans to be announced. If it works out from streaming, that's great, but I've seen my content, it probably won't. Anyways, if that does ever happen, I might just like go out to Iceland, build a little house out there, get some sheep and stuff, and then stream from out there full time and just vibe and have the cleanest backdrops, a river nearby, sheep and stuff. It'd be pretty chill. And then a volcano erupts and it would be way less chill. What's the typical like volcano eruption to inconvenience to daily life, Haffy? Like the last time a volcano erupted, how much did it affect you as a person? If you see them in spring water, they're trying to get from point A to B. Spring water is super cold, they're cold-blooded. Oh, so they'd get chilly? Oh, that's cute. Poor alligators would be cold. The actual plan is to get hit by a college bus. Do college buses pay well? Like, if they bonk you? Because I definitely feel like that's achievable. Yes? Did you get hit by a college bus, or where is this enthusiasm coming from? What is your day job? And why do I feel like it's stepping out in front of buses? I'm curious. Does it come with benefits? One of my friends. Okay. Okay. So one of your friends, wink wink, got hit by a bus. Got it. She got paid 80K. Oh, that's not like retirement money. You'd have to get hit by a bus every couple of years at that point. Which, I mean, I guess if you're moving throughout the country, that's not bad. You guys know farm XP and items. So, in terms of farming right now, we are waiting for the named mob that spawns to respawn. It's on a 20-minute timer and it drops Lungs of the Abyss, which is the highest HP belt in the game. So, that's the belt that gives the most max health. A lot of people will come out for it. But this is a force flag lawless area. So, we are trying to make sure that we don't get run up on by people. Because out here, you can always get run up on by people at any time, at any point. So, we're just trying to make sure on our end that we can be aware of what could potentially happen. And if people... Oh my god, he went so far! God damn, Yellow. I gotta learn that shit. What the fuck? Can I... What if I just get the uppies? Rick, I'm so sorry. Tank's just so slow comparatively to... Like... Why are they leaving Rick? Rick is working so hard to keep them all alive. And they're just leaving my man here to die alone. Like, look at them. Look at them. Rick, I'm sorry, dog. If you can hear me, you do not deserve this. You do not deserve this. You need better friends. Friends that won't fucking leave you. It's rude. Let him go. Rick's working hard. Rick's safe here. I feel so bad. He's just getting left. Poor Rick. He's working, like, the bards get pulled in, and Rick is trying so hard to, like, send himself in to save the bards. Fuck Rick. Yeah, that's what his team's saying. Shit, we're on Rick's side over here. We respect tanks in this house. Poor guy. Dude, I know that feeling so well, though. You're just like, okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. You're out. And then you look around and everybody's out and you're like... What the fuck? When Rick died, you guys don't get their items. So... Items in terms of equipment and like gear only drops in a very specific scenario. I'll talk about that in a second. in a normal death, when we have like the purple swords beside our name, peel for heals. Wait, Vice is out here. Vice is not friend. Who's out here? Okay, that's Mo from the other team that came out. So they're going to be coming out with more people, I do believe. Okay. So, in terms of a normal death, what you'll drop are things from your materials tab here, instead of your items. So if I were to die right now, I would drop a portion of my materials on my ashes, which are there when you die, like your body, basically, and then a portion of it just doesn't exist anymore, it gets nuked. And then I keep the rest of them. So you lose some materials when you die, and then when you die, you also get experience debt, which you have to work off before you can gain experience again. Experience debt will also give you a small percentage of stat dampening, which reduces your character stats by a certain percentage. So you don't want to have that because it is, you know, a negative to have on your character, especially if you're trying to PvP. So, a few things just kind of like cumulatively around deaths. Now, we have the purple swords beside our name, which means that we are flagged up for PvP. We're opted into it. If we were in the Riverlands over here, which does not have force flag PvP, and we were just, we call it green, where somebody is not opted into PvP, say they're just leveling their character or gathering, and you kill them against their will without them hitting you back or them opting into PvP, you, instead of going purple, would then go red. Red is bad. It means you've gone corrupt. Corruption is not supposed to be anything that benefits you at any point. So if you go corrupt, you cannot go into towns. You show on the minimap around you for people to see where you're at. You can't trade with players. You can't take gear off. And the only way to get your corruption off currently is to either kill a lot of mobs without getting killed or die. And when you die while corrupted, you drop a few pieces of your equipped gear. We've had people in the guild accidentally corrupt, they get corruption baited, and then they get killed, and then they dropped and lost pieces of their gear. So, you always have to be a little bit on guard of what's going on around you. Now, corruption is not going to be anything that happens commonly to a lot of players, but it can happen at any point. There are also systems like guild vs guild wars and node vs node wars, where you can have PvP breakout at really any point. We're right now in a force flag PvP area, so that's the reason why I'm kind of like scanning around the island instead of going down and fighting with them. I already have the drop that I need from this area, and so I'm trying to see like when people are coming up, where they're coming up from, if I can catch them, and make sure that we don't get dropped down on by people that are coming to the island. So we're trying to kind of like look out over the common respawn areas, see where people are swimming up from, and hopefully not allow people up to this high ground where they can just like drop down on us if we're farming that. Stat dampening isn't working currently. Doesn't surprise me. It's also like such a small percentage. Prior to the attribute like decimal change, like the 10x inflation, it also had such a little impact as a whole. So I've wondered what they were going to do with that in the mid to long term, like say post attribute inflation when they take away the number itself, like that extra number, and move the decimal 1 to the left again. What that would kind of do with the long term like stat dampening and intended stat dampening, because if they tune it for this number, the numbers will probably be significantly smaller once they fix attributes. So it's kind of one of those like tweak it now to have to retweak it later, or just like figure it out. But if it's not working at all, that's a whole different route. So once you're max level currently, there's essentially no negative to XP debt other than having to farm it off. But long story short, don't corrupt if you want to keep your items. Vacuo. Full XP debt is 20% less stats as an overall, or it's supposed to be. That's pretty beefy. That's quite beefy. So, is full XP debt like 100%? Or what is the cap to XP debt? Where are we looking? Oh. Are they losing to PvP? Or, sorry, PvE? That makes more sense. That's gonna be toast. Toast, what do we have going on over there? I think my group's losing to the giants inside. Oh, wait. Hi, Kevin. Hold on.
Not the giants inside.
They're pushing the
Hello.
Yeah.
Come back
They
more.
Losing the
swim
giant
out
side,
there.
brother.
Push more.
Yeah, we're gonna have the vice people on us here in a second, so we need to.
We can just all in on
get 'em close
Tim.
enough. No, we need to wait. We need to wait. Just wait. Just wait.
Okay,
Just wait.
done.
Be patient. Be patient. Use your bows. Back up on the shore. Stay on the shore. Pay attention to what's going on around us.
Where was that other, like, that Vice team? That was the same
It was
one
just
with
a team,
Fungi, right? Okay.
Yes.
Whenever we can chain pull Tim, pull him.
Pulling now. Tripped.
Get second.
Silenced, silenced.
Their pull is down as well off that.
Back up. Back up.
Okay.
Stay on. Stay. Don't go in. Do not go in. Do not go in. Stay out of the water. Stay out of the water.
I like the water.
Yes, we have roots. We have roots. If we get them close enough, we can root them. We just need enough land underneath them. Back
I have a
up-
pull
back
up as
the hill
well.
A little bit. Back up the hill a little bit. Back up the hill a little bit. Give them some space. Give them some space. Like, Busty doesn't pay attention. Busty, pay attention.
Me?
No, Busty.
Oh, oh. It's like the whole Dustin Justin from my childhood. What if we sacrifice Busty?
They're gonna push.
He's gonna sacrifice himself.
They're gonna kill A كمان.
Second pull on Tim now. Trip.
He's silenced.
Mid Lord.
We should send.
Because of swells.
Go, send. Go. Go.
I'm still on Tim. They're up, he's out. I gotta pull on Tim. On Moon. Moon tripped.
Lyrics in the front there.
I have a charge for it in 5.
Back up. Start backing up to the shore.
Okay.
We're not playing a fucking water fight. Back up to the shore.
Water fights are fun though.
Back up
They're
to the
looking-
shore,
I'm on my way.
They're
We're
looking
gonna
for
have
the
other people.
root on the shore to the full in. I
Yeah,
don't know.
just stay
That's
spread,
fine.
back up, use your bows. They have other people here, like, they're gonna come up on us at some point. They're just waiting for...
Can target sync with cleric, not with them.
Make sure you guys are.
Watch out, Timlope. Timlope's gap closed up.
Okay, just keep backing up.
Yeah, we're fine.
Keep backing up. Back up to the
They're
shore.
popping Saga now.
I was able to target a cleric named Sync facing the island.
Okay. Anyways, let them on shore. Back up the hill. If they're just gonna sit in the water and be pussies the whole time, like...
I'm just manning real quick.
Yeah, just everybody
Fuck.
sit down.
My mana. My mana.
Everybody sit down. Get your mana.
Hi, Kevin. We can be friends, Kevin.
Up the hill, south, up the hill,
Actually
south.
walking.
Up the hill, south, up the hill, south.
Hill south, herd. Up the hill south.
It's only one guy, I think.
No, turn back.
He's alone.
No,
Okay, I should stop RP walking. They're being mean to me now.
There's 4. They
Yeah,
have
there's 3.
EU.
They're all in on Dusty, all in on
back up.
Dusty.
No, back up, turn.
Nobody
Go back to
helps.
Aura. Go back to Aura. Fuck those guys.
They didn't honor the RP walk. Can I grab a res real quick? Kevin and I were RP walking and I got baited by
Yeah,
friendship. Shit.
They're walled. Look at Tim.
I gotta grab on Tim. Trip on Tim.
They swap mid.
Tim dead.
Good. Push. Watch out behind. Turn. Everybody turn around. Turn around. He's
Turn on
behind.
bites, turn on bites, turn on bites. You got root up the hill. I'm merked.
Looking at Bard. I'm switching over to
Look
Merc.
at-
Look at peel for
Phoenix
heals.
for
Peel for
Hades.
heals. Screen cross.
Knocking them both.
Do we have any Saga available by chance?
Heal for heals, heal for heals. Okay, we got
Green
Keystad
cross.
up here.
Green
Bard.
cross. After this,
I
turn
have the
right.
Saga only.
Boom.
Push down to work.
Yeah.
He's Tommy hawked. He dead.
Roll and hop. Root behind yellow. Oh, never mind. He dodged.
Right side.
Delirious,
Right side Delirious.
He's silenced.
Down him.
Chad wall. The wall only worked because I was baited by an RP wall.
Can you rush and cover?
It was not an ethical wall. Hold on. That's a non-viable clip because we were RP walking. Kevin and I were both at walking speed, and then I got hit with a chilling layman into the wall.
Now?
It's fine. They have a cleric.
That was not my fault.
Griffin up above.
Yeah, it's Strixon. He hasn't landed yet.
Make sure you guys are popping rations real quick. So that group that came from behind us, I'm assuming they don't have many?
It was full.
Okay.
They were a pub. They're a pub group.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Come left side on the shore.
They're on the beach.
Left side on the shore, on the beach.
I see yellow. Just watch the bait. They might try to hit in behind with that.
I think it'll be alright. Know what I mean?
Zom, why don't you get on your flyer and contest him up there?
Alright. Unsucking.
Poor zombie won the mayoral election and doesn't have a flyer because of it. He got scammed.
Oh, flyer went down.
He got actually full scammed from it.
And just hit in and go ahead and vote.
Tim, you're
We
Scorpion,
have
sir.
to take screenshots of ours.
Oh, okay, yeah, then you wait.
Okay. Wait a minute. It might be happening. Strix in the water to the right. I feel like they're all bards. And like sustainies. Well, don't. He just has 100 more of those. Don't waste your time on a fucking flyer.
Grass, watch out.
Leona, good god.
I pissed him off by hurting his scorpion.
I don't think.
I mean, look, if it's there, I'm gonna hit it.
What are we doing, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think we're just
don't
like
know.
touching tips right here. This is like the weirdest initiate that's ever happened. Or not even like an initiate, a fucking standoff. It's like wet and wild, but nobody's taking their titties out.
We can push them off of Tim Wolf's Scorpion and kill it.
What if we,
I might push now because we don't have number.
Alright. Yeah. Come.
wait.
Dress back way the fuck up. Dress back way up. Back way up. Look at Strixon.
Wait a second. It could be.
Yellow tripped.
Are you telling me that we may actually have some combat? Hi, Strix. Tim.
There's.
Come on. Come back this way with me. Just a little bit. Come on. Just trust. Everything's fine.
Delirious stealth. He's pushing right.
Completely okay.
He's pushing right. Should be in front of me right now.
But what if we get baited to the left off of this right push?
I'm like.
Pew,
Who's on this
pew.
on the right?
Pew. All right, we're up
Who's on
tremendous.
the scope on the right?
I don't know. Fuck him.
Or a 6-9. Tank.
We're so up. Careful, Stragma.
Watch out, strike.
Yeah. He's fine.
Rick. It's too deep.
Yeah, he's mid lost.
Rick. Turn on Strix.
Finish her.
Yep, this is fine.
The Delirious,
I
far
don't
left,
mind a single bit.
Diamond.
Push. Go deep.
I'm just sticking
Strix.
Strix.
Stay on Strix. Strix pulled. Strict.
Yeah.
Six guys
Hang
here.
on, strict.
Nice.
Good. Go.
We should be chilling here. Yellow tripped. I'm still fucking muted in Discord. That's unfortunate. Hold on.
Yellow's front.
I forgot I was muted this entire time. I have a charge up in 5. I can go on Tim in 5.
Tim is low.
I'm gonna full send on Tim in 3.
Oh, lock that
2,
ranger. Lock that
1.
ranger. Ranger. Delirious.
I'm deep on Tim. I'm on Tim. I'm in them.
They got 2 tanks up. You're deep.
Yep, I'm coming back. Look at a pull on Rick.
Pull Rick.
I got a Tommy on him. He's tripped.
I stunned him. I resist.
Hit loss.
Tristan's back now.
Back.
Watch out,
Keeps
keep
getting hit hard.
Yellow.
Yellow up front.
Yellow left.
I gotta pull on yellow. Pull on yellow now. Tomahawk. No,
Yellow
he's
silence?
out of range.
Clip in the front. DPS.
I got a trip on Tim.
Ranger up.
Keep using your bows. Go. Go deep. Hey, start flanking around. Go side to side.
I'm in deep. Strix is back.
Split up, go side to side.
I got a trip on Tim now. I got a lot of them back here. Careful, Turner.
We push on onto
Tim,
the
pulling
beach.
Tim.
Kill Tim.
No.
I gotta protect on cover.
Tim.
Look at Tim. Tommy.
It's silence.
I got a Tommy on him. He's tripped.
Keep peppering. Keep
Might
in
go
They
now.
swapped him. Look for the board.
Go.
Saga board. Green cross.
Strix.
Strix.
Dead.
Go back line.
I'm looking at Tim. Grab, pull on
Yeah,
Tim.
look at Tim,
Pull on
look
Tim.
at
Pull on Tim.
Tim pull.
Keep
Tim's
going.
weak.
Hold W.
Switch yellow. Yellow.
Yeah, go deep. Go stay on Tim. Go deep. I know he's back there. Just
Wounded
push up,
on yellow.
push up.
I have no mana right now.
Keep pushing. Tim pull.
All the way to the wall.
Tim trip.
Tim pull again. Nice.
Good Caleb. Get to the shore.
Caleb's tank. I got a pull in 10 on yellow. I got a tomahawk on yellow.
You have another team on the
One guy to our right.
That's fun guy. Fuck fun guy. Back up to the left.
Caleb can die. Green cross can die. Pulling.
Look at right side. Fun guy.
Busty care.
Don't want to jump us.
Yep.
Look at Mem.
We don't have mana, by the way.
It's okay. Use your
Yeah.
bows. Get mana back. Auto attack.
Heal for heals is their other cleric. They're half already. I'm in on this. Heal for heals stripped. Green cross.
Silencing Mem. Mem silenced.
We have 2 rangers on
Both
us.
of their clerics are about
Aura's
to
coming
die.
in.
Pulling green cross.
Aura's coming in.
Both of their healers are dead on fun guy side.
Look at Tim.
Generic, you're protected.
Thank you.
Look at left side. Get to the shore up here. Get to the shore. Come past there.
Regroup with me.
Come to the shore.
Go to Q set. Q to the core set.
Zombie, I'm with.
Tristan, guys.
Come to the shore. Come to the shore. Shore. Come to the turquoise seashore. Hit everything on this left. Everything on this left side.
Look at Mo. Mo's alone.
Come back to the shore.
I'm looking at pills for heals.
That explains it. I had a fucking meme build on. I didn't have my refreshing follow through. I got a trip on heals. Dead.
Stay together. They're coming back in.
Look up top. We gotta push up to the shore. Go far right up the shore.
Get to the shore. Shore. On zombie. Come to the shore.
Trip on Corset now.
Come.
On him.
Come to the shore. Get to the water. Get to the lane.
I gotta pull on yellow.
Get to the lane first.
Busty,
We
get
gotta
up.
get to the lane.
Yep. I'm just trying to get Busty out. Busty a little forward.
Use this height. Help keep on the docks. Head to the docks. Hit the docks.
I need to rush in.
Docks.
I need to rush.
Docks.
Yeah.
If you need a ration, just ration.
Jumped off.
Yeah. Fuck your rations. We should be good.
Look
Kill
at
for
this water.
heals, kill for heals.
Look at the water.
Stay on cross.
Drink faster!
Heal for heals. Rooted.
Circa dead.
Look at them all.
Pulled that. Dead.
away
Keep
from the
rationing if you need
Stay
to.
away
Keep
from the
rationing if you need to.
Ration. Stay away from the Emberspring. One guy in
What
front.
the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah, watch the flags here, guys.
Where's the
Okay.
rest of the bullet guys at?
The rest of the fun guys are just kind of like coming in behind. Baum is a ranger behind. I'm just trying to get a little ration off real quick. Make sure you
Where's
guys
the
are
rest of our
rationing.
raid group?
We're at Ember Spring right now.
Okay, come over here. So that we
Yeah,
can
come
get-
over.
Back. Yeah.
Yellow into water east.
That's fine. That's
Behind you,
fine. Just
zombie?
group up together and group up together. I'm not worried about that right now.
I think. Wait, fungi's out at the Ember. Half of them are
Just ration,
unflagged.
just ration, just
yeah,
ration.
yeah.
I need.
I don't know where the aura group went, but I see the fungi.
They're out in
group.
the water.
Okay.
They're all
They're
out in the
south.
water.
We're in the water. They just spawn here and rejoin the fight. So.
Okay. So we just kind of chill in between these two.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
The dock
Just
one.
don't be too close. We don't want
fighting
water.
two teams is a little something. Keeps it interesting at the very least.
There is a rogue somewhere. Check.
I can't tell if they're flagged or not. Like, I got so scared there because I didn't actually think that they were flagged. Just be careful, no one gets, like, accidentally corruption baited. The fungi guys
Yeah,
are
make sure you're
over...
flagged up.
The fungi guys are in the middle of the... Like, the POI area poking.
Pretty sure they're just looking to help Aura.
Yeah. Push these fungi. Fungi on the Ember Spring. Fungi.
Looking peel for heals in the back. I'm gonna all in on that.
We need all in quick.
We got both of them. We got both of the healers here. Send it on the healers. They silence me. Pulling peel in.
Left stun. He left stun.
Look at green cross.
Green cross silenced.
Tripped it. Keep pressure on this. Nice. Mem, next target. Other healer. Okay, push these back.
Circuit.
Watch out for the one that's not flagged. Watch out
Pressure.
for Keku. Keku's not flagged. Keku's not
He just flagged. He just flagged. I gotta pull on Zerka. On Moon. On the right side.
Rooted. 3. Have 2.
Kiku tripped. Zerka low. I'll have a trip on Zerka in 3, 2, 1. Motherfucker just silenced me. His dying wish was to silence my shit.
Behind. They're respawning at the thing.
Unbelievable.
Heal for heals in Mem over here along the rock. West.
Ooh.
I'm gonna stun the
Switching
green
to Mem.
cross. He's stunned.
Mem dead. Look at Mo.
I'm gonna silence him. He's silenced.
Mo dead. Okay.
Ember, look towards Ember.
Yeah, corset in the back. I have another trip. Poor guy. He is not going to be a fan of
Fun
Tom.
guys doing more PvP than Aura nowadays.
Yep.
Sign of the time.
Exiting for mana.
confused. Why are you fighting? Okay.
We just got to put the all call out and then we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Socks. Hello.
Wait, people still kill Firebrand?
Good gravy. Good gravy. The PvP's been having me locked
No
in a
way.
little bit. I won't lie. This is the most people that we've had to deal with in a minute. Socks, what you getting up to tonight? I don't know where the Aura guys went, but I'm assuming they didn't just want it to be like a third-party fest. So they probably went to chill and watch this one play out, maybe? Or they're waiting to strike. Whatever. It's hard to tell, boys. It's very hard to tell. So, do we go back to the island?
On this.
Should we go back to the island? Since they're just sitting on the Ember Spring?
We can. The problem is if we start going in the water and then they come from behind us, we're gonna have Aura in front of us. So we just gotta go smartly.
Right. I mean, honestly, I think
That
Aura
means you
may
go
not want
alone,
to
Dusty.
third party it. Yeah, I can
Let's go
I can
along.
bait it out.
Well, they're gonna see. I mean, they're not stupid enough to not be knowing that
Oh, wait.
this is streaming.
No, Strix is CM me, hold on.
Yellow's claiming that they won the APA tournament that Cartel won, though.
They did win it.
That's-
Cartel conceded.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So allegedly there was like an incident where
Oh.
Somebody got griefed in one of the rounds when they were already up 3-1.
Is there T-chat?
But when they looked at the video, it was Aura that got griefed, not Cartel. So Cartel was like, "Yep, hey, we didn't actually get griefed.
Uh-oh.
We thought we did, so we called for a redo." But also, they're right behind us. I can see them.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
care to
inside them
watch.
right now.
Oh, okay. Dress, you might want to.
The distraction worked. I'm in the middle of them.
Brother.
Does it feel good being inside them?
Hold on. They're starting to poke and prod a little bit on this end.
Come, turn around. Come back towards Dusty.
I don't know that they have the pursuit really to get out here, but they're all flagged up now at least, so we can go back into them at any point.
Yeah, come back to the shore.
Slick Rick is down on the bottom right. I'm just gonna keep the. I got
You have to go
mempled. I got
down. You
mempled.
have to go
I'm
down.
going.
No, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Alright, push the beach.
I'll walk up on him.
On this rock.
Keku is one of their.
Just be
One of their
careful of the
clerks.
non-flagged ones.
Which direction are you
I
guys?
can stand on this. We're back at the shore. Back at the shore to the west side of the harbor. KQ green cross. I can get a pull on this in the back. Pulling now. Tripping.
Air all winded.
I'm in the sealer's ass.
Kill, kill, kill.
Look to your right, guys. They're rushing to your right. Flanking.
Yeah, we've got both of their
Kristen's not
clerks. Just
flagged.
click over.
Kristen is not flagged. Be careful.
Yeah, he's
Triple on
down.
KQ. No.
Yeah. Illusion. Crescent mark,
Where are you guys
crescent
at?
mark, crescent mark.
I'm on shore with both of their
Moving up
clerks.
the
Push
beach.
back. Yeah,
Go
just
up
keep
the beach.
pressuring there. I have
W
all three of
beach,
their
W
healers.
beach.
Go to
You're in 10.
Go to the back line. Go to the back line.
I gotta trip on two of the healers here.
I'm here.
Looking at Keikua, green cross, one hit, dead, nice. Mem next,
Feel for
Feel for
heals,
heals dead, nice. Pulling Mem now,
Mem.
pulled, tripped.
Silenced.
Dude, I was just walking all three of their clerics back while you guys were killing the DPS that fight. They were all just on top of each other.
I was focusing every target. You were on,
love
and
that.
there was a guy hitting me from behind, and I'm just like, I don't fucking know.
We're winning this trade. That worked well. Okay.
Again, some guys showing up more than Aura in the fight. I don't
No,
know,
Aura's
man.
just not third partying it. I
There's a
think
rogue in the
Aura's
back,
just chilling because
They
they'd
did it
rather have
first.
actual fights.
The rogue got me.
Okay.
Name's Kristen.
Not really into T. We thought we got trolled, but we didn't, so we gave them the rifle win. Was just fair play. That's actually respectable as shit.
Are we getting
So
back or?
that was in the Aura tourney you said.
Stay together. Just all these together. We're all gonna lose. No, like standing inside.
That's actually legit. So what was the Aura stack that ended up winning? Like comp wise, was it
Hey, everybody get behind this rock.
was it something different than the polar one that we saw? Nin, good afternoon. How are you, my friend? It's 85 in the stream room, and the
rogues around
PvP
there
is
right now.
hot tonight.
Just come in the water real quick. Make them think we're leaving.
You want me to do what in the water?
Okay.
Let's
now
see,
we
watch
can
your flag.
push out.
Still halfway up the
Let's
beach.
see your
They're
flag.
not, they're not flagged.
Yeah, I think I flagged. There we go. I made sure I was flagged. They know the vibe now.
Flagged up again. Careful. Go.
Looking at Mem on the left.
Yep.
Mem on the left.
I'm
I gotta pull on
silenced.
this. Pull on them now. We're gonna wall this. Oh, never mind. Pull sucks.
Oh, fuck heaven.
Someday grapple will be the play.
Instead. Heal for heals.
They're not
On
flanked.
that,
Just
I gotta
watch
trip
out.
on that. No. Retrip.
Oh, Xerxes not flagged. Xerxes not flagged.
Pull on peel for
Watch
heals.
out, Busty.
Surely they wouldn't be corruption baiting, right? Never.
Not intentionally. They probably just don't know how to
Rogue
fly.
is dead.
Alright, let's group back up on the beach and we can start heading to the island together.
Wait. I'm in here.
Looks like they're right here.
All right, they're all flagged. We're good.
Yeah, just drag them to the beach. Drag them to the beach.
Yeah, I'm here.
think
I got
we
them all
just
flagged,
full
so
mount
that's
up,
good.
Go beach.
That's what I'm saying. That's
We're
what
up
I'm saying.
tremendous.
We need to get a wipe and then we can go mount up. Because if we mount now, they're just going to kill mounts.
Okay. My PC's always toaster always. Like
like
my
they're
PCs
all
are running
the
cool.
beach
It was
now,
just
that's
80
what
plus in main today, and the stream room always runs hot because I sit in here just fucking mouth breathing for 10 hours a day. Two
I'll be
rogue,
the
two
last
bard,
one.
one
Go,
cleric,
go,
two
go,
ranger,
go,
one
go.
mage. Two rogue. God damn. Also, RIP the tank life.
Hold up in 2 seconds here.
That's so sad.
Get a little
That's so
bit
sad.
further out.
Alright, Busty's
So-
gonna die 'cause Bust isn't paying attention, but he's also on fire.
Two rogue, two
If
bard.
they kill him, If they kill
What
him,
were the
they're about to
rogues
kill him.
doing?
They're about to kill Busty. Be careful. Come.
Were the rogues just like fishing for initiates and just kind of like, you know?
They
Yeah,
noticed.
they know. Okay. Go. Just go back to the island. Go back to the island. Go back to the island. Island.
Okay. We all go.
Island quickly. Island quickly.
Ow. Just kicked my fucking desk. 2 rogue, 2 bard, 1 cleric, 2 ranger, 1 mage. It does make sense. It does make sense. We were originally trying to have a rogue in our comp for the polar tourney, and that wouldn't have changed like a lot of our outcome just because I was calling like shit and playing like shit. But not having the rogue and not having like that second melee to play off of, especially where rogue has so much like single target lock, AoE
don't
trip
see
and they get
anyone
into the
on the
backline
island.
clump. Oh my god, it's so strong.
On the shore.
It's so beautiful.
No, they might not be on the shore. They might be on the boss. We don't know the timer right now because we haven't been over here in a while.
Mage in our
was
team didn't have any
54
gear, kind
when
of
we killed
trolling.
it, and it's not
So we just
22.
got insta kill by 2 rogue lockdown. Oh
It would've
no.
gone for 14, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, it exceeded
No.
respawn
Yeah.
6 minutes ago.
I mean, double
it's not
rogue
up, they killed it.
lockdown with the burst seems kind of inevitable, no?
Oh, it's a 20-minute timer?
Like, what can you
Yes, 20
do
minutes.
to really prevent that? Just fish with AoEs and stuff? Yo, P-Dorf. How you doing, my boy? What you up to today? Hope everything's well on your end. We've had some pretty constant PvP-ness today. I also
Don't
saw
think I
the
see it.
Formula 1 movie, so it's been a pretty eventful day. Right
Let's
now,
go
we're
to
out
them the
cooking.
last
I'm
6
quite
minutes,
literally
then.
cooking to a medium rare in the stream room. It was 80 plus in Maine
Rick's
today, which
Scorpion
is
is
like
here.
near apocalyptic temperatures.
They're
so.
down there right now.
All right.
They're on it right now.
AoEs, get AoEs on them. Get AoEs on them. AoEs. Don't jump in. Don't jump. Just get AoEs on them. AoEs on them. Get them low, then we'll jump.
Hold on. I can wall them in there as well.
Yep, go. In this corner.
We got them all there.
Last one.
Left corner.
Little pan screen crosses. Cleric tripped in the middle of us.
Yep, get Strixon. Find Strixon, find their players.
Yeah.
Goose.
Marks are back.
Goose mark.
I'm on Goose. Goose screen cross.
Tricks and silence.
I think we're funneling Strix too hard.
They have
we
two
had,
healers now.
they
so-
have 3. We had another one marked that we just ignored when we dropped in. I like grappled him into the middle of us. It was Little Pants.
Oh, they have three.
I called them out, and then you guys just called out a bunch of different targets, and I had one of their clerics right in the middle of us. Like, no wings or anything. No, the grab.
I got the kill mark.
Yeah. I think we just spent too much time finding a target after that. We should have had one before we
Well,
dropped
just needed
in.
to
And
dump
then...
AoEs on it, you know?
Yes, but they also got out of the corner really fast, and then we like didn't target anybody. We like I said, I think just one thing we talked about when we were doing 8v8s the last time that we were doing it. Like Streg and I were talking about, even when we're going into the big AoE moments, we need to have a target within the AoE. So it's like we're gonna be looking to, you know, dump in the corner. Everyone is looking at Strix in the corner. We get a mark on Strix. Everybody gets stuff up, and then the dump happens, right? And so that way everything's centered on one person instead of AoE going in 42 different directions. And that's the difference of like actually killing the target that we go on first and them getting out of the corner. Because by the time we actually got like damage organized, half our raid was already dead. Because we were just like, oh, AoE in this general vicinity.
No.
A lot of
On some vacation. Hey, yo. Wait, vacation's huge. Okay, I can't talk about work. Also, what mental state does that mean you're in if you're on vacation and you're still watching me? Surely there's like not an entertaining stream that you're not like salaried to watch or something? Oh, the vacation's good. Are you going anywhere or is it a little staycation? Was the Formula 1 movie worth it? Squid. The F1 movie was fucking insane. It was a long movie and I genuinely was locked in the entire time. It was a very fucking good movie. I wholeheartedly would recommend going to see it. I don't go see like movies in theaters very frequently, but Carla convinced me to, and I'm very glad that I did. Cause that shit slapped 1,000 times over, man. It was unbelievably good. I think we only have one IMAX theater in Maine as well. So we went to go see it in, well, the IMAX theater. And it was worth it, man. I even at the start of everything, I had got our popcorn and I was just fucking munching, and we had a large pop, and I looked down and it was just like a third gone in the first 20 minutes of the movie. I was going to town. It was just constant. P-Dwarf better be resting up, dude. I swear to God, Hoofs, you gotta keep your eyes peeled. If this man is just hanging out in Too Many Ashes channels while he's on vacation, we need to shame him. Up in the mountain cooking to ashes content. Hey, yo! I love that. Wait, what's on the P-Dwarf menu tonight? Dude, the mountains are beautiful. If you get bored as well, like if you're up at weird times and you need to cook breakfast before I'm on, we have the Iceland VODs too. You can always pick a fun one there and take a little trip around Iceland with us. Dude, that's so fun. Up in the mountains is beautiful. Maine, of course. So like, we got the, oh shit! That was close. That was so scary. Fupo, will you provide the fish for the cooking? Oh, hold on. I gotta get in comms.
Look at.
Hello, I've returned.
Hey, push past him. Look at this big clump right
The
here.
hill,
Big
get up
clump.
the hill,
Look at
get up
Goose,
the hill,
Goose,
get up the hill.
Look at Goose. Look at Goose.
Zag up the hill, zag up the hill right
Look at
behind you.
this big clump. Look at
right?
this big clump. Big clump. Root this.
No root.
Toasty, I tried to roll that
What
for
are
you.
we wasting roots for? We got 3 rangers. How do we not have a root right here?
We're just getting pushed in from the right side right now, guys.
Well, one person died to fucking not being with us. One person died half health drowning. Like we're
I was
fucked.
full health. I was in the fight at the start. I was just trying to save Toast because Toast didn't get around with us, and we had a couple of people that were getting gone on. Some people were already dead. I will say, I was ready for the fracas, though.
We're not ready.
We weren't ready.
I was.
Nobody was ready. We were calling push left up the hill, and we didn't have fucking roots because everyone's just throwing roots willy fucking.
That's not my fault. My accusation is that I was half HP from drowning. I was full HP and had recovered from the drowning. I'd just like to establish that. Now, was I never drowning? No, I was drowning earlier. But we're good. We're good. Big Bear area. That sounds California-y. That's either... Where the fuck is that? Good day. Later. Wait, if this works... No! No! We could have had it all! We could have had it all! Let me be free! Alright, fuck it, I turn it. Prepare yourselves. Oh, they're so lucky. They're so fucking lucky that I did not get the ground pound off there. If I got that ground pound off, it turns the whole fight, man. It might have changed the 1v50. That would have been the turning point. Good gravy. We almost had him. Someday, the simple concept of, guys, we focus this target in 3, 2, 1, and then we all dump on the same target, we'll be up tremendous. We'll be up tremendous. We'll be so unbelievably up. I can't wait. Gonna steal a fish after cooked? Fupo. Does a true void even need cooked fish? Do you not enjoy the fine pleasures of sashimi? I feel like a cat of culture like you, fine cookies, fine fish, a very fine life. Big Bear is Vermont? Oh. I don't know why. I just assumed everybody was from the West Coast. That was like Intrepid related. Huh. Well, that's closer than I thought. No, you're wrong. Oh. Well, then you're fucking stupid. God, that's crazy. Is Callie? Okay, so I'm correct. I'm the smartest man alive. Word. It's crazy that even when P-Dwarf goes on vacation, he stays as far away from me as fucking possible. Dude won't even come east at this point. It's a poser. Nin saw Baron kicked in his PTSD. Oh god. Oh god. Poor Nin just quivering somewhere. Wait, Nin, what is your bear story? Did I miss a bear story over the course of the last 2 weeks? Because if so, we need to update it. I need to know the lore, because the latest Nin lore that I still have to tell people about is when you corrupted on a level 4 in the tropics and then lost your Arlogian collar. West Coast, West Coast. West Coast. West Coast smells like poop in certain places. Like human poop. I will say, we were driving on the interstate in Maine today and it smelled like cow poop because people use that for their farms and stuff. So I guess it still technically smells like poop here and there. But like, it's a different kind of poop. This is like that fresh poop that you just kind of like, and it's a different kind of poop. It's a high class poop. Counting the minutes to TwitchCon. Yo, TwitchCon is going to be so fucking fun. Did you already get your tickets, P-Dorf? Because if you didn't, well, brother, I've got something for you. Beautiful graphics and water. Beautiful first time chat. I appreciate you coming through, Plex. Keep in mind, I'm not even running on high. And we're in the middle of a transition to Unreal Engine 5.6, which is going to give the dev team even more capabilities to make this shit look and feel far beyond what it does now. This is still a true alpha where like visual fidelity is very frequently on a lowest functioning form. And let me tell you, I am so excited. I'm so excited. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, of course. Hold on. As well, I'm just going to slip, fall, and drop something real quick. And what I may or may not be dropping here. Hold on. Exclamation adcom. Exclamation TwitchCon. Use Dusty's referral code for... I can't advertise anything too scary. Friendship and rainbows. Did I do it right? I think I fucked it up. Wait. Adcom. I think I put in one too many M's. Hold on. Up. God damn it. This is not going well, chat. This is why I have like 2 mods in here that do this for me. Woo! Okay. Exclamation TwitchCon is now a thing. Fantastic. Hoofsy, you're so smart. You're actually fully employed now as the one mod. But basically, when you guys buy your ticket this year, they have added in for the 10th anniversary referral program. If you get 10 people to use your code, your ticket is free. 3 people is a 25% discount. 5 people is a 50% discount. So what we will be doing is, once we hit the point where my 10 are consumed, we will then help other people in the Ashes community also get their tickets for free. So we'll basically do a rotating thing where people that like basically want their link plugged once mine's all set, they'll be able to send me theirs. We'll put it up for a set amount of time, and people will be able to like support, you know, just someone from the Ashes comm trying to get out to TwitchCon for a little bit less. So keep it in mind if you guys are going out there. I also don't know if they kept the code active or not, but TCSD10YR for their 10-year anniversary was a 10% off code for the first 72 hours supposedly, but we know that's frequently Cappington in terms of sales. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water because 85-degree stream room is fucking cooking. One sec. Good day, I've returned. I hope you're all feeling beautiful. How many do we have left? Okay, I think it's me and Toast. Word. So, who do we still have online? Because we could always just run up some small team PvP as well. I'm sure I could get us a numbers match pretty much anywhere. Thankfully. So if anybody is trying to group up, maybe we get some numbies match duels going or something. I'm not ruling it out, chat. Plex, browser crashed. Oh, no worries. I don't know if you saw my question about the game having controller support. So, there hasn't been a lot of discussion about it. I know some other MMOs do have controller support. Hey, thank you for the Prime Plex. I appreciate you. Right, like some other MMOs do offer controller support and integrate it smooth, even with a large number of binds. Intrepid hasn't gone too far in depth about controller specific. I know there are no immediate plans for it to be like console cross-ported or anything like that. Fubo, do we know by chance? I won't bother playing Dwarf. Do we know the latest stance on controller support, whether it's ever been a hard no or if it's just like we'll check it out in the future type thing? Fupo is one of the community moderators. So basically is a community member that is also an encyclopedia and just happens to be a void of a black cat. So really hope that it will keyboard and mouse confuse me. I kind of feel a similar way when I go over to controller myself. I've played on keyboard and mouse since I was 4 and really just kind of like started very, very early on and never felt a need to go to controller. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4. I switched to WoW on launch when I was 8. And then I switched to Dota 2 for years, and then I switched to Fortnite for years, and then I played New World, and now I'm here. With a lot of like small pit stops along the way. But each of those have been a long spend of time. So, controller for the win. I don't know, I was brought up in like the mouse and keyboard way of life. I could never get myself to embrace the roller. It always felt clunky to me. I always felt like I had so much more control with everything over on this end. It's like so much more precision. It's so much more fun. When I was playing shooters, like just hitting a crazy flick in Fortnite, where like I was running a hand cam back then as well. So you would just see a nasty like full flick of my hand across the hand cam, and then just a full damage pump. Like it felt great. And then tracking, just watching the smooth movement and everything, it was so satisfying. Started on NES controller playing Mario, but I'm old as fuck. I mean, that's respectable, though. That's respectable. So, I was youngest. Well, I still am. I'm the youngest of 3 brothers. So, they're 8 and 10 years older than I am. So, I was essentially brought up the way that they were playing the things that they were. So, like, the consoles that we were playing were very much in the realm of NES, SNES. I used to go over to their house because we're all half brothers. Well, they were full brothers. I was their half brother. So we would go over to their house, and their gram that lived over there would always be playing Tetris Attack. And I, at one point, assumed that because old woman bad at video games, and because me, young man, me good at video games. And I learned that day that not everything was a physical test. And I learned a lot about the mental side of gaming. Because that woman had arthritis in her fingers, but she absolutely cooked my shit. Time after time after time. She was nice with it. Very, very Insano style. My PC connected to my TV. Okay. Okay. That definitely seems like it would make it a bit difficult. Yeah, especially like refresh rate wise. I can't even imagine. So are you like... You could always just sit really close and then get a lap set up where it's like a piece of plywood with a really big mouse pad. Like I use a Glorious 3XL. And then you could just put it like across your lap, and then you could be gaming on the TV in like a nice chair. A mobile table could be the play. Sometimes it takes a community, but... Tetris OTPs. Bro, they go absolutely fucking insane. Toast, where are you? Toast duel? Toast is mage. That's no fun for the mage player. I might run around to the other islands and see if I can find people, like, small groups. You're eating? Okay, word. I think I'm gonna pop over to Brine Breaches real quick and see what's up over there. Because I don't know. I'm assuming Aura is probably just gonna stick to Lungs Farm if I had to wager a guess. So there may be a group over at Brines. There may be a couple, like, I don't know, just straight players. So we'll check that out. I'll scoot over. Thought GameCube controller always felt nice. I did spend probably the largest portion of my console time on a GameCube. I was, like, Madden 2004 and NBA Live 2004. The whole, like, create your own character concept, I went fucking crazy with that. I went absolutely insano style. I spent so much time on it. So, it was a whole era for me. That was probably my largest commitment to console. Other than that, like, I played some Assassin's Creed up until Black Flag. Black Flag was butt cheeks and lost me. And then from there, I played Dragon Age on console. Witcher. I played the Witcher series on console. But that was more so... I put in some hours in the Dragon Age franchise, but... What the fuck, man? I fucking need that. I hate those bitch-ass poison mobs. Oh my god. Okay, standing desk over your recliner. Just get in the chair, then lower it like a cockpit. Is that how Recline and Grind plays? How does he play? Did this man say Black Flag was butt cheeks? Okay. Black Flag, according to me at the time of Black Flag launching, was butt cheeks. Hello. Hello. Good day, brother. I'd like to hit your Tide Snapper. What it do, brotheroo? Wait! Oh, I fucked up. Wait, why is he not flagged? Oh, shit. Why is he that far out and not flagged? Uh-oh. Alright, Toasty, I need you to come get me. We're fine. I just stay on the move. Log out. Log, okay. I fucked up. I fucked up. What happened? Okay. I wasn't paying attention, and this is entirely on me. I made an assumption that we were far enough offshore, and I fucked up because of that. So essentially, what happens is you can flag up for PvP and go purple with the sword. And like when the purple swords are by your name, you're opted in for PvP. And essentially, if you kill somebody that's opted into PvP, then it's a consensual fight. If you kill somebody that's not opted into PvP, you turn red, and that's called corruption. Corruption is very not good. You drop pieces of your equipped gear. It can be very punishing. You don't want to corrupt. The only way to get rid of your corruption is to farm an insane amount of mobs and lower your corruption level enough. Or your character does stay for a while before disappearing. I think we have people on the way. I hope. I hope. Anyways. I fucked up. So basically, in the tropics, when you go into the water, you're supposed to force flag for PvP. And when he was out, I fucked up and made the assumption that we were far enough out for his PvP to kick in. Right? And so I killed his mount because when somebody is on a mount, you can kill their mount and then like they can't get away. When I killed his mount, he was no longer flagged up for PvP. And he was not far enough into the water to flag. So I fucked up by not triple checking that he was flagged and basically corrupted entirely by my own doing because I thought that we were far enough off the shore to not have that happen. I fucked up today. Sounds like an extremely tedious way of getting rid of corruption. There will be more ways in the future. So in the future, there will be a full bounty hunter system where players can sign up to essentially hunt corrupted players and receive bonuses for killing corrupted players. I went corrupt just now. There was somebody that was on the shore and then got in a mount and went out to the water. And then I didn't let them get far enough out into the water and they didn't flag. Flag fell off right before you killed it. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, it was flagged until the mount had 30 HP. Oh, no. Wait, why? Wait. Oh. It's flashing. It's on me. Like, he's flashing. I should have known. Fuck. 28 HP? And then it falls off with the projectile in the air. Wait, hold on. I need to make sure I don't. Hold on. Listen for the projectile. The projectile's in the air when the flag wears off. Ready? Wait. Oh, I fucked. Hold on. Don't bug Planendorf. He's on vacation. There's one rule. Planendorf's a viewer right now, not a dev. Hold on. I'm actually not mad because this is such a cool scenario to be able to discuss with chat. Like, I can farm up more pairs of boots and shit, but this scenario in particular could actually lead to something very productive, chat. So let's make sure that we take a deep breath for a sec and then get ready to discuss this in a way that's productive to the environment. So we'll check out what happens here. We'll see what's going on with like nameplate flashing or not versus like, you know, the name itself flashing, all of that stuff, right? So we'll get ready to discuss it in a productive way real quick. But I want to look at it because honestly, I'm more like, oh my God, this is such a crazy thing to happen more than I am, oh shit, my gear. I stream full time. I can farm shit for 10 hours a day and people will probably help me if I do lose stuff off of this. But like this exact thing happening is so crazy. I just want to point out, hold on. Wait. Oh, I fuck. The projectile goes out. And then it goes off. And then it hits. The projectile was out when the flag was still up and it fell off on the way. Fuck. Oh, that's so crazy. All right. So, for people that do not or like have not played a lot, right? Basically what happens here. I am flagged. He is flagged. He's going into the open ocean, so I didn't think I would have to worry about the unflag. On top of that, because of damage numbers being placed where they are, it very much like blocks this area. So it wasn't very clear. Do you need someone to get your gear back and trade it back? I think people are coming over to help with it. I don't know though. I'll log back in a sec. Honestly, I think more people would be likely to use the VOD to come off and help me instead of trying to take my stuff. And if I do lose it, I'm sure we'll be able to farm it back up anyways, but help coming. Okay. Why are the damage numbers so big? That feels unnecessary. That is adjustable, but there was also a like a rework to damage UI recently. So we're standing next to where you were. Okay, cool. Cool. I send the DM. Word. Okay. Thank you guys. But basically the UI rework is being redone again and kind of like tuned up in a sense. So when a crit happens, oh, hi guys. Everybody hit me, please. I'm so tanky. I locked in. I need everybody to just kick the shit out of me. I'm so beefy. 3 people came over to help and I just now died. Who's pulling up? Oh, nice. It's more of us. Okay, thank you guys. What's your level? Let's see. Spawn and Shorefoot. I am uncorrupted. We're good. It was a 2-level difference and I had no blight on this character. So we're good. I dropped a single Luminon earring. Okay, hold on. The damage is nothing. We're good. I dropped a single Luminon. Do you lose your items if you die? So yes, corruption, much like experience stat or normal character level, has different levels to it. So you'll see now, under XP, death, and corruption, I have 1 blight. The amount of times you have killed unflagged players, this causes you to gain corruption faster from all sources. This is permanent for now. The rest of the corruption system will also be going through a revamp where there will be bounty hunters, multiple ways to reduce your corruption, and stuff like that. Essentially, the higher blight you have, the faster you accumulate corruption when you commit corruption acts. So if I had, 20 blight there, instead of that being my first corruption on this character, then I would have been a higher corruption level and could have required multiple kills to decorrupt, as well as having harsher punishments for the corruption itself, dropping more pieces of gear, whatever it may be. So I kind of made out like a bandit there. I have a lot of pieces that I spent a lot of time getting. I could always farm them up because I'm extremely fortunate to be able to stream this playtest in this game full time, which is immensely insane to me. But I'm not too worried about the actual corruption side of it. The cool news is this is something that we can get a lot of feedback out on and a lot of community sentiment out on. Do you drop items randomly? Yeah, it's based on your equipped items when you die while corrupted. And if I were to be a higher level of corruption, I very likely would have dropped more things. My earrings now. Get scammed. Scammer, get scammed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I had the squad pull up to help, by the way. It's kind of wild that nobody pulled up to stream snipe in a bad way and multiple people were willing to pull up to stream snipe in a helpful way and come to my location if I needed it. And everyone always says oh my god, PVX streaming is so toxic. Ash's streaming would be so toxic and bad. Oh my god, this community's so bad. Nobody even pulled up to try to take my stuff. And even people that we were just fighting were offering to come through. What about in situations like you just saw? Imagine Dusty lost 3x items and they got poofed through no fault of his own. Or the hundreds of other bugs that can cause corruption plus baiting. So, the good news is, 1 Luma, but got it back. Okay, we're set. We're set. Thank you guys for coming out, by the way. So essentially, what we can gain from this is a little bit of discussion into what actually happens and how stuff like this can be prevented. So, for instance here, there are indicators that they've added recently. So once this damage number goes away, we'll see that it's flashing on his, health bar down here, flashing gray and purple. But this up here is not flashing for the mount, because the mount itself is tied to the PvP status of the player. So if I were targeting Mentor X instead of Mentor X's mount, I would have seen the flash here and here. But in this particular scenario, because I was targeting the mount PvP status does not mimic the debuff timer of the player that it is. It just unflags when the unflag happens. Or at least that's what it looks like here based off this. So first thing, the health bar at the top, like the UI health bar indicator, isn't flashing to match the player status when the mount is on it. So that's something that could be adjusted in the future potentially to kind of like match that timer. But a very simple thing, and this is something that P-Dorf actually immediately asked. Do we think that PvP done should expand the timer, essentially? Personally, like PvP damage done, preventing the tag from falling off. Personally, I think yes. I think that once you are in a PvP scenario, you should have to essentially time out of combat to start your like debuff. You shouldn't be able to go in and essentially like say I'm fighting in not a force flag area. I'm in the Riverlands, right? And I flag up and then I instantly just alt F and the timer starts ticking down because I can deflag mid-fight. I think what would be nice is if I flag up and then I'm in combat with another player without a combat D-tick timer or something like that, I can't just alt F and start that cooldown process and then have things like that happen. So essentially what probably happened there was he was already unflagged and his timer was already started. So in a scenario like that, the lockout wouldn't necessarily help. But I think just very simply not having people able to unflag, but in this particular instance, it's really intriguing. And even player-to-player damage wouldn't be enough because the entire thing is that we're targeting his mount, not him. So even if I do damage to the mount, unless damage to a player's mount would also stop them from unflagging, it seems like it would be a weird thing just because of like this scenario in particular. But I think if a player or their mount get hit while flagged, it should extend their timer essentially and stop them from unflagging. If you're force flagged and haven't hit someone for 2 minutes, your flag drops anyways. You should only be able to flag, unflag in cities. In-game should have more lawless zones. Nock, did you hear about the rotating like PvP battlegrounds that are coming in? Because those are going to be fucking insane. Open world lawless POIs that have incentivization to them as well. That'll be active for a few hours and have a 1 hour spin up so people can actually get there. They talked about it in the last dev stream and it's one of the things I'm most excited for. It's fucking fire. I cannot wait. Because if it's in a heavy gathering area and you have like cluster spawns out the wazoo, you're going to have people bringing over their gatherers and trying to gather as much as they can while the PvPers fight and try to protect the gatherers and stop them from getting hit because they're going to be fucking loot pinatas. Those are going to be so insane for repeatable content for so many players. I can't wait for those. I think it is one of the best changes that or not best changes because it's not really a change. It's like a future system implementation. But since I have been here, I think that was one of the like primary things that have just been like, oh fuck. Okay, we're here now. I am so unbelievably excited because I think the modern day MMO gamer does very well with just a light, delicate amount of hand-holding. And they're like, okay, I've got my gear. What do I do now? And now it's like, okay, you're incentivized to go to here if you think your gear is good enough. Prior to us having arenas where we can just go and like arena mosh each other, this little bit of like an incentivization of, okay, you go here and there's a reason to go here. Once you've already got your gear, once you've got your group that's established in PvP, here you go. And then you try to control those. And then more people try to group up and fight you for control of those. And then you'll have people who are known for just locking down those areas. You'll have guilds that go area to area no matter where it is, and they'll try to get there for every single spin up that they can and hold those down. You'll have literal gameplay loops established just through those. I cannot fucking wait. Problem with Ashes right now is there's no game other than PvP. I'm sure they'll add it, of course, but at least the only reason to grind out Biscuit is to go PvP. Yeah, I agree. I think, like, it's important to keep in mind that level cap right now is 25 levels off of what it's going to be on launch. And leveling nodes is also going to be a much more long-term process where your goal as a node will be to level selfishly and become self-sufficient in multiple aspects comparatively to what we have now. They also announced in the dev stream that they're taking out City Tier 5 and moving the evolution of Metropolises down to T5. So it'll still be 5 Metropolises per server, but it'll be more meaningful progression levels at each stage of node progression. So they've talked about how they're going to rework like how many building plots are allocated to a node at each level to make each of those a bit more meaningful, make the progression a bit more smooth, so to say. I'm excited to see how that shapes up as well, because right now nodes are so codependent on other nodes, especially being like T3 nodes. They announced T4 nodes were also coming, so we're going to get the larger T4 node presumably as well, comparatively to what the T4 node would have been. So I'm excited for that. What are the most meaningful buffs in those zones? What would bring you all to those areas? So I think for me, a few things that we've talked about. I just want to laugh at this one more time before we go back to live. Dude, this was so unfortunate. Like, I thought it was on me for smoking a bowl directly before this fight. And I was like, God fucking damn it, Dusty, the devil's got you by the balls. And, fortunately, it wasn't my fault. I'm so happy. But look at this shit. 58 HP, 28 HP, projectile goes out, flagged up, flag ends, damage hits. Oh my fucking God, it was so instantaneous. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Wait. Oh, I fucked up. Wait, why is he not flagged?
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that was way scarier than it had to be. I just wanted a little bit of PvP, man. Holy shit. Okay, so most meaningful buffs in those zones. PvP / battleground zones. Yeah, so the dynamic battlegrounds that open up. So I think different themes, essentially. And not themes in a sense of like fucking holiday themes or whatever. But certain types of areas, almost. Like certain modifiers to that zone when it pops. So when it pops, you know that it's going to be, if it's in a dungeon area, a mob density modifier. If it pops in an area that's kind of like out in the middle of nowhere, out here, but it's surrounded by gatherables, you know that it's going to be a massive spawn rate of clusters and a rarity buff to the gatherables that spawn there. One of the things that we talked about that a ton of people have been excited for would be, like we discussed a little bit earlier, the protect the president element of like, okay, there are a shitload of braidwood clusters here for the next 3 hours. Everybody's working their way over. We need to get our gatherers here. We need to get people chopping, and we need to try to either filter people out or have a mule that's inside that is getting traded all the braidwood that we're securing, running it out, dropping it off to somebody else. They bring it over to storage. But even outside of that PvP area, if you know that it's gatherables or something like that, you're going to have guild versus guild decks going out over that. You're going to have walking loot pinatas. If it's high tier cluster gatherables that have a rarity buff to them, you're going to see a massive influx to whatever high tier gatherables are expected to be constraints on the economy. Could always be adjusted with different like rates of cluster spawns versus just a juice rarity with fewer spawns. So just kind of like something along that realm gathering wise, where you'd have this loop of the PvEers coming over to secure the goods. You'd have either the risk of staying in longer with those people holding the same mats because you're confident in your ability to protect them, mixed with the reward of like them getting more while they're in. You set up a funnel system. You have to take time to trade stuff, but it secures your mats earlier. Past that, huge XP, like Sock said, would be really nice. XP is something that'll be relevant for a long ass time in full launch as well. It's not like everyone's just going to have a 150 hour journey to 25. It's going to be a long-term progression of 50. Massive XP, considering those are going to be spawning along the leveling journey as well, would be huge. Drop rates. If it pops in a dungeon area, having multiple modifiers that could go there. So maybe like a map indicator. So say it pops over Steel Bloom. Steel Bloom's like glowing red as an outline or something, or whatever the color indicator is, and you can hover it, and it's essentially like reading as a map modifier, so to say, where it's like Bountiful Citadel of the Steel Bloom, and then it has a descriptor where it's like mob drop rate increased by 25%, rarity increased by 10%, glint and XP also buffed if you wanted to do it as one, or you could do as separate modifiers on those areas. So you could do like plentiful Ursine Caves, and it's like a larger area around Ursine Caves, and the Plentiful mod could be what makes your gatherable spawn. So things like that could give an indicator of like what players are expecting when they go over there, because in the full iteration of the world, I'm sure we'll have multiple spawning in multiple places throughout. So people could kind of prioritize the gameplay loop that they want to target through that. They'd be able to go on gathering runs through them, whatever it may be. Past that, what else y'all talking about? Rarity, quantity boost, loses percentage based on size of the population. So if you clear out the whole area, you get the best XP, etc. Interesting. So having an entire area simultaneously farmed, kind of like dynamically scaling it up. Increased rarity of loot would be nice. I've maybe also like an elite level boost, because they could potentially go as far as modifying spawn tables too. I don't really know the actual amount of work that would be like implicated in that, but one thing I've learned is Intrepid developers are literal fucking wizards so far. I've been like jaw on the floor multiple times with how fast shit's coming out and how well it's being implemented. So anything we spitball here, they're probably just like taking notes and they're like, oh yeah, that'll take a couple of fucking days. That's fine. I'll work on it starting the day after tomorrow, and it'll be done that same day. Guild events where you fight over control of a POI. Ooh, like a large chest area in the middle, where essentially like mini events as well, where you have X amount of time to contribute materials to a chest. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up paint for this. Paint. All right. Boys. All right, so we have just the general area, right? And this is all lawless. Dusty's lawless fuckaroo. This is what this one would be called. So essentially in the middle, you have a chest. And say hypothetically, these are 3-hour events, right? You have, as everybody in the area, 2 hours, for example, to contribute materials to the chest. 2-hour mats to chest. And then once the materials are in the chest, that impacts the total reward of controlling the chest. So then, similar to what I believe is the most current style for a military election, where you get points for controlling areas and points for kills, over the course of that next 1 hour, it's points for control plus kills. And then the highest point total at the end of the 1 hour wins the chest and everything that was contributed to the chest. And it gets like different modifiers or some bullshit like that. I feel like that could be a cool level too of trying to get multiple people out for it. And then the more people that are out there, there will be more incentivization to fight over the objective as well. It would just be weird in that instance of like, if it's a complete runaway, you would probably have 45 minutes of standing around if the first 15 minutes is a slaughter. And some of those may be more of like a lower chance to fire, because if the population isn't there as a whole, then it wouldn't support it. But trying to figure out a way to incentivize people to go out there could be good, even if it's like a modifier on the chest itself. So like, say the chest is like mats plus X% rarity. So you put them in and it kind of like washes your mats and then gives you an incentivization to deposit as many mats as you can. I'd like to see corruption integrated into lawless dynamic PvP zones. Like the area goes corrupt when it goes into PvP. Oh, like thematically goes all like red and shit. That'd be very cool. Very New World-esque. Kind of cooking with this idea. I'm not a game dev, so surely there are elements of it that are very flawed, and I also just came up with this in like 35 seconds off of inspiration. So we're not gonna pretend I'm some genius. I'm not Pirate Software. I'm not that level. I have no Blizzard experience. I just really like the word fuckaroo. I'm gonna send the VOD to the team for sure. If it gets called a fuckaroo, I know the inspiration. We're up tremendous. Okay, so what else are we thinking? Should have party-only events, also 8v8, 16v16, and you fight even against people in guild. So something where in the PvP tree, it like surpasses the guild and then has a max party lock. Yeah, but you could always just like circumnavigate that as well by having 4 parties there just holding down different areas and not hitting each other and fighting all like, you know, Bruce Lee back to back and shit. I could see that, but I could also see people just using that. Elite level boost is interesting. Crank that risk reward up and rip to the level 6 GM herbalist who logs in the middle of the zone. Yeah. And one thing, like, with the elite level boost, essentially moving it up and then having, instead of like, you know, in Steel Bloom, you have your Forsaken Blade fire starters. Instead of it just being like a pack of 3 of those, it's one like star up leveled and it's like one of them. And the spawn pads are the same, but instead of a group spawning on the pad, it's like an up leveled elite mob. And one thing that would be cool with that we could talk about, but I can't show the announcement of, is that PTR tomorrow is going to be working with some movement stuff, fall damage, momentum changes potentially, as well as a mob level discrepancy damage modifier, which means that the further our level is as characters away from the mob that we are hitting, PvE only, it will have like less damage taken and more damage done to us. So if that's up leveled and say level cap's 30 and that goes up to a level 35 3-star or 4-star as the default spawn, that's going to change a lot. Or the gold all the targets. Have I told you, Blackblood, about the price check guild or company in New World? So if people over here thought barcode was bad, there was an entire company in New World, guild essentially, that was named Price Check. And they were all barcode character names. And you couldn't see shit, you couldn't call shit out. Before I knew that it was like barcodes, I ran into one of the motherfuckers in a 3v3 arena. And I no exaggeration, called him Lee. Because I thought it was that instead of a goddamn barcode. It had me fucked up. It had me real fucked up. Okay, chat. Chat. What else are we thinking? What would bring you to an open world PvP battleground? What area would you like to see modified by these battlegrounds? Where do you think the best incentivization would be? That's a big thing. Keep in mind, it's going to be an hour spin up with a roughly 3-hour duration. So, you'll have plenty of time to get over there. You'll know what's popping up if they have UX indicators on the map, where you can kind of like scan through and see what's what. Personally, a modified Dunjaroo with increased drop rates, like faster spawn rates, would also be another just incentivization. Say Forge Lord Zammer's loot table gets reworked and he drops absolute heat, right? And you have a modifier that instead of the full respawn, it's like a 50% respawn time reduction. So it's just pumping shit out. Non-PvP zones for sure, Carve, Steel Bloom, and Highwayman Hills in the early game. Now, question. For PvE incentivization, would the level be tied to the point of interest, or would it be tied to the node level? Now, as far as we know, point of interest level will change as nodes progress too. So every area that we do know could be tied, you know, to a different level of progression than we currently see as soon as the rework comes in with only 5 tiers, as we go to T4 like towns. So anything could change with what we currently know there. But with that being said, what would the ideal handling of, like, I'm on the wrong island, level scaling for these areas be? Would you just want them to be max level? Would you want them to be up leveled a certain percentage? Like, I think that's something to keep in mind. Biggest incentivization would be a proximity voice channel where people proximity voice chat in taverns scares me. Motherfuckers are gonna be ERPing like crazy in taverns. I swear to God, if you walk by the door of a tavern, you're probably going to hear some freaky shit. Need PvP gladiator arena so you can get them on. Military nodes. Military nodes. There will be an arena system in the game. So military nodes are said to be used. They're mythical right now. They'll exist soon, TM. Military nodes are said to be tied to both arenas and class progression. So presumably, we may see our secondary class, like secondary archetype selection coming in to make our full class through military nodes, through a process there. Arenas will also be present there. And then we'll also, according to the wiki, potentially see 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s, and possibly a larger team mode as well. So presumably from that, different nodes would have different sized arenas. And those will be instanced but have a viewing area. Essentially. So they've talked about, according to the wiki, the possibility of a spectator client for those arenas, which I think would be fucking fire. Are node zones? Yes, so nodes are the individual like zone boundaries, the towns. So think of node as town, same thing. And then a biome is essentially determined by the resources and like the node staging and what's present in that area. So there are nodes and then there are zones, which are like each region. So the tropics is a zone, the Riverlands is a zone, the desert is a zone, the Jundark is a zone, but technically because the shared materials and node staging exist between the tropics and the Jundark, it's the same biome. I'm so fucking sorry. You're in for it now, though. If you need me to repeat it, please feel free. It's all fucked up. You understand? Oh my god, we got a good one. We got a good one, boys. They have a brain. Holy shit, you're one of the smart ones. It took me so long to understand all the changes. So, for a while, we didn't know that, like, the tropics and the Gundark were technically the same biome, and that zones were the regions and stuff. The zones were a recent clarification. So, it's been a whole lot of fucking hullabaloo. So, I'm so glad I got the explanation down, first of all. That's massive. So, the full map. Let me pull up the Tabbington real quick. Oh, ashes. Oh, ashes. I pulled up patch notes instead. I'm not dedicated to the cause. I usually keep it pulled up so I can look at it when I'm sad. Come on, Wiki. You can do it. Okay. And we open. And we open. Boom. This is the entire map. Now, what's in right now is the desert, the Riverlands, the Jundark, we call it the Gundark, and then the tropics. The anvils up here will be our next area. Dunes and Kill Mountain Range after that, hopefully. Because that'll be cool to have, like, the depth. This looks like, area-wise, a very small place to actually, like, play it out of, right? Anyways, but I think this is gonna have a lot of depth to it and, like, lead us into the underground a little bit. And then this, I would assume, is gonna be, like, a very, very lush resource area. Because keep in mind, the Riverlands looks pretty bare. This looks like it's gonna be fucking dense. And then you have this Badlands area, which will be pretty cool. I believe there's gonna be a port up here somewhere. But you'll see a lot of ports here. You've got these islands coming in as well. And then outside of just the node system itself, there's like multiple parallels between node stuff and guild stuff. So nodes, the player-owned towns, are meant to be multiple guilds and communities coming together for the progression of that town and the protection of that town in the long term. So multiple communities come together to make a node or a town level up and have more areas to put their buildings, to support crafting, gathering tools being made, all of that. So then you have the guild incentivization. There are 5 guild castles that will be on the map, one of them being here, and then all the rest are kind of like theory crafted on where they'll be. I think one will probably be down here, one may be up in the Dunes and Kill area, and then I think one will probably be like down in this region, and then somewhere up in here. Or over here. So basically, Each guild castle will oversee 1/5 of the map, and weekly you'll have automated tax caravans that make their way out to the guild castles that can be escorted to the guild castle nodes, which are 3 smaller nodes that protect the guild castles during the once monthly siege. So weekly you get your taxes out. If your taxes make it, your guild castle controls those taxes. You can use them to upgrade your castle, hire mercenary NPCs, set traps through your castle, shit like that. Once monthly, you'll have guild castle sieges that you'll have to defend. And if you successfully defend, you retain your castle. If you don't defend, then you lose your castle to the guild that beat you. Claim the throne. So guild incentivization is going to go even further than a node incentivization, because you'll be able to, as a guild, once a month, defend that entire thing. Hold it for as long as possible, and I think that's going to be people's largest, like, claim to fame, so to say. And the aura farmers, as the kids would say, will probably be the guild castle owners instead of the node owners. Being a mayor, especially of a high tier node, is going to be, according to Steven, a full-time job, and there's a lot that goes into it, especially if you're trying to pump buildings. So, do you need to defend your nodes too? Oh, yes. So, there are guild versus guild wars where if Cats with Abs, my guild, declares on Cats, our second guild, we would be able to fight in the open world against each other constantly. Until that guild versus guild war ends. So essentially you don't have to flag up, you and that guild can fight whenever. Likewise with the node system, because of parallels, there are node versus node wars. So if Squall's End, the node that Zombie is currently mayor of, declared on any other node, citizens of those 2 nodes would be able to fight outside of the normal PvP parameters. We see them, it's on site, they're opted in basically. With nodes, the big risk, big reward mode is going to be a node siege. So currently it's 1,000 gold to declare. That's attainable for guilds that have a lot of money. Long term, that's going to change. It will be dependent on the tier of the node that you're sieging. So essentially with a node siege, there will be a very large cost to get the materials and the resources ready for the actual siege. So you'll be building up to that, and word will very likely spread that your node is getting ready to siege. There are going to be spies everywhere. I had to burp, sorry. Then, once a node siege is declared, there's a spin-up time equal to the number of, equal to the level of the node in days. So if you're declaring on a tier 4 node, you'll have a 4-day spin-up time before the start of the siege. During that time, you'll recruit people for the defense if you're on the defense, or the attack if you're on the attack. Once the node siege starts, there is an attacker, a defender, and during the spin-up period, you are putting in buy orders and building siege vehicles, siege weapons, things that will aid in your siege. Because the higher tier a node is, the higher the walls will be, the more the strategy will change. And then, once the siege begins, it is an attack on the town itself. So, on the map, you'll see these little squares. The square area that surrounds a town is called a node cork. So the node cork is what can contain the node at max level. So this will be reworked right now because this node is scaled for T6, scaled to have 6 tiers. They reworked it recently where it's going to have 5 instead. So node sizes will change, but essentially a max level node will take up this entire area. So in the middle of the node, in the middle of the marketplace currently, there's a flag that the defender, the node that is being sieged, has to defend. And during the siege time itself, that area is closed off to anyone except participants of the siege. If you're in the siege, you can be there. If you're not in the siege, you gotta get the fuck out. So, bear back. Okay, enjoy your din-dins. Also, stop working so hard. You're on fucking vacation. Oh, wait. I'm showing the wrong screen. I'm so sorry. This square is called a node cork. So, basically, as a node levels, or this player-owned town, at max level, it would expand until it took up this entire square called the node cork, right here. So, when you're sieging, you as the attacker would start outside of the town, and there are different respawn points that you can capture outside. The defender can also send a raid out to recapture the respawn areas. So, even if you have a respawn area, you'll likely need scouts to see if you're holding those respawn areas, a counter team to get the respawn areas back if they're contested by the defenders, whatever it may be. The gates of the node are closed, and you have to group up as the attacker, break through the gates themselves, and then once the gates are down, you need to get in and channel the flag on the inside of the node. I personally think that's lame and wish it was like a control point that you had to get increasing influence on and then that influence can be de-ticked by the defender having more people on the point. Sounds like New World because it's quite literally New World. Steal what New World does for their point, the whole algorithm and everything. I know you got New World devs on the team. Just, it's so fucking good. It results in so many all-ins, so many 99% point de-ticks. Hold on. I need to pull up a clip to demonstrate this, actually. Clips. Let's see. New World. Let's see. Excuse me. There will absolutely be crazy deticks in this. Filters. What do they do to the clips channel? Oh, fuck me. Detick? Maybe as a search. Oh, wait. Okay. I actually found a clip by searching the proper term in my clips. All right. So essentially, we'll go through this real quick. In New World, you had a circle. The old 936p pre-partner streams. In New World, you had a circle. That circle around the flag, you had to have people in to essentially raise or lower the influence, which is tracked up here at the top of the screen in the UX. So we're defending here. So we had to hold 3 points on the outside, 2 of which are already captured. And then we're currently on our last point. These are capped. We're down to our last side point A. A is currently at like 85% tick, and it's going up. So if you look, they have a lot of red everywhere around the point. They're the attack, so they're getting close to actually like capturing this point and getting into our fort. So they're trying to get all of their people onto the point as quickly as possible. So we know that they're going to collapse here, and they're going to try to get kills. So essentially, what I would do a lot of the time is stay in and bait collapses, get out defensively, and since we know they're going to full collapse, I'll pause the music as well, so that way you actually hear. We have a respawn caller in the background, which I think is something that's going to evolve into Ash's node sieges as well, because it's like wave-based respawns. But basically, we're outnumbered as shit here. And everything that's red around us over here is about to collapse on this because it's a very, very, like, incentivized point. They need to capture it. It's very close to capture. So, all of their abilities come out. The enemy full collapses here. And everybody all-ins on the point. I use my defensives to get out. I'm gonna recollapse. And then we know that they're all going to be in on that. Our point's ticking up, and we just have to full send everything that we have. So there's a little bit of like preface to it. It looks like fucking chaos, but essentially this was a 50 versus 50 like war in New World. And in these moments, they're the most fun things to play through in any PvP MMO stuff that I have ever done. It's absolutely insane. And a lot of large scale in Ashes is going to look more chaotic than this too, because this is only 50 versus 50. Sieges are already chaotic as shit. Same thing with large node wars and everything.
Purple, I'm into top.
So, point ticks up.
I'm gonna recollapse. I'm gonna recollapse in 3, 2. Go ball up, send everything.
And then point right now is at 99%.
Big tick on bottom,
And so we have everybody on our team trying to pile onto the point and push them off the point because we just got kills. And then because it's wave-based respawns, we held out long enough for the rest of our team to actually get back, and we start de-ticking the point because we're able to have more people on the point than they are. So it's like this battle over the point where everybody just tries... Jesus Christ, that was fat. Where everyone just tries to pile onto the point. 2023 VOD? 2024. Yeah, this is 2024. This was El Dorado, because I'm on A-Banks. Let's see. June 13th, 2024. Little over a year ago. But El Dorado shiz. I just searched up D-Tick in my clips, and I found that. So big shout out to the DTIC. That keyword search is absolutely fucking massive for the boys. I didn't know what's going on. New World is fucking chaotic. It genuinely is. People that would come in and try to watch New World would be like, Dusty, what the fuck is this? PvP and ESO is so much cleaner. I think depending on the scale of what you're doing, things can either look very messy or very clean, like simply off of that factor alone, right? And as you add more people, there's always the potential for it just to get sloppy on screen. I'm also always a melee player, so I'm very much like in the thick of it. And with New World being full action combat, it was a lot of like flicking to position your character, pivoting your character position during auto attack animations, and like small things movement wise that made the camera look like shit. So yeah, admittedly, it's crazy as fuck up there in melee, but a lot of games will also kind of give you that experience. New World Wars look wild, but once you do something and learn, it's pretty organized. Yeah, it's a lot of like smaller pieces contributing to that chaos. And like once you're able to... Wait a second. Who's in here? Wait a second. Wait a second. Was that just ambient noises or was that people? I think that's just some mob noises. Lame. I'm done eating. You want to do lungs again? Yeah, I mean, if you want to pull up. I'm done corrupting on people now. Hopefully for the rest of the night. That'd be quite ideal. Is Brian Daddy up over the, like, over across the corner? He is. Clean. All right, hold on. Let me get my brine breaches real quick. Surely I won and done this, right? Certainly. Have my solo build back on. Beautiful. We're good to go. All right. All is well. Can't wait for this beautiful opportunity for a battle. Okay. I guess it's actually not that bad. Now that I have gear, it's a bit easier to kill things. The last time I was trying to solo this guy, I had no fucking gear whatsoever. And it was like a fucking 15-minute process, man. It was a little chaotic. Poop. Poop. I love being able to tank stuff. I feel like you can focus more on your character when you play PvP on ESO. Just like ridiculous with all the effects going off. Fair, fair. Yeah, if it's like the zooming out aspect, there'll be a lot of people that do come in from different MMOs, and they're just like, Dusty, what's going on here? Like, can you zoom in? And I'm like, yeah, I can, but I don't look at my character very much. And Drewski, one of my New World friends, and I, we call it soft vision, where you're essentially looking all the way around your screen at all times and never like directly at your character, so to say, because you should know, just based on like familiarity with what you're doing, what's actually going on your screen, what's going on with your character, and kind of like where everything is aligned. So in very chaotic games, especially like New World, large scale in this, or even anything group based in this, because Ash's big incentivization for balance is 8v8s. So even in most group scenarios, you're gonna have 16 people all trying to organize. It gets a little chaotic. So we try to teach a lot of people, like, you're not really looking at this when you play. You're looking at these for targetings. You're trying to throw out your... I need to hit that. Bless. You're trying to throw out your abilities at the right time with everything coordinated with your group. You're trying to pay attention to your positioning while not spending too much time on your character itself. You're looking at your health bar. You're looking at your cooldowns. And essentially everything other than the actual effects. I mean, maybe some classes play a little bit more off the visuals, but I feel like in a lot of mass scale, especially Ash's stuff and like New World stuff in my experience, we try to more so just look everywhere else and play off of like what's going on the peripheral. So it's cool to hear about like other games though, especially, I mean, even in like small scale over here, I think you'll have a lot more of that where it's less chaotic. It looks a bit cleaner, a little bit more of that like graceful movement, I guess you could call it, but One time I corrupted into Willow by accident, got 2 levels of corrupt, got killed by guards for the first level, Tanko killed me the second time, then I had to negotiate with Bam Middle one of the 2 times he took from me in town. That's so sad. Yeah, dude, I shit myself. Please give it to me. Like, what if you just gave me the brine breaches? No? There's no God. There's no God. I worked so hard for that. My God. Watching on the peripheral is how you find Willow and Braid in the distance. Okay, well, hear me out. Sometimes I'm watching too far on the peripheral in those instances because I'm reading chat. I will say guilty as charged. You guys find me as much like Willow as I find. Does every class have a self-heal ability? Let's see. Mage doesn't have a self-heal, but they have a shield. Ranger... Does Ranger have a self-shield? They don't have a self-heal. I don't believe. But every class will have, like, defensives that they can use. Some classes, obviously, lighter on defensives, excuse me, than others. They do have a health regen. Is it a substantial amount, or is it just kind of like a trickle? Is it enough to call it like a self-heal? Super low percent. Oh, okay. Yeah, so not really like a self-heal. But like most classes will have defensives. Ranger is a little bit weaker on the defensives and is very frequently like the first target that people try to burst in group-based combat. They're very impactful in PvP, which is another incentivization for it. But are you able to solo a world boss? Oh, fuck no. Oh, God, no. That was a very easy to solo mob because his regular attack doesn't hit very hard. The big thing with those mobs is the Rotten Fulminate that they do, which is like the red smoke on the ground. If you tank that, you're gonna take a few thousand damage. Sometimes I mess around and stay in it, but like some of these name mobs out here are soloable, but it depends on the mob type, the star allocation, the level of them. If I were to try to go over to the giants and solo those, the giants would kill me very quickly. So there's a little bit of like, not even a little bit, a lot of difference in terms of like the mob scaling. Different mob types, different star levels in terms of like what elite level they are. It goes from 1 to 5. So I'll join for lungs if you need more people. Yeah, I mean, shoot me a DM. I already have my lungs, so we can like bounce back and forth. I'm perfectly down for that. It's a long haul full back and forth, and I don't necessarily know that it would be like the 20-minute timer hit. But I also don't think Brine Daddy is contested. I haven't seen anyone out here. And I figure this far after the respawn, if somebody had it on timer, they would have been out to check it. So, but yeah, I can go over and help people get lungs. I don't mind at all. Thankfully, because we got my Lumadon earring back, I don't need to worry about that anymore. Blessings on blessings. Flanker. Hello, brother. How are you today? Hope you've been well. Can spec it into having a sap-like effect like rogues. Okay, fair. In terms of world bosses, I mean, shit, how many people are currently needed for Firebrand and stuff at Tumok? Because I know they've been experimenting, and I just got back. This is like my 3rd or 4th day back from a 2-week Iceland trip. So I don't know what was adjusted in terms of world bosses when I was gone, but we were fighting Tumok, which is one of the 2 Riverlands world bosses, before I left, and he was so fucking tanky that there was a 40-person raid and it wasn't doing enough damage. And it was just this like war of atrophy where Tumok was not losing. So everything is meant for elite mobs to feel like elite mobs, according to Intrepid. And they've actually gone as far as like they tweaked elite mob damage and everyone thought that it was bugged, and they went in Discord and they were like, hey, this is working as intended. You guys are basically just bad at the game, so we're gonna turn it down for you a little bit. Like, very simply put, it was essentially going, hey, some of you guys are really bad at the game, so we're gonna turn it down for a little bit so you can get gear, but it's meant to be higher and it's gonna go back up, so be ready. I lost my shit laughing when they put that out because I was having fun with the new mob damage, but elites are supposed to be difficult, which I really appreciate. Flanker, thank you for the hydrate, dude. PTR tomorrow, Death of Shoal confirmed. PTR is on 24/7 for another 2 weeks. You were a doomer. Shoal lives on for 2 weeks. It's on life support. starting tomorrow. It's like vegetative state just... It's gone. It's gone. We're essentially visiting it to get into the will at this point. It's like maybe they do some cool shit over here. Maybe there's like a Steven Raid boss day. I don't know, maybe he flies down from the heavens and just gives me a fucking one-of-one Pirate Software level flyer because Pirate Software ended up bitching out of the playtest. You know, anything could happen. So there will be incentivizations to be over here. Hopefully we also see some push through from PTR to production. Because I don't necessarily know what... I guess the PTR environment would get caught up to and past what production has, but I don't really know the large differences between the two. I haven't been a PTR tester up until, well, tomorrow. So I'm excited to get over there and see what the differences are. Tell a story of pirate bitching, I want to know. Brother, it was like... It's a whole saga. Hold on, let me take a bong rip and then I'll go into it. A story like that deserves the proper respect. You give me un momento, senorita. Someone tells Iback that I'm coming back and to not kill me. Somewhere out there, he sees me AFKing. He's got like a fucking spidey sense for it. Be right back. Chat, clean out your ears, it's pirate software time. My door. All right. Yo ho ho and yippee ki yay, motherfuckers. Strap in because you're getting a history lesson. The year is 2024. Pirate Software is one of the largest streamers on Twitch, regarded as a wholesome guy that's about spreading information to the community with a good reputation and thirst for knowledge. And then the year is 2025, and he's arguing with random people on Twitter that make substantially less money than him that say mean things about him on the internet. So we're going to go to this year. Basically, prior to this year, Pirate Software was the golden child of Twitch. Could do no wrong. He was going crazy in YouTube Shorts. He was the deep-voiced, deep-dickin', wizard hat-wearing Himothy of Twitch at the time. He could pull up a Microsoft Paint and women would swoon. The furries would bustle. And armies moved at his command. Fast forward to Ashes. And over in the mythical realm of Lyneth, which was said to be a safe haven. Aside from the barbaric Vyra, where everyone was just a stupid, dumb PvPer with no organization whatsoever, and would get rolled by Lyneth. Pirate Software had a bit of a run-in with a guild called the Federation, and basically waged an ongoing war against the Federation, and said that he would run them off the server, but said that he wanted all the smoke, and told his people that they were no longer allowed to group with them. Like a jealous boyfriend in high school. When your girlfriend sits beside someone else that you think is cooler than you in a different class, and you're not in that class to contest the spawn. We've all been there. So, basically, the war is on, and at the time, the world discussed how all of Lyneth moved around Pirate Software's schedule. People would come in and they would ask me, no irony by the way, this isn't made up. People would come in and they'd ask me what server has more population. And I would say, well, do you plan on playing when Pirate Software is streaming or no? Because if you want to play with him, you go to Lyneth and you play when he's streaming and it's more populated. And if he's not streaming, then you come over to Vyra and it's more populated. Your choice. And that wasn't a joke. People would run caravans on that server much more frequently when he was not streaming because they were pirates. They ran around and they hit caravans. But when push came to shove, Fed shoved pirates on the ground and dicked them down while they were down there. And eventually, this led to really just a full punishment of the pirates organization in the long term. And essentially, this, in conjunction with a few other things that were going on at the time, manage them, had Pirate Software very on edge. There were controversies about certain things, manage them, and then him also pulling an ocular with his ball lightning and killing his raid, which he then blamed on his raid and the manager. And basically, during that time, it was announced that what we all knew was happening was going to happen. Our Phase 2 servers would come to an end. And basically, everyone had been asking, would Pirate Software play on the Mega server? Originally, he said he wanted all the smoke if there was a Mega server. He wanted to fight everybody. And then after the fact, through the course of Phase 2 ending, the initial plan was that they were going to merge the servers, and Wave 3 key holders, our new key holders back on May 1st, would be able to join that merged server. And it would be the characters transferring over, but like the server itself, the playing field would be de-leveled. And after community feedback, Intrepid was like, okay, we're gonna merge them, and we're gonna give you a fresh start. And then, after more community feedback, they were just like, you know what, fuck it. They're only being merged for a day. And then it's all fresh start all the time. And then after that one day, the old servers are gone. And originally, Pirate Software had said he wanted all the smoke. Wanted the Mega server the entire time, and they would be there, and they would be showing out there. But when it was announced that there would be a merger and a fresh, he said they'd be playing on the merge server. Then it was announced that they were only going to be doing the merge server for one day. And via streamers who were in the directory that were a part of Pirates community, higher ups within the guild, it was foretold that they would not be participating in this server, Shoal, the new fresh server, where everybody, NA and EU, was forced into the same server. And they would be avoiding the PvP over here and essentially not playing this phase. But it wasn't just because of the PvP. That would have been fine. Losing PvP is one thing. But where it got to the point where I was no longer like, all right, the internet's being kind of mean to this dude. What the fuck? Oh, hey. For me, when it got to the point of like, all right, he kind of deserves it. Intrepid, during Phase 2, a couple months prior to the launch of Phase 2.5, back on May 1st, announced that they would be doing an entire attribute rework. So, they essentially redid a bunch of sets, added new sets, shifted around loot tables, and essentially updated how items worked, how things looked, like stat-wise, and added in diminishing returns on power scaling, which was a huge problem with gearing, leading to time to kill being absolutely atrocious. This change, to this day, has been absolutely phenomenal for the health of the playtesting environment. The quality of PvP fights is much better now. The build diversity is much better now than it was. People are actually building different things. It's a huge step in the right direction. But with that change coming in, Intrepid also talked about how things would get shifted around. It was an in-progress change. There would be continued implementation on it. And as a result, like, you know, bear with them as they sort everything out, right? Pretty normal request, nothing too outlandish there. But certain items, like I mentioned, got their attributes shifted around. And Pirate Software, coincidentally, you know, denying that he didn't want to go over to the new server because of the PvP stuff, starts throwing a fit about one set in particular being reworked from a caster set to a melee physical damage dealer set. Now keep in mind, it's not even a melee set rework. We don't use those shits. And with that, multiple pieces for melees also got reworked. So it wasn't just something that targeted casters or this or that, but he took a ton of offense to Intrepid changing something in the gearing process that him and his community had spent thousands of hours collectively farming for. And instead of voicing the opinion in like a constructive way, he took a very attacky stance against Intrepid and got very petty with things. So the man who was making tens of thousands of dollars a week simply streaming on Twitch and playing a game that's in development, while the next closest person to him at the time was, well, after everyone else left, me at like 100 and something viewers, like, he was just in his throne, making a shitload of money, being upset that him and his community would have to farm up new gear slots after an announced rework. And instead of just being like, you know what? It is what it is, boys. We farm up our new gear and we start testing. He starts attacking Intrepid and attacking the development process, saying that because of these changes, they're making unnecessary changes with zero guidance and they have no idea what they're doing. He went as far as pulling up the jobs listings that Intrepid had on their website, like the new hiring listings, or like the now hiring listings. And this is, wasn't Narc still streaming at that point? Oh God, no. Narc was long gone before I even got here. I never shared the directory with Narc when I was here. This was all while I was over here. I, thank God, never shared the directory with Narc. I probably would have had a shower after every single stream, because that shit needs to stay far away from me. Narc was my first Ashes streamer. Oh, we all regret our first time, Hoofsy. We all do. Is it possible to hit chargebacks on him? How many of the pizza boxes in his background were you responsible for? So, all right, back to Pirate Software. Hold on, we can't bag on another person. Hold on. So basically, Pirate was at this point playing other games, and this is as recent, by the way. This goes up until like a couple of weeks ago. So Intrepid specifically pulled up their job postings, and Steven made a comment about how just because they have a posting up for something, it doesn't mean that that's not occupied. It means that they're looking to expand the teams. That was directed at Pirate Software, because Pirate Software, during his streams of other games, would be ranting about how Intrepid has no direction, Intrepid has no idea what they're doing with these updates, and on top of that, none of these updates will actually be able to land anywhere because they don't have a principal economy designer, and they don't have this, and they don't have that. And here I am in my little fucking corner of the internet, having run a Starbucks store long enough to know just because you're hiring a shift supervisor doesn't mean you already have all of your you have no shift supervisors. Like, somebody else was fulfilling that role and probably had multiple roles, and they were looking to separate those two things and allow one person to work on one role. Two people, two different roles. And that makes perfect sense if you're a normal human being with a functioning fucking brain. But Pirate Software tried to use that as an attack against Intrepid, saying that even with all of these econ changes, even with all of these regearing changes, which have no fucking direction and make no fucking sense anyways, that none of them would actually land because they're hiring this and they clearly don't have that, And like, until they hire these people, none of the changes that they're bringing in even matter and blah, 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 blah. And just like trying to spout bullshit that the community previously, like his little corner of the internet, and I say little being massive, his massive corner of the internet, never cared to call him out on, because if they did, he just fucking Thanos snapped him and nobody noticed because he had 20k viewers. Now that people are actually checking what he's saying, and people are like, wait a second, maybe he's just like spouting bullshit. Everything that he said has been addressed by Intrepid extremely thoroughly. And up until literally 2 weeks ago, like before I left for Iceland, so about 2.5 weeks, he would still get on and shit talk Intrepid while playing other games. It was fucking astonishing that he literally makes more money in probably a month of streaming than I see yearly streaming. And brother was upset that him and his multi-thousand person community would have more content in farming up and testing a new gear set in an alpha. I didn't know that I could be like so astounded by a rich person being unhappy that they're rich. But fuck it. Fuck it. Junie, hello. Haven't played the game in a while. Has the game become more performance friendly on the PC, or it's still too intense? Depending on how performance friendly or fuck. I hate this game. Depending on how performance friendly you're looking for, that'll probably have a large impact on the answer. What specs are you running? Because they are in the middle of some like updates that will help performance, as well as like upgrading to Unreal Engine 5.6. That's going to come with a lot of tools for the devs themselves to work with that should hopefully long-term result in a lot smoother performance. Now, with that being said, a lot of the performance issues that people were having were actually related to a memory leak that was Windows-sided and not Ashes-sided. So a lot of people would notice that their performance degraded extremely quickly after playing the game in like few hour bursts. Ariakis, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And sorry if I said your name wrong. But basically people would complain that they're like, the quality of their game deteriorated after a few hours. I noticed it as well. Turns out that that was a Windows problem. Basically a Windows like interaction with Unreal Engine 5 games that was causing a memory leak. So, Windows Update came out while I was in Iceland. I have not experienced a memory leak at all since that update hit. I haven't been restarting my game. I have multiple hours. I'm 5 hours in right now without a restart in the game, without a crash, without frame degradation. Like, I'm still sitting at 200 FPS sitting in this room. And I've been in this game session for 5 hours running all across the world. So, I would say performance-wise, it feels much better since the memory leak has been resolved, and the memory leak wasn't even Intrepid's fault. And a lot of people were like, oh, this is running like shit. People would come in that hadn't been in chat before, and they'd ask why their game was running like shit, and I'd be like, when was the last time you restarted? And they'd be like, oh, 5 hours ago. And I'd be like, restart your game real quick, and they're like, wow, that fixed it. So it kind of makes me curious, the number of new players that logged in for a few hours and noticed their game running extremely choppy, didn't restart their game and give it another chance, and we're just like, oh, well, I guess I'm done. This runs like ass. I hope it wasn't too many, but I fear that it may be. It's a legitimate fear too. So hopefully, invalid target. Oh, wait. Oh, it wasn't flagged. Hopefully, a lot of the people that were having issues that didn't refund can hop back in. I haven't played since phase 1. Let's see if phase 3 is worth it. Are you going to be hopping in for PTR testing prior to phase 3? Keep in mind, phase 3 is always going to be adding things throughout P3. Like, everything that was added, or that was like advertised in the dev streams and stuff, that's not going to be day 1 P3. Those will all be things that are kind of like prioritized as of now, but a lot of that is going to be very future looking stuff. So I think it's important for people to realize, like, you haven't played since P1. So it's going to immediately be night and day better for you. Especially with 2 starting areas. The Anvils isn't expected to be like 1-to-1 as good as the Riverlands is as a start. But due to... the fuck is it? Why is the word evading me right now? Also, good morning, Carla. The gaming's amazing. Sorry, you came in on a deep rant. I hope you had good sleeps. But due to... what the fuck is the word? Oh my god. basically more people in one area lowering the output of an area. God fucking damn it, I'm brain farting on this. I'm actually having a stroke. Anyways, due to whatever that fucking word is that's evading me. That's bothering me so much right now. Chat. Why do I... Competition resource. Yeah, but there's like a fancy word for it. It's like... Hold on. It's not like risk analysis. Fuck, what is it? I literally say it all the time and I'm just brain farting on it right now. It's like more people being in the most efficient area and competing for that area actually makes it not the most beneficial area. Either way. So if everybody is going to the Riverlands because it's the most efficient, whatever you may have, then diminishing returns? Kind of, but there's a fancy business word for it too. Saturation? No. Fuck, it's like risk versus reward, but like cost benefit? No. Cost benefit refers to the process of comparing the advantages and disadvantages of an action or decision. No. Pirate curse. Apparently, I'm just on the goofy juice. He hacked my brain. Fuck. What is it? Dude, I say the term so much. Optimize? No. I'm so mad. I'm like searching the cabinets of my brain right now. Why am I being like fucking Men in Black memory wiped? Return of investment? Kind of. Smoked a bomb 20 minutes ago. I always smoke a bomb 20 minutes ago. The fuck do you mean? That's like a normal thing. That's like a normal thing. I'm 60, welcome to my world. Brother, I should not be in the same world as a 60-year-old mentally. I think something bad has happened. Half the brain's turned off for the night. It's still in Iceland. Fuck. Face it, you're starting to get a little banner. Give somebody else all the animals. Listen, memory is the first thing to go. When does my right hip start to go in that progression? Because my right hip's been a little achy lately. God fucking damn it. It's not like a cost-benefit analysis. Not risk or reward. Either way, when you have something that's like 100% peak efficiency, right? Peak output. If you get that in optimal scenarios, that is 100% peak output, which is the Riverlands leveling progression. If another group is contesting the resources that you need for peak output, that instantly reduces you from peak output to whatever your max output is with that level of competition. So, through that, with them saying that the anvils may not be, like, you know, up to par with the Riverlands, that could actually de-incentivize enough people from going anvils to incentivize it, in a sense. Like you lose to win, so to say. And I almost think that we need to very closely monitor where people are going in the PTR for their loops and their testing, because people are going to get like this optimal questing loop, that optimal questing loop. But as soon as that is contested, it's no longer the optimal loop. Resource allocation? No, I'll think of it. I'll literally think of it as soon as I fucking end stream tonight. I'll be laying in bed, like, I don't know, trying to rizz up Carla, and then in the middle of it, I'll just be like, Wait a second, I got it. Fuck. I need to like channel my inner chi. Bro, what the fuck is the word? It's not even like scarcity or anything like that. Loss leader? Oversaturation, congestion. No. Fuck me. Post nut, you'll remember it. What if the post nut clarity is what's keeping me from remembering? Like, I don't know. I've said it so many times. I have an entire rant about it. I'm furious inside. You guys might not recognize it, but this is my angry face. I'm fucking livid. I am steaming on the inside. I'm so mad that I can't remember this. It's such a businessy sounding rant too. Like, it sounds so fucking professional. Anyways, long story short, if nobody goes to the anvils or fewer people, what's going on? So I go on a rant about how essentially if you have the most efficient area but everybody floods to the most efficient area due to solve for this term, it's no longer your most efficient area. And it's not like competition or anything like that. Like, I have a really businessy sounding term that essentially like summarizes the risk reward and like the more people that go there, experience opportunities. No, experience opportunities is what I say describing like node levels. That's one thing that Steven stole from me in a dev stream though. That is a Dusty term that Steven used in a dev stream, so I was extremely happy about that. Opportunity cost. Winner! Winner! You're actually the winner. Holy shit. 2 people got it at the same time. Thank you guys. Opportunity cost. Holy shit. I want you guys to know I was sweating thinking of that. Oh my god. Wait, you said that like 10 minutes ago? Hold on. No, you said oh wait. Yep. Nope, you did. Yep. 10:03. Literally 6 minutes ago. Damn. Well, maybe I really did get flashbanged. Alright, Timbits would have solved the problem 6 minutes ago. I'm literally sweating. I was thinking so hard about that. But yeah, the opportunity cost associated with taking the optimal route is very, very, very rarely worth it unless you are confident in your ability to get out ahead of the curve in a manner that you won't be contested. See? That literally sounds so fucking professional. That's what you guys were missing out on that entire time. 6 minutes of not having that rant that you'll never get back. But essentially, everyone thinks the Riverlands will be the best. Everyone goes to the Riverlands. Competition is there in the Riverlands. Due to opportunity cost, nothing's available. And then they're like, oh shit, well I gotta go elsewhere. And then, before you know it, you're behind the curve, and the people who are ahead of the curve get out exponentially further because in the time that you are trying to get to max level, and you're competing for everything along the way, the groups that are the furthest ahead are taking optimal leveling spots. They're getting the optimal gear drops before you even get access to your base gear. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm proud of us. We came together as a community. We ignored the first person to get it correct, like any good streamer. Learned that one from Asmongold back in the day. Genuinely, I was thinking so hard I missed that message. I was fucking racking the brain. I've stopped sweating now. I'm not, my forehead feels cooler now. I think I was like overheating and just revving up the engine a little bit too much. I watched the Formula 1 movie today, and that also had me sweating at points. That shit was fire. Okay, but no, experience opportunities, because Carla brought that up. That is a term that I use to describe node progression that Steven used in a dev stream recently, so we know that he's listening at some points. He probably ignores my stream as much as possible because it's usually the manic ramblings of a just deranged man. But it is what it is. They're passionate ramblings. But experience opportunities are essentially the total number of things, either gatherables or monsters, that can be killed, collected, whatever, for experience for the node progression, or to a character, you know, present in the node itself. And the reason that I started talking about experience opportunities a lot was because Jinna was originally a very cool node to me. It had a very good pocket dungeon with Daytona up here that drops the highest fizz power bracers in the game, but it doesn't unlock until the node's level 3, which it's still level 2 at this point and probably won't reach level 3 before August 4th because the population will continue to decline on the server. So I started talking about experience opportunities between a Riverlands node and Jinna, and essentially started to use it to describe if you had placed 100 players in any of these Riverlands nodes and told them just go do shit, and placed 100 players here and said just go do shit, the Riverlands node, no matter which Riverlands node it is, would level exponentially faster than any desert node could possibly level in the current state of things, without like waiting, without other things being taken into account. Simultaneously, if you were to call at the same exact time every gatherable, every mob, everything else that is present in a node with just like a slash mass nuke that just killed the entire node, a Riverlands node would benefit much more than a desert node than other things. Now, certain biomes will obviously present less of an opportunity to level and fewer experience opportunities just because the biomes themselves are literal fucking deserts. And I get that. But the desert itself feels incredibly Gimpingtoned compared to leveling many other things. In certain areas, like the more oasis-y areas, kind of have opportunities there. But it does feel like certain biomes are just going to be naturally at a massive disadvantage. Bit, how you doing, my friend? When does server go down? 1 a.m. EST. So I believe we have like 3 more hours. And then tomorrow and Wednesday, keep in mind, if you were a current key holder, you get access to the PTR starting tomorrow, the private test realm. It is visually NDA'd, so you can't like stream gameplay POV. I'll be streaming, but it'll be a VOD running muted in the background for the visual. You guys will hear the PTR. We'll be talking about what we're doing on the PTR, but you cannot share visuals from the private test realm itself, or your account will be Thanos snapped. So make sure you are not sharing those. But they've announced that there will be a few focuses for the PTR testing tomorrow. We're going to be testing a new movement system with some changes to momentum, hopefully on certain abilities and not everything as a whole. I love the momentum carry that Ashes has in the movement system and hope that it stays around for a long time. They're adding in some fall damage changes, so we're going to be messing around with that. Can't show any visuals, of course. But then they're also going to be doing... Who's the third one? I was so excited for the fall damage changes. Fall damage, momentum carry. I can check the Discord, hold on. Chat told me once. Chat will have to tell me again. Pop, pop. And then... boost NPCs. Oh, enemy level scaling. Duh. So, like... potentially more damage on enemies that are elite, and they also put in a level discrepancy basically between your character and the mobs that you're hitting, where if you're hitting higher level mobs, it will reduce the damage that those higher level mobs are taking from you and increase the amount of damage that they are doing to you. So those will be some very large core changes, and I'm excited to get on and test those bad boys. Because anytime something that significant changes, I mean, fall damage can already be a huge thing. Because so many people use barred uppies like the anti-grav ability for initiates, and if that wears off in the sky and you just kill your entire raid, that would be fucking hilarious. Also, Planendorf would be able to bully way too many people with fall damage changes. I don't know how I feel about that one. Won't launch have mechanics to top progression of a particular node. So there will be a vassling system that'll have like node lockouts, and essentially like nodes will be able to have other nodes underneath it that are like vassals of the parent node. So keep a lookout for Bonnie Blue. That's me. Jesus Christ. Ready to take on an army of men in Ashes. Understandable. Understandable. Planet is here. Don't bug Planendorf. He's on vacation. Jesus fucking Christ. Planendorf is on vacation. Save your bugging Planendorfs for when he's not trying to enjoy a nicely cooked meal in the mountains. Good fucking golly. He's a viewer right now. It'll kill us all flying boats? Listen. Listen. We can control the flying boat. We can take him off of the boat. We wall the boat, he falls out of the sky. And where there's a Planendorf, there may always be a Steven. Flying boats isn't a bug, it's a feature. I mean, I support the Flying Dutchman, personally. You just gotta hold on to the cannon and not stop holding on. And if you stop holding on and you lose faith, then, well, you'll probably fucking die. And I don't really think that's on the Flying Dutchman. Because if you're in an airplane and you jump out of the airplane and you die, that's not on the fucking airline. That's on you. Like, that's your fault. If you fall off of a flying boat and get hurt, that's your fault. You know you're flying, you know it's a boat, just don't fall off. Planendor for president. But yeah, so Vaseling is also going to be getting an update with the recent announcement that they're cutting out the tier 5 node, the old city node for T5, and replacing it with just like the 5 tiers instead of 6 tiers. So your new Metropolis node, multiple Metropolis nodes or Metropolises, those will essentially be at the top of the parent structure, and those would have one T4 node underneath it, which would have one T3 node underneath it. And those smaller nodes, I believe that's what the new structure is going to be. They showed it on the dev stream. We're still learning all this shit because it came out literally a couple days ago. But I believe it's a 1-in-1 underneath it now instead of the old structure where it was like this node level gets multiple, this, that. I think it's just a 1 and then a 1 underneath it as well. So you'll essentially have a parent node, you'll have your vassal nodes that work for and help your parent node. And that'll be a whole system where if the parent node gets sieged, then there could be impacts on vassals and shit like that. Everything goes so fucking deep. I'm thankful that I'm in on it this early because there's genuinely way too much to learn every single fucking day. Please have my pants. I need my pantalones. And if I get my pantalones, I'm thickum big dickums. I'll have to rename my character. Like, I will be juiced to the tits. And then we can go back over and check lungs. It'd make me so unbelievably happy. It's like the last large piece that I need, and then the last piece after that is shoulders, but I'm not too worried about the small increase. It'd technically get me above 200 power, but we're fine with that. Oh, he got the sack off. No, we got the recipe! Chat, I hate it here. Everything's terrible all the time. It's all shit over here. It's okay though. We ball out. So, PTR, by the way, tomorrow, I don't know what time it goes up at.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now?
You didn't.
Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
This is being weaponized against me, and I don't feel safe. 10 a.m. PST. Okay, so 1 a.m. EST, PTR goes up. What is end time each day? Or do they just keep it up for the full 2-day? Did I just get my Indom canceled? Chat, we might be cooked. 6 p.m. PST. Oh, so it's 1 to 9? God damn.
I miss the good days.
Okay. I got to,
Bruiser
I'm gonna be on the grind.
Clumps were clumps. Everything was
That's
simple.
8 hours of PTRing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna have to yap for 2 whole hours without the PTR? Oh no. I only did it for 10 hours without the PTR before. Heavens to Betsy. Me oh my. I will have to get on at 1 though to make sure that we have the most, like, efficiency out of it. Carly, you heard it here. 1 p.m. stream start tomorrow. And if I don't get on stream by 1 p.m., I owe chat 10 gifties. So we have incentivization now because I can't afford to drop 10 gifties. I've got to make sure I do it. Gavin, how you doing tonight, my friend? I appreciate you coming through. I've been on some fucking rants tonight. It's good to be back. I won't lie. The 2 weeks away refreshed my, like, rant ability. I was able to refine some of them in my head. I've got cool rocks sitting on my desk now. I've got my Cats of Reykjavik mug. So we're kind of up tremendous. The vibes are established. Hello, what's up? What? Where? Oh. Hold on. Well, that was up to you. Okay. Carla had an emergency. She saw a spider. She saw 3 small spiders. She claims that the spiders are plotting against her and that it's her downfall. I did an investigation and they seem to have fallen back to regroup. And we fear for our lives daily, chat. If I don't go live tomorrow, you know what it was. It's either Amazon Games or spiders. I did what I could. I ran some security on it. I did a pretty solid loop, and well, there was nothing to be had. And I feel as though I've exhausted all options as a defender of the spoders. Who died in here? Uh-oh. What you forgot about is once you clear those 3 spiders, it has a chance to spawn a spider queen that drops rare loot. Carlo, we could farm them. What if we make a spawner? Like, you guys will always do it in Minecraft, but you try to do it IRL and it's like, now not okay? Like, what the fuck do you mean? she was saying they were like medium-sized spiders, and then gave an indication of the size that, in my opinion, was most definitely a baby spider. Tiny little baby. If I get bit and I die, it's on you. Oh, spiders up here aren't, like, dangerous at all. They're just the ones that turn you into Spider-Man. Yeah, it's nothing bad. I don't think even, like, our larger spiders are dangerous. They're just kind of, like, inquisitive. They called me to tell me to distract you. The spoders? Oh, God. Oh, God. Except the one that's really dangerous? Yeah, wait a second. Maybe it was that one. It's called, like, super dangerous ultra onus, right? I've heard of it. I heard it specifically spawning in bedrooms of stupid Valorant players. That's crazy. The brown tickler. What if they get in your mouth at night? Better than what you were trying to do to me. We have brown recluses here. Where the fuck are you? What the hell? Doing 3 spiders running around? I'll kill them if they, like, get in the space that I could kill them. They kill any other bad bugs. Okay, well, we shouldn't have other... I think she just yelled. Hold on. Chat, target eliminated. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. It thought it could get the best of me. Our code word bailed us out. And I didn't even hear a code word. I literally just heard Carla yell. But we're up tremendous. 1 down. We have brown recluses here. I don't even... like, what is a brown recluse? Maryland? How close is Maryland to Maine? You're like 5 states over, aren't you? I feel like that's not very close. But I'm also so incredibly bad at geography. You would be surprised how incompetent I am when it comes to that side of things. Far? Yeah, I don't think we really have, like, bad bugs and shit up this way. A bee almost killed me when I was a kid, but, like, that's because I'm allergic. Other than that, like, my biggest fears when I go outside are, like, bees, hornets, and pocket fent. If somebody has pocket fent on them and they just decide to, like, blast me with that shit, I might be cooked for good. There's more bugs than I've ever seen here. Yeah, Maine has a lot of bugs. Like, a lot of bugs. Because it's very outdoorsy. Like, Maine is just a bunch of towns carved into the woods. You ever wake up choking? Spider. Well, not when I'm around, Hoofs. Mexico has more, but in the USA. Haven't you said that a lot of these areas remind you of Mexico, though? Without, like, the Mexican people being, like, you know, here a lot? And replaced with, like, Maine people? Brown recluse bites can cause necrosis. Literally can eat holes in your skin, spreading and penetrating down into tissues. Weird, they said the same thing about me in high school. Just hit me up if you need anything. Apparently you should be careful of brown-tail moth caterpillar in Maine, according to Google, due to them causing rashes and breathing problems. Oh, those are the ones that destroy trees and have all the fuzzies that, like, come off of them, right? Yeah. When they're really bad, certain years, their fuzzies will float around in the air and get embedded in like clothes. And then they're like little barbed wiry type fuzzies. So they'll get in and like stick into you and then it'll give you a rash. Yep, no, I know what those are. I feel like I've never actually dealt with them in any real manner living up here, but I've absolutely heard about them. I think they're really bad for trees. Maybe it's like the actual moth part of it that's really bad for trees, but I think they like take over entire branches of trees and then just like kill the tree. But probably more dangerous to the trees than us, considering we get itchy and tree gets dead. If it's not Metropolis-y, it's horrible spider shit when I get back. I hope you enjoyed your dinner. We were talking about cool shit while you were gone. But yeah, how was Din-Din's? Let's see, what'd we yap about? Opportunity cost. I gave the lowdown on Pirate Software being a bitch and saying a lot of mean shit about Intrepid because he was mad that you guys didn't give him a little playground for him to not have to re-gear on or compete for any PvP on. You guys can't say it, but I can. I know there was a little nod to him from Steven when he pulled up the job postings and said, just because we have this listing posted, it doesn't mean that nobody's working on this. I know why that was in there. And it's because Pirate Software has been going on baseless claims, saying that none of the changes that are currently being worked on can actually land until those positions are filled because they're clearly not filled at all, and yada yada this, and my pants that, and wah, ferrets this, and furry drama that. I caught people up, so you guys don't have to. Don't worry. I'm doing the Lord's work out here. The Sandaled Lord's work. I'm scared to move. What if when I was sleeping, they were watching me ready to attack? Honestly, that's probably why they were plotting. They were waiting for you to go back to sleep. Let's see. What else? We talked about the anvils, PTR testing. I don't think it was too much. We've been out here trying to farm brine breaches. So probably due for a discussion between breaches and britches. Because I don't really know which one it's supposed to be, but... Okay, Leon, wait, she's never gonna sleep again because of you. She's gonna hate you for that. Yo, Stregma. Thank you for the hydrate. Yo, Plan and Donger, do you think that if I came up with cool names for everyone at Intrepid...
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao, Victor, how the hell are you? That any of them would stick? I feel like Plan and Dong is a banger. Because it's like you're a dick, but you're also very organized, right? I don't know that you're a dick. Your interactions with me, you're a very nice guy. But I don't know how you are as like a, you know, a team lead or anything. Maybe you lead with like an iron dick or something like that. My interactions have been solid. Actually, you pulled me into lava a couple times. Maybe you are a dick. To be determined. Anyways, I feel like that one kind of sticks. You playing PTR tomorrow? Oh, you bet your sweet bippy I am. Absolutely. And I'm taking every precaution in the book to not leak that shit. Because if there's a will, there's a fucking way for my ass to fuck up. And I am literally going to make a new scene, disable my other scenes, and try my best to not get Thanos snapped. I know it's a zero tolerance policy, and I'm also not Asmongold, so I can't get around that shit. And I don't even think Asmongold could. So I'm going to be like on edge the entire time. I'm gonna be scared. But every precaution is being taken. I'm taking a large risk tomorrow doing what I'm doing. But I'm doing it for you, and if I go down a goddamn hero. Actually, I probably will go down as one of the largest idiots, and there will be an internet anarchist video made about me. Because then I would probably have to get a new jump, because I've befouled the New World community so many times. Besmirched the good name of Amazon games. I could never get back in there. I'm too old to transition back into shooters. MOBAs certainly wouldn't have me. I've been out of it for too long. I think we're cooked. I'm spreading unhinged nicknames for people around the studio, so don't hedge me out. It's the only reason they keep me around. Okay. if there's ever a meeting that needs a little bit of spice, have I ever proposed to you the Steve of Burden before? Because we have an idea for basically a huntable Steven throughout the world that's like a super, super, super rare spawn, like Grandmaster hunting exclusive. That's a 50-50 split between a Steven mount that gives you a piggyback around the world or a Steve of Burden. And we kind of theory crafted that the Steven mount would be like a David Hasselhoff in the SpongeBob movie level chiseled figure. And he would have flip-flops on, and it would just basically just be like a clip-clop running noise, right? You could actually just get an audio file of him running through the office because you're gonna give him the tickle monster if he doesn't, you know, if he doesn't run away from you. And just like clip the audio of his flip-flops and use it for that. So anyways, moving on from that, we've got the vibe established. So first one, shirtless Steven, incredibly chiseled chest, David Hasselhoff level pecs. His sprint, he leans forward and his hair is like wafting in the wind. Second one, because that's your mount. The Steve of Burden. The Steve of Burden is probably going to be the tougher sell, and they may propose alternatives. But we'll start out with the most, you know, kind of risque piece of it. A BDSM suit. And you may say, why? We're not going anything too crazy. We're thinking basically like a Catwoman latex style suit. And essentially with that, it adds a level of mystique. Now, it also plays into the fact that if it's a Steve of Burden, making him pull the cart like a normal, you know, person pulling the cart would be cruel and unusual punishment. So, part of the BDSM suit would essentially be, as Carla said, yes, like a pseudo ball gag, but it would be the part that the horse usually bites down on, and it would just be Steven kind of like... So you can even take that walking animation, and then it'd have a different swimming animation. So if you ever need like a couple proposals, if mount teams ever like slacking on something, just you have some inspiration for them. Could probably do a few more too. I am new into consulting, and I probably shouldn't do this for free, but Steve of Burden. Steve of Burden could also be a double down for a nickname during dev streams from Maggie's POV. I guarantee she has the Steven leash anytime it's a production dev stream and you guys are like on this environment together. She probably has a Steven leash copy pasted. Fuck the run of show, it's just keeping Steven with us. Cops are coming for me. Steven hears it. There were just sirens as I said that. Wait, they're getting closer. Oh shit. Boys, we're cooked. We're cooked. Happy to help. Happy to help. Even if it makes it to PTR. That'd be fucking insane. That'd be Steven in a He-Man cosplay? Well, like, so that's the mount version. And it's kind of like the Broodling. Like, when was the last time that you saw somebody wanting a Broodling Beast of Burden? They're kind of like two different things because the mount is like the, you know, the illustrious, the glorious version of the training process. The Beast of Burden is subjected to a life of pull cart. They don't want you to exercise. The Steve of Burden would exercise. The Steve of Burden would honestly probably be more chiseled than the mount when it's all said and done. Anybody can piggyback a person, but can you... Fuck, I hate this game. Can you piggyback an entire cart? I don't think so. Imagine his jawline. Oh my fucking god, it'd be insane. One of my custom guild crests. That would be clean. Where would we put it? Just like the banner up here? Maybe have it on like a tablet or something? That would be such a cool Embers purchase. Except it wouldn't. Penises. The first question that I always ask when we're talking about like, oh, this would be cool to have in the game is, could it penis? And custom guild crest could absolutely penis. Guild level unlocked, yeah, but penis. Our cloaks, yeah, but penis. Dick cloak. Like, I feel like if you can look at it and say, yeah, but penis, then we have to come up with some, like, modifications to the process. Because I don't feel like it's very... I know Steven's a billionaire, right? With a B. I think, anyways. I don't know his net worth, but I'm assuming B. But, like, I'm assuming it's probably not a solid financial business decision to have a penis team that's simply dedicated to moderating penises in-game. I'm sure you could set up a penis detecting AI to filter those out. Yeah, but like, what's the cost of setting up a penis detecting AI? Like, is that not a detriment to the development process? Would that make it into the patch notes? It's like, yes, we've seen an influx of you guys sneaking cocks into the game, so you've got to go through this cock detector each time you leave town. Evening on the solo penis detector in Ashes, unfortunately. Well, there must be a disturbance in your force tonight. How are you doing? Anyways. That's what the sandal tat's for. The sandal tat can definitely be used as a dick. I don't want to spoil the goods, but you put a sandal tat on your waistline and it is absolutely a cock for your character. Yes. Yes. It would delete half the map. Honestly, half of the important stuff. Like, when is this going to be a POI? I'm just saying. When is cock rot going to get the love that it deserves? They never give people their flowers until it's too late in this day and age. I mean, Kobe Bryant. Nobody wanted to accept his greatness universally, and everyone just wanted to contest it. And then, well, they ran into the side of a mountain, and everybody loved Kobe universally. What does the P and POI stand for on that island? Peen. It's a peen of interest. Jesus Christ, toast. What the fuck happened? My brother got cooked. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh. My god. Did you get one-shotted? Not the biggest POI. It's not the size of your POI, it's the quality of the mob spawns contained within. It's always important to remember. There's a lot past what's on the surface. And sometimes if a POI is too large, it becomes hard to navigate. And it doesn't really, you know, just feel good to be a participant of. And there's a certain point where there's like POI bloat. And anywhere around like, you know, I feel like above 3.5 kilometers in a POI, it starts to get, you know, just bloat. And it's a little past the value. So it's like, sometimes the best POI is a small POI. I mean, look at this. This also looks like a dick and balls. This one's undeniable. That's even got like the build up to it. Somebody, is that cancer? That or the average American belly? This is how I felt after eating Panda Express. But yeah, this is most definitely just someone's side profile of their donger on the photocopier. I don't want to like judge what people are doing in the office, but sanitize your scanners. The time to peen is remarkable. This one looks like, if it renders in properly, it's kind of got a half and half right now. But this one looks like something dabbing. Some people have said dabbing Squidward. I think it's a penguin dabbing, personally. But if that island defends, the ocean is cold. That is true. That is true. Honestly, it's holding up well. It's holding up quite well. Like, based on... Never mind. Never mind. Some very chilly water out there. Next, you'll start seeing into the architecture. Oh, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Can you imagine how the Petenvilles are going to be? It's going to be remarkable. Just seeing all those structures. I mean, we do kind of have a hangar over here. But that one's not quite up to par with our expectations of a peen. So I'm sure with more refinement. How many peens are in the asset dumps? Too many peens. How many peens don't make it through to production? How many get caught on the way out? Slash bug that map, not loading in fully. Slash bug. Do I take a screenshot? Why do you tell me to slash bug it? Map, no load. Type. Visuals? I guess it'd be UI. Camera. Windows. Map, terrain, port. Also make Planendorf do stuff on his vacation. Can confirm he has internet and can respond to the team's channels. You're fucked, buddy. You're cooked. You can't hide from work. It'll find you. I don't know if I like that ability sound. That shit sounds way too similar to my mother slapping me. Not in like my parents abused me way. But like, she would definitely smack the shit out of me sometimes if I was being a little shit. And that's a very like slappy sound. Can't wait for our QA lead to send me this. You see it live first, and then you're like just waiting for it to come across the desk. Honestly, you know when you're like, when you can't shit and they give you like a tracer round, like some corn or something to see how long it takes for it to come out? It's kind of a good way for you to check the workflow. It's like, what's the time from report to people seeing it and being like, what the fuck is going on here? And then it making it up the ladder. I might be doing multiple favors here with these bug reports. It's just the level of commitment that this playtesting community has, Chad. It's inspirational. Look at Catsko. Look at Catsko. We're here for the people. The game players. The gameplay testers. What the fuck just pooped me? We're here for the makers of the game. We're just trying to do it for everybody that can't do it for themselves. Steelbot, how are you, my boy? Hope you're having a great one. Gaslighting Planendorf is diabolical. What do you mean gaslighting? I'm not gaslighting him. I'm blowing his spot. He thinks he can get away from work. Just doesn't exist. Like, we're getting ready for phase 3. Where's the summoner? Why isn't Dorf out there with his bare hands pulling people out of their houses and forcing them to work unreal amounts of hours? Our QA lead is the best I've worked with, but now the real test begins. Time to shitpost. The internal channels will surely get a screenshot soon. I don't want to know, actually, what percentage of my reports get filtered through the is this actual feedback or is this shitpost? Because it's always both. It's kind of hard to discern at this point. But I feel like it's definitely for the greater good. And hopefully helps with all the brain dead shit that you guys have to deal with that certainly is not a bug. I have heard motherfuckers cry wolf and cry exploit over things that they simply don't know the mechanics of for so long. And I do not envy the number of times spent filtering through bug reports that are like, okay, for the love of fucking God, just know the person's not exploiting movement. They just press spacebar at the end of their jump. Please, just help yourself a little. QA lead is secretly watching and already sent the email. Nah, nobody watches except P-Dorf. It's like the entire house is like Red Sox fans, and then P-Dorf is like the Yankees fan. That's what I'm convinced of. Everyone has their favorites, and that's okay. And I think Stevens is Lazy Peon. I won't lie. Steven and Peon were fucking vibing. At the end of the Peon interview, Steven was like, yo, we gotta meet up and do like some fucking, I don't know, I don't even know what it was. It was like some taijutsu or something. They wanted to like hand-to-hand combat and shit. I didn't even know Steven was a scrapper like that. So everyone has their favorites. And I still don't think I'm P-Dors, but I think somebody's assigned to me just to keep me in check and take notes about the rants. And I think he might have drawn the short end of the stick here. Because he also goes around to other communities too. I think he's just like doing his due diligence. It's like weekly Dusty time for him to actually like get access to his vacation hours. I want to see some Dusty versus Steven hand-to-hand combat. What's the size up on Steven? Like, what are his like physical characteristics? Any Stevens in the chat that want to confirm height and potentially arm span? Because like, I might not have much like, you know, bang to the buck of these pool noodles, but I have a 6'8" wingspan. So if anything, I can always hit like the Dirk Nowitzki fadeaways while I'm swinging and just kind of like keep him out of range. So I do think that that is something that I have going well for me. Principal economy designer job is still up on the Intrepid site. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. How do we know that they're only hiring one? I think them hiring to expand teams and having job postings in general is a good thing. And I don't necessarily know in what realm principal is being used here, but like, I would assume you could potentially have multiple principal economy designers over the course of an entire economy team. And my theory on that has always been that they absolutely have people that are currently working on those things. It's just they're probably wearing multiple hats within the organization and they want to help lineate things to like a one task, one person thing instead of having people be overworked on multiple aspects. But that's a theory. I don't know Intrepid's internal structure or anything. I've tried to convince P. Dorf to get me to sit in on a meeting during the TwitchCon weekend. I don't even want to like provide feedback. I literally just want to hang out. Like when I mean sit in on, I literally mean I would just sit on a chair in the corner. Like I'll just cat-like and just hang out. I think that'd be fun. Thoughts and prayers, boys. We have multiple principals on our team. Definitely not an exclusive role. Yeah, I think the kind of like emphasized, oh my god, nothing can land econ-wise without this role in particular being filled. I feel like that's not a one-of-one role. Principals are at the top of their field but don't do personnel management. That's currently the industry standard, at least. So, one principal per team. Link the job postings page. Because is it like principal or is it principal? Because that's also a differentiation. IntrepidStudios.com/careers. Thank you. It's Principal Economy Designer. View details. Intrepid Studios is searching for a highly skilled and passionate Principal Economy Designer to play a critical role in the development of Ashes of Creation, our ambitious MMORPG. As a Principal Economy Designer, you will be responsible for enhancing and maintaining the intricate economic landscape of the world of Vera. You will have a deep understanding of how players interact with in-game economies and possess the expertise to refine systems to be engaging and balanced. Your role will be essential in collaborating with a team of designers to cultivate a thriving and dynamic player-driven economy that enhances the overall Ashes of Creation experience. A passion for MMORPGs is an absolute requirement. Responsibilities. Enhance and maintain overarching reward structures for currency systems for a player-driven economy in an MMORPG. Refine economic systems that facilitate fun gameplay loops that enhance gameplay replayability. Maintain overall balance between multiple interacting economic systems to support a healthy game economy. Develop and maintain documentation and spreadsheet balance of economic systems. Continually iterate balance and tune features and gameplay based on feedback from team, QA, and playtesting. Communicate and coordinate. I can probably show this, actually. I don't think it's gonna, like, autofill any of my stuff. Hold on. Boop. Okay. Communicate, coordinate, and participate in a collaborative, interdisciplinary, cross-studio team environment. Mentor junior designers. Qualifications: 7+ years of game dev experience, preferably in an economy designer role, deep understanding of economic principles and their application in virtual worlds, strong analytical and problem-solving skills, with the ability to interpret data and make informed decisions to balance complex systems, proficiency in Excel. Damn, really? Proficiency from Excel goes that high up jobs? Bug, I have proficiency in Excel on my resume. I'm just putting that up. Oh, for economic modeling and analysis. Never mind. You're getting attacked? It's mobs, it's okay. We got it under control. I'm multitasking. Interesting. So I have like half a qualification. Excellent communication, interpersonal, and organizational skills. I got 2 or 3 of those. I'm not very organized. That's usually my downfall in the corporate environment. Passion for MMORPGs and a strong understanding of the genre's economic challenges and opportunities. Yo, I gotta combine probably actually 30% of these, like, credentials. It's probably the easiest 30%, but we're good. Let's see. Desired expertise. Experience with Unreal Engine 5 and its blueprint visual scripting system. Familiarity with emergent gameplay systems and their impact on in-game economies. Experience working with live game updates and economic adjustments in response to player behavior. Okay. Okay. The legal bits. I like that. That simplifies things a lot. So yeah, I mean, maybe this is a one-off, manager slash supervisor. But even if it's a one-off, I'm not convinced that this is something that's just like not being fulfilled by anybody at Intrepid. And it's just like being completely ignored. I don't think it's necessarily like a team without a lead cooking econ changes that are all gonna get like completely repealed. And honestly, as someone who's willing to try things, even if they hit the ground not running full speed and play them out a bit, I think all of the econ changes so far have been for the best. And some people will feel like some of the systems are extremely slow. Some of the systems are poorly implemented. But I think that recognizing that it's like a multi-step approach to completion with these systems, and that so many things in the economy itself have ripple effects, I think that it's very quick to see that these changes have actually been good for the state of the game. Especially with the next step being accessibility to base level gear sets through crafting and the incentivization on crafting being furthered. I enjoy the directionality that it's going, even if like point A to point B is a little bit of a bumpy road. They're the top of the pyramid for delegating and making sure it works. Okay. I can delegate things well. That is, that's second nature. Although, I feel like there's a point where delegating is efficient and delegating becomes just ignoring responsibilities. And I'm not gonna say which one I lean on. Delegating is a dangerous road. But I will say, 100k to 160k to delegate properly. Ooh. That's why there's a pyramid. You let the people under you do the work. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense with cats. Like, I just kind of like recruit and then sit at the top and do nothing unless I feel like something's going wrong. And fortunately, we have a lot of people in leadership who are very, like, good at what they do. And, make it easy for me to just kind of like chill and recruit and hang out with the community while they do the hard stuff. Big W there. Very thankful for that. It's a reverse funnel. Yeah, you guys just don't know your shapes, man. Like, you guys aren't experts on them like me. And personally, I'll take the 3 highest gifters and I'll teach them how to also get people underneath them who would be gifting subs to their channel. So that way they have more of a budget to give subs to this channel. And then they can also teach the people underneath them with a small buy-in that they would keep a percentage of how to get gifted subs to their channel. It's really, it's not a pyramid of gifted subs. It's more of like a waterfall in a sense. Because water is beautiful. Water is gorgeous. And water comes from glaciers sometimes. And who doesn't love looking at glaciers and icebergs? I mean, unless you were on the Titanic, but like, who was on the Titanic, am I right? Psh, barely anybody. So many more people all time were not on the Titanic than were on the Titanic. And so I feel like glaciers get a bad rep. So waterfalls. Waterfalls are extremely beautiful. They're cascading. They are pristine. And in fast-moving waterfalls, you can even drink out of the water. And water is the basis of a lot of life, as we know it. Pyramids, well, pyramids are a sign of death. A lot of people are buried in pyramids. Important people get buried in pyramids. And you're important to me. And what do important people need to survive? Extremely pure water. Drink from the waterfall. Gift 10 subs today. Sounds like everyone wins? Yes. It's literally a no-loss scenario. And if the debt gets too much, we can talk about, well, I met a friend the other day that is great at refinancing houses. We could discuss through litigation how if your significant other makes more money than you, you actually may be entitled to some of the net worth discrepancy. And it would be a net bonus to divorce them and then launder the money through gifting subs. It's just, there are so many things that we can get into as long as people are bought in and they're invested for the future. And a lack of commitment is a lack of gain on your part. Is it Iceland or Greenland that exiled all the politicians? I don't know too much about the lore, but in Iceland, Thingvellir National Park, which was one of the areas that we went to, was essentially a murder national park. And there were so many like points of interest throughout the park that tourists were like, oh wow, look at this beautiful lake. And then the plaque next to the lake was like, this lake was where they took women to drown them when they were in violation of laws. And there was like a split between two rocks with a path in between. And they were like, you know, the tourists were taking pictures and shit. And they were like, wow, it's so beautiful. And then the plaque was like, this is where motherfuckers were hanged for their crimes. And then there was like this big open area that had some rocks out there and shit. And it was like, this is where people were burned when they were believed to be witches or wizards. Sounds hardcore. Beautiful park. Beautiful park. Like if I had to die for my sins, it'd probably be there. It's a really beautiful place to go out. Honestly, you get some good pictures to bring up with you. The whole time you're just like, but it's so beautiful. Yeah, I was taking pictures. Shit. I knew the lore, but I was taking pictures. Murder National Park is fucking sick. Did you take a cute cat selfie in the sadness and lore? Oh, have you not seen all of the pictures from Iceland? So if you guys aren't in my Discord, exclamation Discord, IRL pics in there is the place to be. Carla has been in control of some of the pictures lately that have been going out. And we gotta kind of like rein her in because she's dropping the goods for too cheap. And this is a preview of some of the beautiful things that we saw out there. That's not Carlo, of course. But essentially, you are seeing a few hundred yards here to here. It is a massive area. Oh. With a huge drop off. This is my hand sanitizer. But basically, this area here goes up a few hundred feet. We're on a ledge that also has a drop off, and this lake is fucking massive. What you're seeing back here is miles and miles and miles away in the background, but it's so incredibly flat. So, there are a lot of pictures in IRL pics in the Discord. You're missing out if you don't go there. There are also like actual cool pictures like this. So there are a lot of pictures that have been dropped there. Hold on. This was us at the grocery store called Bonus. They had normal human-sized carts, and me, being such an alpha sigma gamer howling at the moon, am simply built different. Let's see. What else did we have? The Puffin Cliffs were lit. Here. Boop. There you go. There's another one. So, here to here is unironically probably a couple of miles. Down to the bottom of this. But these are volcanic lava fields, or like volcanic rock fields where it was previously lava. The lava cools, turns into rocks. And then this moss takes like hundreds of years to grow and only grows after volcanic eruptions on top of the rock. So it's pretty sick anytime you're able to find those areas. And you're supposed to be very cautious if you do tread into those bad boys. But the volcanic fields that were just like random areas with a bunch of rocks were one of the coolest things. I have obsidian on my desk from like random obsidian areas that we found. I have more shiny obsidian. This shit just crumbles sitting on my desk. It's so fragile. I dropped a pic of my dog in pet pics like 2 days ago. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this in the cat's Discord? Is this the cat's Discord or my Discord? Oh, that's the cat's Discord. You got baited. There's exclamation guild for the cats, and then there's exclamation Discord for the Discord. Make an obsidian arrowhead. So, funny enough, I actually have a lot of like old arrowheads and like spearheads and shit like that because my dad did a lot of excavation when I was growing up, and in Maine they went and they would tear out like dams and stuff like that. and they would redo dams, they would excavate around those general areas. And it was very common to find like fully preserved like fire pits and different artifacts and shit. And after like the environmental people would come out and look at it, they would get to like take some pieces home and stuff that weren't being like, you know, taken and preserved and stuff. So we have a bunch of pieces where they had like the arrowheads or like the axe heads or even like a big spearhead, and the wood had obviously deteriorated, but my dad got like very nice like handles made for them essentially, and like got them all leather wrapped and shit like that and did them up all pretty like. So we do have some dope shit. And then I just have a ton of different rocks around my stream room right now. I brought my parents up rocks when I went to see them the other day. I was like, yeah, we got you these cool, like, I don't know, dangly keychains in Iceland. And also, here are some sick fucking rocks. I hope you enjoy them. And they were pretty excited about the rocks. My parents are like me. I'm only in the Twitch Discord. Wait a minute. Like, only in the Twitch like, the Twitch website one? That's a very selective Discord choice. That's very selective. And very sus. Very sus. Are you super important person? Or do you mean like my Twitch Discord? I need to get a Pet Picks Discord in my Jesus Christ. Pet Picks channel in my Discord. I feel like that is something I'm lacking, because you guys said a Pet Picks channel and I was like, wait, I don't think I have one of those in like the Dusty community Discord. And that seems like a dropped ball. That seems like a missed opportunity on my end. I'll step my game up. I'll be better. Yeah, if you guys do want the Iceland pictures and beyond, that's a Discord to be. That's also where I post everything like stream related, content related, if there are days where I'll be late or whatever it may be. Also, if it's your guys' first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. I am just settling back in, returning from my 2-week Iceland stint. So forgive me if I'm still jet lagged and stupid a little bit. It's been hitting as like a delayed jet lag for some reason. May also be the copious amounts of weed that we're smoking again. Either way, I do stream every single day. The goal is to start around 2 p.m. EST. Tomorrow, I'll hopefully be live by 1 p.m. EST for the PTR testing. So that's going to be active 1 to 9 p.m. EST tomorrow. We'll be here the entire time, and I do stream ashes every single day. It's been 732 days or something like that in a row now. It's over 2 years in a row. So that's cool. Super happy about that. Big W's. Haven't missed a day. Don't plan to miss a day. So make sure you guys drop the follow so you know when I go live. Ashes will eventually launch. I'll be here every day until it does, and I'll be here every day past then, because we are building a community that's going to be here for a very long time, not just coming into Win Phase 2, Phase 2.5, whatever it may be. We're prepping for the future, and hopefully for us, the future is going to be very bright over here. And it's still hot as a motherfucker. I figured by now it would be colder. I'm gonna get a fan on the window real quick. I'll be right back. All right, fan in the window. The sweat will cease. Boys, is this the drop? I feel like the last time that we finally, like, descended into madness waiting for a drop, it dropped with my boots of the tardy. And then I almost lost them corrupting today. I can't believe that shit. That was so fucking scary. I feel like I'm good at calling drops. I feel it. This is realistically the second to last piece that I even need. In the last piece would just be switching Ashen Haunt over to Iron Shoulders to bump up like formally above 200 power, but I'm 199.5 without food. So I'm half a power away. So it's not too large of a deal. I could even get that through like a higher rarity Obsidian Ring potentially, higher rarity Lumidon Earrings, any of that will peak me above 200 power. So I'm not too worried about it. Brine Breaches are the last like named piece that I'm really wanting to get. Except when they call Green Willow. I still can't believe that shit. Motherfucker played his life like he never had before. Absolutely absurd. You've never seen anything like it before. And we might not again. In the middle of a purple willow clump. Also, chat, who wants to buy my fucking 50 epic willow? Please. I saw a piece selling epic iron rings and epic Lumidon earrings, but he wants 175 gold each. That I do not have. That I do not have. I wonder if he would just give me one for free advertisement. Is he in global? I have 2 epic sapphire earrings. Didn't you also make an epic Riv spell sword? The two-hander? You're kind of fucking juiced if true. Epic Luma earrings would go Insano style for me. Want to sell Iron Ring. Shee! Yeah. Iron Rings do be juicy if you're happy with where your max health's at. It's like a 2.5-ish power gain, which is 1%ish for a loss of 300 max HP, or not 300, 100 max HP. So it's definitely a good trade-off at that point if you can get the epic. I mean, that's also comparing it to my Lego, so. Just stocks, Dusty, and IRL picks. What the freak? Are they gonna see my rocks? Did you show them my rocks? No, don't show them my rocks. What the fuck? These are proprietary rocks. What if they break in to steal my rocks after this? I only show them some of the rocks so they don't see all the cool ones. The fuck? Chat, please don't get too hyped up over my rocks when they leak. I got some cool rocks from Iceland though. She showed us your ball fan. I wish I was wealthy enough to afford a ball fan. Like, it's something that I strive for. I do have a fan that's at the top of my monitor that I don't use, so I guess I could always clip that and use it for a ball fan. That wouldn't be bad. Puffs, do you have a preferred ball fan? Like, maybe one of those bladeless ones, like a Dyson? So that way... Oh, wait, would that be Biss for, like, the air dry out of the shower method? Hoofsy is a big fan of, like, an air dry out of the shower, so he has different fans at different positions, and just kind of, like, goes through it like a car exiting a car wash when he gets out of the shower. And I'm wondering if one of those, like, Dyson fans that doesn't have blades in the middle, you could just kind of, like, dip your balls into it like you're dipping a whiskey bottle in wax, and it wouldn't have any damage. And then it would kind of, like, dry your undercarriage, so to say. I wonder, since I passed on the boost just before you rolled, if I rolled need, would I have gotten the 100 roll? It would not have changed it, but I hope it haunts you. He has 2-month-old Dr. Pepper under his desk. Don't take my Dr. Pepper. I was gonna drink that. I bet that shit's still fizzy. Joke's on you, I have 2 of them. You always keep a second one. There's always another Dr. Peppy. He's got the full moving walkway and everything. Listen, Hoofsy lives a life that I can only describe based on how it's been told to me as zen as fuck. I don't know much about Hoofsy, like as a person, but I know that he very much prioritizes spending time taking care of his plants, hanging out, enjoys edibles or a dry herb vaporizer as his personal choice of weed consumption, enjoys Teslas, is excited for Robotaxi to come out so he can build a fleet of Tesla taxis and eventually have passive income off of that, likes MMOs, and likes to chill the fuck out. And everything he tells me is just like, okay, this is, unironically, that was still fizzy. Yeah. I wasn't fucking with you. Room temperature Dr. Pepper retains its fizziness for an insane amount of time if you don't put it in the fridge. Yes, that was still fizzy. Dr. Pepper is voodoo wizardry. If you got the entire Intrepid team on warm Dr. Pepper, the game would be out in a week. Hi. That guy just shit his fucking pants. He was a level 17, so I wasn't about to like full kill him. But he was definitely way less sneaky than he thought he was. Oh, Black, don't nuke him. He ain't hurting no one. Unless he tries to mob train on us. That wouldn't be very nice. But I don't think he will, and if he tries to, I'll just wall the doorway. But I don't think he tried to mob train in a force flag area because we could just kill him. I wonder what he is doing out here. It's a level 17. I thought it was IBAC. No, we're playing the game. We're not AFK. The AFK detector isn't going off quite yet. Here. It was expired. Wait. Dr. Pepper doesn't... Like, expiration dates don't mean that things are expired and non-consumable.
This says June 1st. Are you gonna drink it?
You can drink it if you want.
Are you going to drink it?
I'll probably drink it later.
Actually?
Well, now that you've reminded me that I had a 2-month-old Dr. Pepper, it's like, why should I let it continue to be a 2-month-old Dr.
Yeah,
Pepper?
throw it away.
I don't think that was necessary. Shaming me for having Dr. Pepper. I feel like that's something a cultural, I don't know, like esteemed man would do. Keep the Dr. Pepper so we're not wasteful. Water in plastic bottles has expiration dates sometimes, doesn't mean you still can't drink it. Yeah, I mean, if every piece of snack food in my life got thrown out directly on the expiration date, I would have eaten substantially less snack food. If it passes the visual test and the smell check, then it's good. I'm putting that out there. If there's nothing that isn't supposed to be on it, and if it smells the way that it's supposed to smell, then it's usable. And if it's on the border, then, well, make sure it's thoroughly cooked before you consume it. Toast. I was gonna say, I don't know what this mob has against you, but it dodged my grapple. It dodged all of my trips that I was throwing out. Now, I didn't necessarily think that it was gonna Thanos snap your shit before I got the intercept off on you. But, that's an unfortunate set of circumstances. That is much less than ideal, as the kids would say. By that measure, Dr. P never expires. Yeah, and it still remains fizzy all the time. Like, it's never not fizzy. I don't want to pop this protect, it's scary. Yo, P-Dorf. I hope you enjoy your vacation. Stop fucking working on your vacation. Take notes, but we can always have the discussions when you're back. You don't need to work hard on your goddamn vacation. We know how hard you guys work in every normal time frame. I hope you enjoy the mountains, dude. Watch out for bears and stuff. And also, if you hang a pineapple upside down outside of wherever you're staying, It's a good luck symbol. Just trust me. And sleep with your ass facing the door. I hope you have a good night, brother. He's not working right now, so he's not a dev. He's just a normal viewer. He can be treated like the rest of you, chat. Dr. Pepper and Twinkies are the only things that can survive nuclear fallout. You know, I'd believe it. Dr. Pepper is specifically formulated to fucking slap. And brother, it does. It does. Like Will Smith at an award show levels of slap. Shit goes insano style. Uh-oh. Not the rib toss. The rib toss. Do you own brooms? Will do, thank you. Yes, of course. Happy to help. Happy to help. I'm dead here. We're so fucked. If fall damage were in, I'd be cooked there. Uh-oh. Does that mean you're a swinger? No, no, no. It's a good luck symbol. Because pineapples are such a light fruit. And such a, you know, a happy fruit to eat. And that happiness brings you good morale, and good morale brings you good luck. And if the pineapple is upside down, then that means you're not afraid to look at things in a different perspective and make the most out of it, and have a bright, cheery attitude, much like the pineapple itself. It doesn't mean you're a swinger. Although I think you might be telling us something about your habits. But yes, Carla, I own brooms. I own vacuums. Multiple. Def not afraid to look at things in a different perspective. Thank you. Yes. It's all about just, you know, going into the world with an open mind. And, well, a couple other things open too, but. And also, you like sleeping with multiple people at once. Okay. Well, hear me out. At that point, it's swingers, Mormons, pretty much everything. I mean, a lot of people that aren't even in those realms of things enjoy sleeping with multiple people at once. I don't really think that's like a huge, terrible thing. Like, most people can't even get one person to sleep with them. If you can get more than one, good for you. I'm just putting that out there. So what if one of my best friends and I started the joke as a way to get a reduced golf membership from our local municipal course and save $200, and now we're legally married with 3 kids that we've adopted. Saved $300 for the last 6 years. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me. Douglas gave this place the landlord special. Yes. Yes, he did. You require assistance. In what way? Because probably in more ways than I'd like to admit. Things are getting hairy. If I stand still, they won't notice me. PvP Twin Blaze. I'm on my way. Invite me, Toasty, and Blackblood. Who are you fighting against? I am on my way down. But I'm also completely across the biome. Fortunately, Scorpion goes zoom, zoom, zoom. So I'll be there momentarily. As momentarily as I can. If you want, you can invite Poof. Yes, get Poof too. We pull up. I don't know who they're fighting against or how many they have, but we pull up, we hop out, we PvP. Also, hold on. Brooms, I'll auto run real quick. Oh, we got the raid in this bitch? Damn. How you got all the farmers? My god. My god. Alright, I'll be right back. are we doing? How's the auto run? Oh, we're so up. We're so up. Squirt bug isn't a bad one to keep in until the end of phase 2.5. I don't think the squirt bug is that bad after all. Twin Blaze is Dunmore, right? Okay, yes. Who's over there? We going to Lungs? They have PvP over at the Dunmore spot, from what I was told. And then if that ends, we can go over to Lungs or something, yeah. I'm down for whatever. I'm just down to help. Halcyon earrings are pretty nice. Oh, that's pretty. Although, I guess Lumi necklace isn't like a massive diff. An iron ring wouldn't be the worst. What? Ice? Ooh. Thank you. Who's raid leader? Streg. I was trying to figure out where to go. Oh, my bad. I had to go find Carla a broom. She looked in the broom closet and didn't see the broom. And then I grabbed the broom and she was like, wait, in that closet? And I was like, yep. So now she has a broom. She's up tremendous. Wait, this is a song that Carla hates, I think. We went to in Iceland. There was a bar that was in like an old bookstore in Reykjavik. And everyone was like, go there for the live music. And the live music was not a vibe. Also, it may have not helped that the average age of the clientele at the bar at the time was like 65 years old. And they were all like jumping and bopping to the music, which was great. But like, it was an awkward vibe. It was a very, very weird setup that they had there. It made me slightly uncomfortable to exist. I feel like Strugma is just such a classic nickname for him. I feel like it fits extremely well. If I don't see people dying, by the way, does that mean there's any PvP in the first place? Oh, wait. Maybe they're on the pursuit. Where's Blackblood? Is he drowning? Probably getting hit by mobs. Okay. I think he's fine. We scoot over with the boys. And then we should be there in no time. Thank God for Scorps, man. These things are fast as fuck. These are faster than Zombies Flyer. A Lumadon earring would make me very, very happy, though. That's a pretty nice piece. Epic Luma earrings go crazy. Oh shit, wait. Sting getting cooked? Okay. Maybe we do actually have PvP, boys. Okay. Just hold out. I'm almost there. They're down a healer. Now all they have are 4 bards. How will they ever survive? We're about to have a fucking hit squad come in. Also, Streg, could I potentially get a bard or 2 in my group? For when I'm there? If Aura dies in the Trops and Polar isn't there to see it, does it make a sound? Has Aura died in the Trops? Wait a minute. Is it Aura? I just got my second Scorp. It's crazy how things drop after you already have it. I've been gathering Scorps on the way, like, just running around and shit. And I've had 0 luck with getting any of the trainables. Wait, Socks, where are you? And where's Kaiser? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it more lit out here than people are letting on? Nuela? Oh, lame. Are you in a war? Thank you, love. What nodes are at war right now? And are our people getting wiped? Or what's happening here? Where the fuck is Nuela at war? Press N? It's not N for me. There's always been decent PvP at Lighthouse. Yeah, I actually had a lot of good PvP at the start of stream yesterday holding down Lighthouse, and then I got my Dunmore helm. And so I haven't been back out there. I have my lungs, and I'm just trying to get my brine breaches, so that way I can fuck off and do anything else that I want to do. I can help people farm stuff up. We can just do like 8v8s constantly. We can do whatever. That is the last piece of gear where I'm like, okay, I need to farm this. Other than that, I'm set. Hold on, let me see if I can make this plug happen. Will promo for Epic Iron Ring. You got tardies? Yes, sir. And I was terrified as fuck that I was gonna lose them when I corrupted. Like, my gear set's good. It's real good. Revis Discord. Word. I'm on my way in. Are we in public? We should probably go public general. I don't know where everybody is in Discord, but I'm in public general. Oh wait, we're in the Revis Discord. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I thought Revis was the ones that were fighting. Anyways. Who are you guys fighting against? Also, can someone send me a link to the Revis Discord? What's Revis? Isn't that talk show? Isn't that Regis? Like Regis Philbin or some shit like that? I'm not too up on like all the pop culture people. They're Twin Blaze? Okay, cool. We go kill. I have now arrived. All is well. Fungus Wumpus. Are we descending into brain rot madness now? Please, for the love of God. I can't take much. I can only do a tiny bit tonight. I'm trying to preserve myself. It's gonna be so weird having my gameplay completely desynced from like the actual like audio and discussion of stuff for stream tomorrow. I guess it'll be fine because we usually just yap about Ashes anyways. But oh my god, it's gonna feel so fucking strange. Alright, let's see. Wumpus Among Us was 8th mayor last phase. I know, I ran by him. I ran by him multiple times. He's an active community member. We have 2 clerics now. So I think we're up tremendous. Oh, it is Aura. Mr. Lopes Caravel. How many of them may it be? That is the question. And then Bungus is this one of us? Or who dis? Okay, that's one of us. Little Pants. Wait, I know you. Do we respect the swim? I feel like this would be a cheap kill. I feel like this wouldn't be ethical in the grand scheme of things. I don't know how I would feel about securing that one. Oh. Well, I guess the council has decided your fate. I'm personally a fan of respawn route protection in ethical fights. I'd like that on record. I'm a big fan of neutral like respawn route protection. But PTR, just make sure you don't risk a nip slip. Yeah, I have a full system kind of like planned out to hopefully address those things and reduce the risk of a potential slip up. That is the hope. I'll be making sure that like video wise, the stream PC, or sorry, the gaming PC, which is like what the actual video is put through, doesn't even have the capability to pass video through into the into the stream PC. So it'll just be the audio pass through from the gaming PC to streaming PC. It'll be a muted VOD running from the the allowed environment for people to check out. That hit so fucking hard, actually. Jesus. If I can get a little closer, then I could have got the anchor on him. I can get to the broodling. Alright, we're up. I might be able to catch him. If you guys can get on broodlings, we should be able to catch him, and I might be able to get an anchor down. Goodbye, pores. Wait, you lost one of yours. Will you come back for him, Tim? Return for Warmonger, he dies. Oh, wait. God damn, he's so zoomy. Wait a second. Poor Warmonger. Who's gonna save him? Does anybody care enough to save the Warmonger, boys? Uh-oh. It doesn't look like it. It looks like he may die out here alone. I might be able to get something cheeky off. Hold on. We're submerging. Oh shit, they saw me. I didn't submerge enough. The fucking turrets are automated on that bitch. Guys, we can't go in a straight line at the boat. Although, maybe we can. Maybe we can. I don't know, like, how fast the Scorp is in relation to the boat. I mean, it seems like we caught it, right? Hopefully they don't have Strider up. You got Warmonger? We're so close. We're so close. We're almost there. Running from what I'm going to Squalls. Wait. Do any of us have to go to Squalls? Does anyone have extra brines? I've had bad luck. Skirt. They're making gold. How fucking dare they? That's so tragic. That's so tragic. But yeah, so the PTR setup is going to completely eliminate the odds that something could happen. We'll be streaming a muted VOD on the stream PC out to the video side of everything. You guys will have me yapping, and then you guys will have the audio from the PTR. So you'll hear what's going on, you'll have up-to-date, like, yapatrons and shit like that, but there will be no video pass-through, so hopefully, unless all of the fail-safes get fucked over, we won't have to worry about it. Hopefully. Okay, so we go back to farming gear. Or what are we doing? Did they turn? Oh. Did I pick a wrong time to turn away? Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm coming. I might have caught timing something. I gotta dive to dismount before I get out there. Because if you are mounted up in very deep water, you can't dismount because your dismount and your mount area is based around the ocean floor instead of being actually like in the water. So I'll have to drive by this, dismount there. You can dismount directly on boats too. Ooh, truey. Do we live? Yeah, I live. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. Got a little deep there. How far away am I? All right, hold on, boys. I'm coming. Scary as fuck out there. It really do be terrifying in the ocean. God damn. I thought that I was close, but I can't even see them. Uh-oh. Boys. I might be a little far off. I might have fucked up the logistical side of this dismount. Turns out the ocean is a large area. Can you still be up in the water? I'm pretty sure. If I'm not being a bitch, I probably could. It's just, it's so deep. Maybe. I feel like I hit it earlier today, though. And bards are still cooking in the water. I don't know if it's necessarily like... Yeah, okay, yeah, you can. I'm just being a bitch and not hitting it properly. Yeah, you can still like dodge hop and B-hop. It seems like here though, your collision's like below the water surface itself. Because these waves are just like on top of the water level, I guess. Which seems weird, but it's like a lower impact point visually than you'd think. Oh god damn it, I'm just getting out here. Don't start dying now, guys. No. It's not possible to do many B-hops in the water. Yeah, it probably has like higher friction than just like the regular ground does. Let's see. Pew. Yeah. It's a little bit tougher. It's probably because in the water you go down a certain bit like through the initial collision area as well. Whereas on the ground you're not going like into the ground and falling into the ground when you land. It's more of like a bouncing off, right? Oh. We're almost there. God damn it, I hate this. I fucked up and it's not gonna summon in. No! I fucked up, boys. I fucked up a lot. I'm not a perfect man. But I definitely should not be trusted to calculate the logistics. I think some people just mind their jump to the scroll wheel. You would need a Rewazda for that. As of the last time I checked, scroll wheel was not a bindable option yet for Ashes. I can check again real quick. But I personally would have dodge on it as a secondary. And it doesn't register. So you need auto hotkey or like a Rewazda or something like that. Like there are ways to have it, but it would have to be like a third party bind basically. Okay. Toasty, we're on our way. I'm trying to get to you guys. I dismounted way too early. I'm fucking up. I'm trying to get there. If I can get back on the scoreboard, good. It's all tragic though. I fucked up. The dismount was not a calculated dismount. Wait, I got Saga in front of me. Oh shit. I got one in the water, boys. Hold on. The aquatic assault. The last time I tried this, I corrupted. I can mark the broodling. No. Is it faster to just do this than it is to swim? I feel like swimming's faster, no? I'm trying to get the board. Wait, this might be it. Wait. The aquatic assault begins. No. All right, boys. Oh, fuck. It's bard hunting time. You're never gonna catch a bard. People told me I'd never do a lot of things. People said, Dusty, I'll never show up to your Twitch ever again. I'm upset I showed up in the first place. And look at them now. Still not here and, well, I'm barely here. But, still here. What is going on over here? What are these shenanigans? Okay. Oh, poor Warmonger. Brother has not been having a very slay time in the water. Oh, poor Warmonger. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh, no. That guy has just been left behind too many times. Who let him cook? Gnome, I'll have you know. I've got 6 Michelin yapping stars. One of the finest yapping establishments in North America and all of the Americas put together. Sorry, this is so whack. I told you to bring more, and then run for the nose. Well, they usually always fight. The Aura guys pretty much always fight. I'm kind of surprised that they, like, weren't immediately fighting, but mages always get the rough end of things. Oh, dude, you should have seen when we were fighting earlier, Rick, one of the tank players that we were fighting against. Poor dude was always the last person, just like left behind by everyone after bailing them out and getting them out. And we were killing him at a certain point, and it was so many times where he just made great plays to save people's lives, and the supports ran away and just like left him to die, and we eventually just like started feeling bad for him and we tried to res him. Like it was sad to watch. Everyone was just running away as Rick was still throwing defensives on people and just surrounded by 10 of us like, get yourselves out, like he was hodoring shit, bro. It was fucking traumatic, but honestly somewhat inspirational. Makes me appreciate the way that I am. Very selfish. And if I get out, then everything's good. So where may they be? If they came up this way, then I would assume towards the harbor. Where are we going? I don't know. I'm following the gang, hoping there's PvP. Server's down in an hour, so I'd kind of like to try to get a couple more brine breaches attempts before server goes down, just to say that I have them. It's not like the end of the world if I don't get them, but it would be nice. Because I can't record a tank guide on the PTR and like show PTR assets, so I do still have to get the gear for my tank guide over here and get that all squared away. Oh, why they all running? They're getting all chaotic over here and I don't know how I feel about it. Blackblood's fucking riling up the Sladeborns. Gonna get my goddamn Scorpion killed. Where's Stragma? Because it seems like he's getting hit from somewhere. Out here? Panda, Fungus, Zop, Sting. Streg's there. The fuck is Streg getting hit by? I'm on my way. We're making our way downtown. And then I'm going back up to brine breaches. Although, at least now I'm kind of close to the fight. Oh shit, wait, are they actually turning now? Is there combat? I'm so fucking close now. Hold on. Everybody just don't fucking die. And save the fighting for me. I can get a wall off on the boat if I don't just fuck up. Racing to the trading post. Mobs on that island? Okay. Wait, so we're trying to get to the trading post? Are they also confirmed trying to go to the trading post? Or are they not anywhere to be found? Because all I have to do is get close, and then we're good. I should never have dismounted in the first place. I fucked up, and if I can get an anchor, then we're good. We need one anchor pull, and it changes everything. Boys, we're so close. Where's Blotto? Is Blotto with you guys, or did he die? No, you guys should have him. Please never fix Scorpion. I won't lie. Scorpion makes me happier than most things in life. They're trying to turn in the boat to save it. Oh, so they're trying to get to the harbor, and we're trying to kill the boat before it gets to the harbor. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Now, are we slowing down the boat at all? Because we either need to get walls out and stuff, and we need to CC whoever's driving the boat like crazy, or I don't think we can necessarily stop that thing from thangin'. And based on where everybody's at, I think they're pretty much just straight lining it. So I might have thrown by not getting the walls out on it. I blame me. I'm a realist, and I think I fucked it up for us. If I didn't fuck up the dismount and spend 10 minutes fucking off doing nothing, we would have been fine. Uh-oh. Now they're down a cleric. Boys, I'm coming. Keep throwing your lives away for the greater good. Just gonna PvP them on trick. How many do they even have? Like, are they specifically running because they don't have numbers? Okay. Big pumps coming out. They're trying to go after Bungus. Bungus 2% dead. If people can stay up. Staying, I'm coming. I'm trying to get there. Everybody's gonna die right as I get there and I'm gonna have to fucking turn back and regroup, huh? Or is everyone just respawning? Oh, people can respawn at the trading post and come top down at it now, huh? Wait a second, that might be good for the lads. Alright, fuck it. We're here for it. Just respawn trading. Oh, wait, do I have the Ember Spring? Ooh. I might have to get around this and get the MB. Because I do not know for sure that I have it. Oh, shit. There's a Timalope in the water, boys. You've got the Aura Amphibious Assault Team coming in from under. Excuse me, I need the Ember Spring. Bruh. No. 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 They know the Techington. They know I'm too far away from the water. No! Or from the base. That's so sad. I couldn't get to a dismount spot. Bruh. The Amphibious Assault Team. I just wanted the Ember Spring. Okay. Okay. Well, now we figured out what we're doing for the rest of the night. Don't be reviving. Nice. At least that didn't die. We're on our way back over. I need to go get the Ember Spring first. And then we're fine. Fuck. I was like running over and the thought occurred. I was like, I know we're going up to the trading post, but I don't think I've been there for any reason so far. And then it dawned on me and then I saw them underneath and I'm like, fuck me, this is less than ideal. It's okay though. We get through it, we ball. I should have tried to get around and not just go like directly over them, but it is what it is. My mount's dead. I hate this game. The fucking Feyroots just nuke mounts in the worst possible way. They just like they target the mount and then just spit hatred at it and then it fucking dies. It makes me so sad. Okay. I need to go in from like the north side this time. God damn it. Travel time, you are a fickle bitch. But it's also my own fault. I should have just not fought until I got the MB up here. And I may still have to do that. Because I don't want to make this run back again in the event that we do die. But if that was all the numbers that they had right now, that was only like, I think 5 or 6 at most. They probably have more on the way out though, if I had to guess. But the fight's moving. I might just go out there and help the fight and not die again. Perhaps. I just need to be careful about the dismount. The boat's dead, so we don't have that to dismount on. So we need to be like close to the ocean floor to be able to dismount in the first place. It looks like everybody's pushing back up towards the harbor. Okay, it's in sight. Boys, do I just go get the Ember Spring? I think I might just go grab it. I think missing 10 seconds of this fight to make sure that I don't get fucked with another run back would be actually wonderful. Let's grab MB first. Yeah. Something tells me this fight's not gonna end just instantly. I think they just killed Toast on the beach. So I've got to be able to sneak around to the Ember itself. That is the goal. So they're gonna be on the left side of the beach. If I can get the Ember, then it doesn't really matter, but... Where did that call? Yes. That'll be a good spot for me to maybe get in behind them as well. We shall see. We shall see. As they all rotate over here and just fuck up my day. That'd be so sad. Alright, we're chonking our way over. Where exactly? Okay, never mind. It just popped up. We're good. Yo, movement. What up, go? What are we getting into? So, out in the tropics right now, force flag PvP area. We have... Bro. That'd be super unfortunate. That would be super cringe. But I'm sure they wouldn't do that. We'll see though. We run all the way around the outside. We hit the big loop-de-loop and pull. I don't have my Scorpion right now. So I am at a slight disadvantage in terms of the move speed, but I think we're chilling. We just wrap and we hit the MB and then we ball. And then we're safe. And then we get into the fight. Try the catch. Yeah, those died with New World. It was kind of like a New World inside joke thing, and then as I transitioned out of New World, it was like they just kind of fell out of place. But anyway, sorry. I got a little distracted because I had to run over and get this Ember Spring for the respawn, just in case we die, but we've got some PvP out here in the tropics. Basically just got everybody all grouped up. I didn't have this respawn area, so just had to fuck off and run my ass all the way back over to get back into the fight. So now we're actually in a spot where we can get involved in the fight in any way, shape, or form. Toast, we can turn and kill this guy if you want. I don't know where you're going, but... Thogly, hail to the High Thane, brother. I appreciate the hydrate. Thank you. What are you guys getting up to this evening? We have some PvP out in the Trops to look forward to for, I would assume, the last hour of uptime for the server. And brother, we're here for it. And then tomorrow we've got big PTR testing day. We got 2 days. Brine breaches. They're running away on Scorpions. Bruh. Ain't no way. They're just running away. That's so sad. That's so sad. Just help Chibi and Vertec not die. Wait, what were they getting into? That you had to help them not die? Are they getting into like the danger? Wait, so is there no PvP? Or is there PvP? They're low level in the desert doing the caravan quest. Oh no. Oh no. You gonna full cam for PTR streams? No, I'm just gonna break the visual NDA. Fuck them. No, I'm kidding, by the way, kidding. So I'm basically going to have a muted VOD playing in terms of the visual. So you guys will see Ash's gameplay, but it'll be VODs. Then I'll have PTR on this monitor, which will not feed the video through to stream. I'll essentially switch it over to the second monitor, which is on a different PC, which is this one. So what you'll essentially see is full screen, and then this will just be muted. And essentially that'll be your POV. So from there, you'll still have the audio from the pass through from this, and then we'll still have the apps. So it'll still look like Ash's gameplay. It's just gonna be like the gameplay is really desynced from what we're actually doing and talking about. But at the very least, it's essentially just, you know, a way to have something fluid playing while we are still over on the PTR chilling. So that's cool. For me, it just makes it super easy to stream because I was doing Ash's Yap days, downtime days, even without the PTR. We were sitting here just looking at a picture of the map, talking about shit for 8 to 10 hours. And this is nothing for me. This was the best announcement that we could have got with PTR access expanding. Because I already had the plan for when I got PTR access, what I would do with the streams. That was a super easy, like, thing for me to set up. But now having 7 days where I can just stream Ashes and have people that are going to be active in Ashes to talk about stuff with, it's great. I was essentially having 5 days of stream where it wasn't really a pop-in stream because the only people that came in were the people who knew that I was going to be streaming on the downtime days. So it definitely is exciting for me, exciting for a lot of people in the community to get like forward testing on some of those things too. So Lego Iron exploit money is running around. Wait, Lego Iron exploit. What is that? Hey, Nitten, have you got your TwitchCon tickets yet? Because if you haven't, and you click that link, you can help me get mine for free. You get that motherfucker free yet? No. Like, it takes a lot for people to actually commit to TwitchCon. I will say, TwitchCon is a big thing. But hopefully as people do get their tickets, it will be done. We need 10 referrals for it, which 10 people that are going to TwitchCon use that link. My ticket's free this year, and then we'll help other people in the community also get their ticket for free this year. So it won't just be like stacking up all the referrals that I can on mine. I used Streg's code, somebody used my code, and hopefully we can get enough. But when you get your ticket, you also get a referral code. You can give that to your friends, do whatever. 3 people is 25% off, 5 is 50% off, and then 10 is your entire ticket free. Keep in mind, you would still have to pay for the Block Party add-on, but your TwitchCon event ticket itself, which is like $213, would be free. So, save a couple $100. Be up tremendous. Still planning with my grandparents to see what we can do. I feel like you could also hit up people in the community. I don't know what everybody's plans are, but I do know there are multiple people that are going and like already have their lodging planned out. You might get lucky. My parents and siblings is referrals. Wait a second. Is your entire family planning on pulling up to TwitchCon? That would be fucking lit. I'm too old for TwitchCon. Hot dog, you would have fun at TwitchCon regardless of how old you are. I swear. The cool thing about TwitchCon is it's not just the event the entire day. There's so many different things that you can do in addition to the actual like TwitchCon event. So many different like brand events where they have like representatives from the brands. They're yapping about the products, yapping about the brands. There's food, there are drinks. Like you get to meet a lot of people. You get to hang out and vibe. Like TwitchCon is genuinely, in my opinion, one of the coolest experiences that I've had as a streamer. And last year when I went, I didn't even have like a community that was planning on going or anything. So most of the people that recognized me were the people who were in my group directly that I was staying at the Airbnb with. And then like 2 people at the actual con recognized me from New World. So this year will be much more of the like, oh wow, look, I'm an actual streamer somewhat. Because, you know, 5 people may recognize me. I knew more than Dusty. Yes, you did. You very much so did. Well, because I spend so much time streaming that like, not in like a bad way that I don't know other content creators, but like I don't really consume a ton of like watching content as much as a lot of other people do. And that's just because of how much time I spend on like this side of things. And it's not that I don't like watching other streamers, it's just I can't really watch other streamers while I'm also streaming on my own side, so. Did you get it, Dan? You look at crispy bacon. I hope it looks like a delicious bacon. I've been outside a bit. I did 2 weeks in Iceland, so I probably got some good sun out of that whole joint. And then it's been pretty nice back here in Maine since I returned, I will say. It's been pretty solid. Probably hauling my 70-year-old grandpa with me. Yeah, TwitchCon is like so much about the group that you have going with you and the group that you're looking forward to like hanging out with, past just the actual like, oh, I'm gonna go at the con, or I'm gonna go to the con and just like chill out the entire day, right? It's way less that and much more explore small things around the city, find a bunch of little side quests to go on. So good enough, Fibo. Is this entire game just a group Zerg fighting mobs? Every time I tune in, it's the same thing. Big group of players Zerg grinding. So part of the reason for that is because at this point in gearing, a lot of people have their base level of kind of like gear progression filled out. And a lot of people are doing what are called like target farms right now. So in the tropics, we're essentially just pulling things on downtime right now while we're waiting for a named mob called the Brine Father to spawn, because he drops a pair of pants called the Brine Breeches. that are the highest max health pant in the entire game. The reason that it's safe to have a Zerg out here, past just like coming out here and doing it solo, is because the tropics and the open ocean areas, which we're in right now, are a force flag lawless PvP zone. So essentially all of us are opted in for PvP all the time. So while you may not always see like PvP out here immediately, it is very much so like a strength in numbers type game where everywhere you go, especially if it's a lawless PvP area, you're going to want to have enough numbers with your raid, with your group, to kind of like offer a level of security. On top of that, where everything is open world, if you are trying to, wow, amazing that'll drop, but breaches won't. If you're trying to contest like a very populated area, even if it's a leveling area, and your group isn't getting the kills on the mobs, your group isn't doing the most damage to the mobs to win the tags, then you're gonna miss out on that. So there is most definitely incentivization to have more people around in a lot of the things that you're doing. With that being said, that breaks down a lot more to like the mob grinding and the open world PvP aspect of it. In terms of true endgame stuff, it is also important to keep in mind max level right now is 25 instead of level 50. So long term, it's going to be very heavily like crafting incentivized. What people are doing right now, because crafting is limited by not only player progression, but also the progression of the towns as a whole, you have to have like the right buildings, the right tables placed, all of that, and that depends on the entire server's progression. A lot of people are trying to get the named items that they need in place, and then from there, wait until the crafting's available and craft the high rarity versions. I'll be there the night before the con too. Oh yeah, everybody will want to get there the day before the convention or even 2 days out, honestly. That is my personal advice. The best event at TwitchCon last year was the Blurpy pre-after party thing that they did. It was so fucking fun. Everybody brought so much energy because it was the first day. Everybody had just got there. Everybody was excited. They had Jessu and a bunch of other Twitch DJs out that fucking killed it. Like, that was a really, really, really fun event. And that's the day before the con. You also pick up your badge the day before the con. So I'd recommend doing that as well. You pop over to the venue. They have the badge pickup, so. Oh, Jessu's gonna be at TwitchCon again this year. Wait, stop. Are you a huge Jessu fan? That's funny as shit. Yeah, Jessu's dope as shit. Yeah, she did multiple sets out at TwitchCon last year. There are so many things that are like in either the Eventful or the like Brightly app or some shit like that. There are multiple apps where you just sign up for these events. Some of them are like Twitch partners get this, Twitch affiliates get this, blah, blah, blah. You get a certain number of pluses based on what you are or whatever. But all of the events you're able to get into for the most part for free and very accessibly. Some of them are weird, like they invite partners over other people, but I apply for as many like plus tickets as I can get anyways, which is a fucking absurd amount. And we'll probably also have a couple other partners in our group that can help apply, help get more tickets. So we should be able to get everybody into everything out there, no matter what we're doing. And there are just, dude, there's so many fun things to do outside of the fucking event. It is just, it's so fun to kind of like sign up, pack your itinerary. You go to a few different brand parties. Like, I'm still using a keyboard that I got from the Logitech brand event last year. The Logitech brand event had food set up, they had drinks set up. They had like some fucking mini game aim test set up where you could win shit if you've got like the high score. It was like it's a really fun event. And you just popped around, you did a bunch of those things. There were things set up around the immediate vicinity. And the con itself also had a ton of different things rotating throughout the day that you could go to and check out. And Stumps, what percent of our time last year would you say that we spent at the con versus not at the con? It had to be a pretty even split overall, yeah? It always feels like we were doing something. And also, Breakfast Republic goes so fucking hard for breakfast. Dude, it's so good. I can't wait for it again. Well, the graphics have become better in Ashes. There are games that run in Unreal Engine 5 and have been in development for 1 year that look 50 times better than Ashes, even though Ashes has been in development for like 8 years. I think it's important to remember in terms of graphics, like graphic fidelity is always something that's emphasized later in the development process. Ashes is still in a true alpha, right? And with that being said, there are still many systems that are prioritized over just like the raw graphics. Keep in mind the, like, you know, does this look good, does this look bad, is always going to be subjective to what somebody's looking for. If your version of like these graphics look better on other games is something that's like either hyper realistic or super duper high fantasy and saturated, then that's not necessarily going to be what Ash's graphic design is about. And Steven has said throughout Alpha 2 Phase 3, which is our next phase that we're going into, we will start to see more of the moments of like, oh, okay, this is Ashes. Like more of those recognizable graphic areas. Now, keep in mind, I also run on a good amount of like lower settings, simply because I like to have more consistent frames. You'll notice even during the fights, right now I'm sitting at 150 frames per second, moving around, charging around with multiple players over here and multiple mobs on screen. It runs very, very, very well. And the craziest thing about it running extremely well is the reason why it wasn't running well before wasn't even Intrepid's fault. It was a Windows-based memory leak that was fixed through a Windows update, not an Ashes update. It was impacting all Unreal Engine 5 games. And everybody wanted to say it was Ash's fault. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. Breakfast Republic is pretty good. There's a lot of nice places to go throughout San Diego. So many good places. Are you guys staying in the downtown area? I actually don't know where we're staying this year. Carla is the planner of the two of us. Carla! I yelled to her. Carla is the planner of the two of us. And she typically handles all like the smart person stuff. And if I plan, I get very overwhelmed very easily. And not much planning gets done because I get existentially panicked. Oh, hello, love. Silly, you heard me. I tried to subtly summon you to the room. We were talking about TwitchCon. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing if you're in Valorant or something, but you're cleaning. Oh, well, forget I yelled. Back to work. Fuck out of here. I'm kidding. Blackblood asked if we were staying in the downtown area this year. Also, when are we getting there in San Diego for TwitchCon? That's the day before or 2 days before? Day before? Okay. 17th, 18th, 19th is con, and then we're leaving on the 20th. Okay, so we get there the day before and we leave the day after. Okay, we're a 10-minute drive from the venue. How long is the walk? 30-ish minutes. I feel like that wouldn't be bad if we divided it up along the way with, like, we're gonna stop here for food. Like, 2 15-minute walks, especially throughout San Diego. That's gonna be like 3 city blocks, probably. Not that far. Okay, yeah. We'll check it out more, but yeah, we're talking about TwitchCon. We're all planning. It's a very exciting time. You're not invited to keep cleaning. I love you. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So apparently we're like a 10-minute drive from the venue, 30-minute-ish walk, which, again, I don't think a 30-minute walk is bad by any means. I think that it is quite reasonable in the city. Thunderbolts. What you mean thunderbolts? I honestly... What? Like... Storms had me drinking last year at TwitchCon. So I don't have a full recollection of what I was doing constantly. I remember that I was having fun around the clock, though. That is for goddamn sure. That is for goddamn sure. We went to a hookah bar. That was cool. It was... We were doing shit constantly. And Stomps had me, inebriated. Stomps had a strategy of getting me started drinking for the day as soon as I woke up. by, as soon as I wake up, standing over me with a Jack and Coke and telling me to take a sip, and it would start my day off right. And I don't really like Jack or Coke. And I would take a sip, and I would instantly be appalled, and he'd be like, all right, cool, you started drinking, now you keep going. And that was the push that we needed. It's a Midwest thing? What, Jack and Coke? I mean, I hope it's not. That shit. I don't think whiskey's very good. Whiskey like burns when you drink it. Am I tripping? The drinking all day? Oh. I think that, oh, do you find more rocks? Lit. Carla found more rocks in our bags from Iceland. I feel like there are alcoholics everywhere, Leon. I don't feel like that's just a Midwest thing. Or are you saying like everyone in the Midwest is an alcoholic? Day drinking is very Midwestern. Chad, is the Midwest just a bunch of alcoholics? Because that's what I'm gathering from this. We do it the best. I don't think it's competition. The cooks at my work start drinking a drink starting at 9 a.m. How stressful is the work environment? We planning flight times again? Yeah, probably. Also, what were the cooler things that we did at TwitchCon last year? Because I was quite literally smacked last year, and I plan to do the same this year. I consider TwitchCon to be marketing on hard mode. Hard mode being that, well, I can get drunk and fried. And then we just go around and we try to market and present ourselves as a professional person. Now, fortunately, Carla will be sober and professional to actually handle anything important. And I'll basically just be like, I was last year, but it was my fault. Here's a triple Jack and Coke. Yeah, and I didn't like the Jack or Coke. It's vodka sodas with a lime wedge fresh squeezed into it this year, please. Nothing else. Nothing else. I'll be very upset. How much liquor could I bring on a plane? Because I could always hit the New Hampshire liquor store on the way down to Boston before we fly out. And I feel like that would be a good value. Done. 3.5 ounces. No, but like in a checked bag. Can I have a checked bag that's all booze? Could I just have a booze bag? Because it may be super efficient. Surely checked bag can handle some. That's what I'm thinking. Like, is there a limit on how much booze goes in the checked bag? Any TSA agents in the chat? Probably not, and they're probably sworn to anonymity. I feel like the checked bag could most definitely take some boozington, though. Strag, do you want to smuggle booze in? I hope I'm not intruding. Wait, are you staying by yourself at the hotel? And you only have one bed? Just out of curiosity. They're rough as fuck on your bags, just beware. Okay, probably get liquor out there then, because I won't lie, it's a weekend. If I were able to finish an entire bottle of vodka in a weekend, I'd shit my pants. Wait, what's happening out here? Oh. Good day, lads. It appears we have been caught slipping by the ops. We did not have our dedicated opera stoppers outside. And as a result, we may perish. Now me, I'm built for this shit. I really don't know why I'm so tanky. I am fucking beefy. Holy shit. I'm beefy as hell. It took them a little while. Unfortunately. The ops will always get you when you least expect it. We had our back turned to the door, and I don't think anybody saw it coming. Mighty unfortunate. I just want my goddamn pants. The bottle of Jack Archie bought was massive. They had a lot of alcohol that they brought. Stop for 10 seconds. Yeah, I went inside, and then I saw people dying outside, and then I came back, and there were like, I think 3 of us still up. Mighty unfortunate timing. When I was your age, a 5th was a decent Thursday night. To be fair, I was in the army. I just prefer smoking to drinking. Like, because if you're older than me, you also probably would have gone to jail if you just openly smoked doinks. Right? I feel like that's something that over time has probably shifted a lot. Whereas, like, if drinking was your only thing that was available, sure, I fucking get it. But, like, if doink available, doink. It's coming from someone that drinks a bottle of Crown Apple 5 nights a week. How much is that weekly? And how many gifted subs would that be the equivalent to weekly if you didn't drink that? Because I feel like it would at least be a couple. I made a killing selling doink back when it was illegal. One thing I learned from my 2-week Iceland trip is that apparently out there, a 1/4 ounce, 7 grams, is 170 USD. Ahoy. Like, 7 grams for 170. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's still crazy criminalized out there. Used to sell an ounce for $5.50? Oh my god, and that shit probably sucked. Wait, what do you mean? Oh my god. Not that, like, I bet your weed was bad, but... Hello, you don't see me. I'm sneaky. You don't see shit. I'm a super sneaky submergible mount man. Cali and Illinois have the 2 highest prices. What? I don't necessarily think current weed is selling for $5.50 an ounce anywhere. Or at least it fucking shouldn't be. Even when I was in Vegas, you could find like 120, 150-ish an ounce. There were obviously the tourist traps, but like... a couple of Michelobes never hurt anyone. A Michelob really hate to see Ultraman coming. A gram of wax is 45 minutes. Oh, I'm talking about flour. Yeah, I'm talking about just flour itself. 40% tax. Why do I feel like that's cap? I feel like 40% sales tax is capybara. I won't lie. I feel like that's capabapi. I feel like that's more cap than a lid store. Most I would ever sell doink for back when it was illegal was 300 an ounce and it would be crap. Imagine if you took all of your weed earnings and rolled it into like Tesla stock early on, how rich you'd be. Or you like used all your doink earnings and like GME'd that shit, like you got in on the GameStop craze at the right time. The possibilities were endless. Endless. And you very well may have. Yahoy! Yar har har and yodi ho ho. Oh, they're down there. Bought my house with it. Okay, that's a solid investment. Very solid investment. Do we have our people here or no? Because I feel as though we probably don't have everyone here. I think we're missing half our people still. Might not be ideal when they realize it's 5 of us. Hello, Timothy. Yeah, I don't quite think that we had enough enough people that were like cognizantly playing the game together at any point within that fight to make anything happen there. We tried it, but I'm just gonna chase good old Tim around for a sec. Ooh. Oh. Ayo. Hello, sir. Someday they'll have to pay attention to me. They'll run out of other people to kill. Okay, we're up. This is where we want them. How did we only have 5 people when we have 9 people in the group? My question is, where was everyone else that entire time? We went back up the hill, and I was expecting to see, like, our group there ready to, you know, fight. And I don't think anybody was there. Maybe I just miscounted. Excuse me. Maybe. I'm not very good at counting. What's ounces in grams? 28.35 grams in an ounce. If you're not getting the 0.35, you're getting scammed. 35 acres? Oh, that's huge. Yeah, that's actually massive. The lumberjacking shirt is the most important piece of my gearing progression. I will not lie. That is what makes the difference. If I didn't have the lumberjacking shirt on, they wouldn't even have to, like, ignore me because I'm so beefy. They would just focus me down first. I'd be cooked. I'd be absolutely sauced without it. I'm so excited for PTR tomorrow. I'm also so cooked from today. Oh my god. Long days. Long days, boys. But the long days will lead to many successful days very soon. I'm gonna be so excited once people start trickling back in for like PTR streams or PTR accessibility for pre-phase 3 hype. Brothers, I can't fucking wait. Are we regrouping? Oh my god. Sorry, my fucking eeps are hitting. Need more HP. That would be minus 100 HP. I want it for the power. I have double obbies. Hold on. What's the... Isn't it like fucking... Okay, I guess I don't want to link it. Did they attack after we all left? Oh, did more people leave? Wait. Aura? Yeah. Aura came back with her boat. You upgraded legendary? Yeah, we've been crafting some stuff within the guild. So I got blessed up after my 2-week break, so. PTR notice I got said it can't be streamed, visual NDA. You can't stream the visual from it. Yeah, but fortunately, I'll be streaming, you'll hear the audio from the PTR and the yaps related to the PTR, but we won't be streaming the visual part of it. What you'll see is essentially an Ashes stream from this environment, which is a production environment, which can be streamed. You'll see a muted VOD run from this, so it's like streamable content, and then we'll just be talking about, discussing, and you'll be hearing stuff from the PTR itself. So that's kind of like where we're going with it to protect my ass and give us content. Because I stream Ashes every single day anyways, even when the game was like down, right? I was still showing up, doing 8 to 10 hour like fucking yap sessions. So we're up tremendous. It just makes my job easier. What name are you gonna go by next phase? That's you? No, I'll probably keep the OG. Sneaky? I wish it was sneaky and cool. But honestly, like, most of the PTR stuff just gets reshared anyways. Like, not in terms of screenshots, but like if there's a patch note that comes out, people will like share the patch notes by retyping them and essentially just like discussing what comes in through them. So it's not necessarily something that's completely under wraps, so to say. It's more so that they just have some things over there that are in very early iteration that they don't want visually shown off, perhaps. I don't really know the entirety of why they have it set up the way that they have it set up. I'm neither a legal expert nor do I work for Intrepid, but I'm sure they have their reasoning for it. Fortunately, since I haven't been a PTSer for a PTR tester for, you know, a while now, I've had to scrounge and scrap for every patch note that I've got. And I'm extremely happy to have access to the patch notes to discuss them and see what's coming in. And be able to talk about all that shit, so. As someone who works in contract law, I not try to NDA evade. The good news is it's not evasion. It's not evasion. We're on this end not evading anything or doing anything sus or outside of what Intrepid would already allow regardless. Which is nice. The only thing that's covered by the NDA is visuals, and what I will be doing with it is no different than like what anybody does by dropping a YouTube video talking about a summoner like build set or anything like that. So, fortunately, we're all good to go. I am extremely confident, and if it was something where they didn't want it done, I'm sure that I would have got reached out to by now and just been like, hey, that's not actually in the thing. But fortunately, through everything being reshared anyways, like, as long as, excuse me, oh my god, the eeps are hitting, holy shit. As long as visuals are not being shared, then we're up. And visuals will not be shared. We're taking we're taking basically like precautions to make sure that there is a 0 chance that that happens. Unless I were to severely fuck up. Spend a week on food, what Dusty spends a month. I need his help. Yeah, I don't spend much money at all. At least I try not to. I spent 20 bucks on popcorn and a soda at the movies today while Carla and I went to see the F1 movie. Fucking hate spending money. It's a good movie though. Self-service popcorn too. I could have just like drop kicked the, you know, the little popcorn tender and then taken one of the buckets and then filled it myself, and then by the time we woke up we would have been in the movie. I sold the bag. I could have saved 20 bucks. I just gotta consider these things. Oh god. I buy those weed prices and spend like 400 a week on food. Wait, Stomps, if I looked at your budget, I would probably fucking throw up in my mouth. That sounds disgusting. What do you mean? So, like, when you say you spend 400 a week on food, is that food and alcohol, or do you just DoorDash every meal? What the fuck do you actually mean? That is so much money. Uber Eats every meal. Yeah, that must be it. That's fucking absurd. Like, genuinely, I could probably, with $400 dedicated to food, feed myself for 3 months. Like $500 a week on food, but that's a family of 4. Yeah, that is true. I mean, so that was before Carla moved up. Not that she like eats a lot, but now I'm cooking for 2 instead of 1. So like, I make larger portions, try to have some leftovers and shit like that, and actually eat multiple meals a day. Before she came up, I would just not eat anything until I was off stream, and then I would just cook something super cheap, and I was spending like 20 bucks a week on meal prep. So that was phenomenal. Under 100 bucks was the goal for a month, and there were multiple months I hit that shit. And I'm proud of that. Now, was it healthy? Like, what I was cooking was healthy. The amount that I wasn't eating throughout the day, you can call it intermittent fasting thanks to social media trends. But it was also poverty eating. It was just one very, very calorie efficient per dollar meal that made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And I don't regret a single bit of it whatsoever. Even if you order every meal, it's like 400 per 2 weeks. Well, Stomps is still clearly a growing boy. He's only 5'4". So if he doesn't eat a lot and DoorDash a lot, then he's never gonna grow big and strong, and he's already had trouble growing his hair. So it's like, if he has trouble growing his hair and his legs and like his stature, then what's he gonna do, man? There's not a lot that he can do. What was the main dish you made? So I basically play sale roulette. So I live in an area where there's a grocery store called Shaw's. It's like a chain of stores. But basically on Thursday nights at midnight, there's sales in the app refresh. They have in-store sales, which are basically their B tier, A tier sales. And then their S tier sales are like the in-app sales, which you have to manually clip the coupon, add it to your, like, not manually, like clip it out. But in the app, you go in, you clip it, add it to your list, and then you punch in your phone number and you get like additional savings. So I don't buy anything unless it's on sale. I don't pay full price for anything. Anything in my stream setup, I probably got it either free or heavily discounted. If I'm cooking it, I probably got it on sale. If I'm snacking on it, definitely on sale because I don't buy snacks that much. So every Friday morning, I would wake up, I'd look at the sales, and I would plan out what I wanted to meal prep based on what was on sale. Weeks where it was a sale where it was like maximum of, you know, 2 family packs of chicken. I would buy 2 family packs of chicken for like a couple bucks a pound. And then I would put one in the freezer, I'd prep the other one and use one for meal prep, save another one. And then on weeks where the sales weren't hitting, I would pull out one of the cheap things that I got for, you know, exorbitantly low prices, and I would just use that instead. So I try to minimize like snack food. I like heavily processed food is never going to be a good value. The only time that I would do that is when I was getting bags of Doritos on sale for $2.27 a piece. But even that was not like that good of a value in terms of calories. Ice cream, I do fuck with ice cream heavily. I will grab ice cream to snack on a lot. I love ice cream for a snack. Like ice cream and fruit, and sometimes purple Doritos. But I try to minimize like how frequently I'm snacking. I try to plan out my meals to be like potatoes, meat, veggie, whatever veggie's on sale, and just kind of like cook that shit up. But a lot of potatoes. You can do potatoes 1,000 different ways. And potatoes are also always on sale and super cheap. So I try to balance it out as much as I can, but genuinely I think it's way easier to not spend a lot of money. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. But I think it's way easier to budget for groceries, especially as like a 1 to 2 person budget, than a lot of people assume or actually like give it credit for. Fupo to you. TGFT coming through with the love. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate y'all. Hello, my friends. If you haven't been here before, welcome in. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST most days. I do stream Ashes every single day. It's been 733 days in a row now. 732. More than 2 consecutive years in a row of streaming with 0 missed days. I am a full-time Ashes content creator, so all the support truly does mean the world. It is not always easy being out here in an alpha and expecting to be able to tell my landlord that rent's coming, but because of this amazing community over here and all the support, content creator to content creator, like all of the communities that do choose to support, all the people that choose to support, we're able to keep it going. So if you guys aren't already following, much like Main Quest and ER, I appreciate the follows. Make sure you guys drop the follows. You know when I'm live every single day. You guys get a lot of yaps. You guys get a lot of gameplay. I am one of the leaders of Cats with Abs community. We brought it over from New World. It was a community that I originally started over there with friends. And it's now a multi-game community. Now, New World's dead as shit, but Cats lives on in Ashes in many ways, shapes, and forms. So right now, we are trying, for the love of God, to get my last Brine Breach drop before the servers go down. And if we can get them, then I'm extremely fucking happy about it. We've been trying to get my Brine Breaches for a while. Wait, 18 minutes? 18 minutes till what? Till next step? Or either way. Brine Breaches are like the last big thing that I need for my gear set. Other than that, I'm feeling quite well set up over here. So, Fupo, the cats can have abs and can still be healthy round cats. It's entirely possible. Every single day we're reminded that cats can be both chunky and healthy. How did that not go off? I got protect on our cleric, so that's nice. I peel a little bit. Please tell me we're calling out targets somewhere, right? I believe in the comms. I believe in all of you that are in VC because I am not. I'm convinced that we're winning trades somewhere along the way, and I'm just gonna keep pressuring their backline and trying to draw some form of attention. Everything's perfectly fine over there, boys. Surely we killed at least one, right? Surely. I feel like we had one of their mages in our backline, like, for a while. That didn't get punished, and probably should have got punished. Peace, wait, give me a ring. Peace, you rat bastard. I need one of those rings. The Tommy Hawk stomp when the ring is in my inventory. Until then, you're gonna have a really annoying thorn in your side. Okay, wait, is it time to pay attention to me now? I'm out. Hold on. I'll see you later. All right, we're fine. No! Not like this. Wait. Okay, we turn this. No. No! We almost had it. Grumpy guy. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Okay. So. Do we want to discuss what occurred here and why no targets died? Listen, I'm more confident in the 1v full group than you guys know. At any point, we're just one lucky reflect and one very well-placed ground pound away from turning an entire fight no matter the numbers. Ground pound is an AoE frontal cone trip. And in theory, if I hit an infinite number of people take damage and they're tripped. So I just need to hit more people, and eventually, if I keep turning it, right, I will someday hit the perfect ground pound that truly does turn the fight. Yesterday to start stream, I won 2 1v3s back to back. That shit was beautiful. I hit some nice ground pounds. They came back out the third time. I lost the 1v3 because I didn't hit a ground pound and a reflect. It was tragedy all the way around. Everyone involved was extremely sad. Except me, I was pretty happy about it. Is sus, but okay. We still take naps, Foo. It's just our naps are powered by cryogenic cat chambers to keep us in our best possible shape. And when we awaken, instead of, well, all of your cat doinks. Did you call them purr puffs yesterday, I believe? I believe cat doinks are hereby referred to as purr puffs, by the way. Just putting that out there. What mark is the focus? What mark is the focus? And then that will make it easier for me to just hop in and be on the right person. Cross. Okay. Cool. That works exquisitely for me. That is fantastic news. But yes, instead of purr puffs and snacks, we wake up with cardio and combat. And through that cardio and combat, we refine. And then we take a nap. And then we wake up for more cardio and more combat. And then more naps. And the naps are maintained on a very good level. The Cat Union has reached out multiple times to ensure that we're providing fair and ethical areas for our cats to be the best cats possible. So, something to keep in mind. Naps are the best part. Naps are necessary. Naps are always, always, always necessary. And if you sacrifice the naps, well, really, what do you have? For example, I mean, I'm gonna take a nap after this stream, and then I'm gonna get ready for a 1 p.m. EST start tomorrow as well, so I can get PTR streams out. And we're not streaming the visuals. We're aware. Wait a second. Where'd Black just die? Uh-oh. Black, do you find their boat? Because I think that's like right on pace. Cats with naps. Cats with naps will be our 60+ guild. was on their boat for like 5 minutes. Ain't no fucking way. You almost have squatter's rights on that bitch. If you make it back on for another 2 minutes before they clear out your tick, it's your boat now. And then Peace has to give me an iron ring. With NDA, why would they even let you talk about what you're doing on PTR? It's a visual NDA only, which is, in my opinion, I don't know all of the intricacies of it, right? But has always seemed wacky to me. Like, not in a bad way, but just I don't really understand NDAs that are visual only and kind of like what they prevent. But basically, everything from the PTR is openly discussed, talked about, yapped about. It's just, you cannot share visuals. You can't share gameplay video, you can't share pictures, you can't screenshot it, you can't screenshot the patch notes, the official anything for it. So essentially, you can have the audio from it, you can have the, like, you know, knowledge of it, and you can talk about it. What if I record but not share it? I think as long as you don't share it, then you're fine. Like, if nobody else sees it. But I don't know the intricacies of that. I'm not a legal expert. Then someone stole my thumb drive. Okay, well then you shared it. You're cooked. Yeah. Yeah, if it's your, like, instance of gameplay that gets out, then you're cooked. So, like, I don't know, say someone, like, remotely hacked into my OBS studio and then switched my scenes on me and, like, re-enabled the visual feed from this. So, then I'd still be in trouble. PTR will remain under NDA, under visual NDA, no streaming screenshots or sharing of visual content allowed. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's visual. Hey. What? I need my pants. I need my pants. Correct. And we're not streaming the visuals. That's a good thing. If I didn't say that I had the stream in the background, you guys would not know that the game was playing in the background. Or sorry, if I didn't have the PTR in the background. There's no difference between me having the gameplay in the background and showing you this and not telling you the gameplay's in the background, or me showing you this and having the gameplay in the background. So what you guys will see, and why it won't be a problem with the NDA, is the visual will be a muted VOD from the production environment where you're able to stream. That's what this is. The discussion will be about what we're doing on the private test realm. That's the difference. There is no streaming of anything visual. There are no screenshots being shared. And there's no visual content being shared. We're up tremendous. Believe me, I have looked at as much as my non-lawyer brain can possibly process, and we are in the clear. This and what I am doing is no different than all of the content creators who specialize in YouTube playing on the PTR and then making a video about exactly what they're playing. There's no difference. All of that is safe as long as those YouTube content creators do not include visuals from the PTR. It's pretty basic from what I've gathered. My take on why words are ethereal and can be magnified or diminished over time based on how people talk about it. Video and images last forever, and PTR being so much closer to the first iteration, there's bound to be much more jank. Yeah, I'm sure there's like some legal shit to it as well, but it says visual, I read it today. Yeah, exactly. Debo, thank you for the 5 months, brother. I appreciate you. What if my neighbor peeks through my window to watch me play on it? Then I believe, based on the storylines that I've seen, you end up having to bang your neighbor to get them out of your window. Or is that your uncle? One way or the other, that window is dangerous and you gotta stay the fuck away from it. Just don't go near the window if you don't have enough butter to get yourself out. It gets rough out there. But yeah, I mean, I know the PTR is much closer to a first iteration, much more function over any form of fashion. But you could also just describe all the bugs. But I mean, I also think that if anybody gets worked up about visual fidelity of something that's present in a private test realm of an alpha, they probably get disappointed waking up every morning and maybe better off reconsidering some of their habits that they formed. Speaking of cats and butter, have you heard of the butter bag theory? Is that where you put butter on your back? Tune back in around banging your uncle and something with butter. Well, if you don't get stuck in the window, you don't have to get fucked by your uncle. The butter only comes into play if you're able to make it out. So essentially, if you keep the butter on you, then you can get out of the window, and then the uncle doesn't come until later, as more of like a celebration round. Whereas if you don't have the butter, then your uncle has to get you out of the window somehow because you weren't able to butter yourself up adequately, so you're stuck in the window. I personally didn't think it was that complicated, but we'll double back. Also, welcome back. I think you had asked earlier, by the way, while we were like mid-raid, you asked if there was a phase 3 announcement. It's August 4th for phase 3. So basically what we're looking forward to. Today, July 1st, every key holder gets access to, well, every Alpha 2 key holder gets access to the private test realm. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we'll be on the private test realm, ball and floss and sauce, and then starting on July 14th until August 4th, the private test realm becomes 24/7. So a lot of people will very likely be spending significant time over on the private test realm comparatively to over on this server, us included. There is no God. So we're getting ready for that. The stream tomorrow will be not showing the PTR, but we'll be like playing the PTR while we're streaming. You guys won't see that, but we'll talk about what we're doing over there, so anybody will be able to ask questions about what's going on and stuff. So that'll be extremely fun. I'm excited to have something to do on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, instead of just kind of like show up and yap for 10 hours and call it good. But all right, boys, it's cooked. Brine breaches don't exist. I'm unstucking. So when you drop a buttered toast / bread, the bread side is always guaranteed to land butter side down. If you drop a cat to the ground, they're always guaranteed to land on their feet. What happens if you butter a cat's back and drop them? Perpetual motion and it never touches the ground. Will it really land butter side down all the time? I know the cat thing. I feel like I could most definitely get a piece of buttered bread to land butter side up. I don't want to be dismissive, but chat, I might put up a dono goal for some bread and some butter, because that seems like something that needs some more thorough testing, if I'm being completely honest. Now, what would happen if you did that and threw the cat off of a dam and the Coriolis effect were to kick in? It's the Coriolis effect, right? Where things like loop outward as they spin. Beans and toast. You shut your whore mouth. Every time I've ever dropped buttered bread / toast, it's always landed with butter down. Always had to clean the floor after so I don't slip on my ass. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Chat. Who makes toast in the morning and has clean floors? Because if you guys have like dirty floors, then I wouldn't recommend it. Like a weighted dice is more likely since the butter side is heavier, but wouldn't be 100% of the time. What amount of butter would you need to make it 100% of the time? How much butter is too much butter? I would assume that's more of like an Ask an American thing, huh? That's our little answer to that. Boys, we're holding it down for Ashes right now. I just went to see who we were gonna raid and nobody else is streaming Ashes. Everybody else has vacated the premises. It's all dead out there. Well, lads, it's been real. It's been fun. We got 3 minutes until servers go down, and I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna get ready to hop on stream, hopefully at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. PTR testing window is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. So we'll be balling. I'm going to try to get on a little early, try to get on vibe with y'all, get that full PTR window so we can get a lot of info out, see what's up there. Other than that, if it's your guys' first day here, make sure you drop the follow so you don't want to go live every single day. We will be back to the 8 to 10 hour streams daily. We're all settled in at home. I was late today because I went to go see the F1 movie, but highly recommend it. It was worth being late for. But I've done the visiting the parents route. We've done everything. Boys, we'll be up tremendous. Very, very, very soon, once again. Now, keep in mind, I have streamed over 2 years in a row now without a single missed day, 732 days in a row today. 733 will be tomorrow, and I hope you guys are here for that and many, many, many more. Ash is going to do some special things over the coming years, and the community is going to be here the entire time, and hopefully you're a part of it the entire time, so you can say you were here at the start. Boys, I'll be back tomorrow. We got some PTR testing. It'll be a great time, a lovely adventure, and I'm very excited to see y'all there. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.